like to welcome everyone to the special budget meeting of the Board of Selectmen this Thursday, January 25th at 8 a.m. Before you have the agenda for today's meeting. If I could get if you could review that, and if I could get a motion to approve today's agenda.
So moved.
Steve, second. Amy, it's unanimous. Public comments. Members of the public are welcome to provide comments to the Board of Selectmen on agenda topics scheduled for review and or vote. Comments submitted electronically should be sent to the following email address: bosdistribution@newcanaanct.gov. Do I have anyone wishing to make any comments?
No.
Okay. All right, moving on. New Canaan Athletic Foundation presentation of activities and projects with Mike Benevento.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good. A couple of years into this, and I figured out how to use Zoom. Sorry I can't be there in person. But as we do every year, at this time of year, we'll give you a quick overview and review of our activities in 2023 and our planned projects and proposals going forward as part of the public-private partnership that the Athletic Foundation has with the town of New Canaan. Hopefully none of this will come as a surprise, but we have two big initiatives that we've been working on. But let's go to the first slide. I don't know how to do this, Tiger. Oh, there he is. Okay, so just a quick overview and a reminder of what we do at the Athletic Foundation operationally outside of the special projects that we do from a facility standpoint. But we run an enterprise zone activity over the summer where we, from June 15th to August 15th, manage the enterprise zone as a for-profit for the benefit of the town of New Canaan. We rent those facilities. And last year, I would say we had another successful year. Our gross revenues were down slightly, 6%, roughly flat over the previous year, to $62,437. That was due to one less lacrosse tournament, a fewer rental hours from soccer, but generally in line. And I would say this is now year 3 or 4, I can't remember exactly, of running the enterprise zone. This is was the first year of our new executive director, John Carrozza, who took over for Bobby Rushton, managing those managing that activity over the summer. And from my perspective, it kind of didn't skip a beat. A reminder, the enterprise zone activity, we withhold some of the gross revenue for our own operating and marketing purposes, but the net profit that comes out of those activities gets swept into an account at the community foundation that is primarily for turf replacement, turf endowment. That was the whole purpose of the enterprise zone when it was established, when we entered into the public-private partnership. So that's where those funds go. The other thing that the Athletic Foundation does is collect the player use fee, and that's a $25 pass-through fee from all of the activities in town, youth sports, recreational activities like flag football and men's soccer. This year, between the spring and the fall, we will have collected roughly $94,350 in player use fees. That's roughly flat from the prior year, about the same, which means it's basically a $25 per registrant for each program. And the proceeds for this get split 50-50. So 50% of them pass through to the turf endowment fund, and 50% of them pass through to what we call new projects or an enhancement fund that's also held at the community foundation, that would go towards the things that we're looking to build and enhance in town. So those are exciting endeavors. From my perspective, this is now, like I said, year 4, and they're kind of going as planned, and I haven't seen any, kind of just doesn't skip a beat, which is great.
Hey, Mike, are you getting all the player use fees from everybody now? Is that been cleaned up?
That has absolutely been cleaned up.
Good.
I said to Andy Gordon, our treasurer, in December, we've got a check from the town of New Canaan for the flag football program And I said that was a Christmas miracle, because in the past it's been an issue, but everything's cleaned up. And yes, the short answer is yes, it's great.
Great. And do you know how much in aggregate you've been able to put aside for turf replacement since this has been like year 4?
Yeah, I just checked. I just checked the prior. We haven't made the sweep for 2023 yet, so through the end of last year, the account was at somewhere around $175,000. With the sweep that we'll do as part of the 2023, both the enterprise zone and the 50%, you can put on another $50,000 to $70,000 on top of that. So
Great.
Once we do the sweep, and Andy will do that calculation shortly. I'll come back to you with an exact number of where the account stands at the community foundation.
Thank you.
Yep. If there's, I'll just pause if there's any other questions on that part of it.
Mike, just for the mechanics of it, the sweep goes from the town fund to the community foundation, or where is the sweep going from and to?
The sweep goes from our operational accounts, which sit at Bankwell,
Okay.
to the New Canaan Athletic Foundation funds that are at the community foundation. So we have two, and that's where they get invested, right? Like, we didn't want this money just sitting in cash. So for the last bunch of years, especially like the turf endowment fund, it's invested, and it's invested through the community foundation. When in fact we have a project, so say for the enhancements fund, if we have a project like the ones we'll talk about today, whether it's baseball or the Dunning Stadium project, we will then sweep that money out of the community foundation to a special account that at the town, because all of these projects are town projects at the end of the day. So we just sweep the money over to you guys, and then it's managed through the town in terms of paying the contractors and that type of thing. We haven't done anything with the turf endowment fund because it just sits there to be invested and stay invested until there's a need for turf replacement, which at this point we're probably, we did the Dunning Stadium surface in the summer of 2016. They're typically 10-year lives on these surfaces, is what I found in the past. So, that's kind of what you're leading up towards.
That's great.
For the first one. Any other questions on that? Okay. So I'll move forward to, activity that we did in 2023 and what we're anticipating for 2024 and beyond. 2023 was an interesting year. We had, we went through this process last year. There was a bond that was ultimately approved at the end of the budget cycle last year for the Dunning Stadium renovation project, which includes the first phase, the press box, the donor wall, and new ticket booth entrance. For a whole host of reasons that we don't have to get into today, that project didn't take place over the summer. At least the rebuild of the press box didn't take place over the summer. But what did ultimately get done was a completion of the donor wall and the first, I would call it phase 1A of this phase, where we are anticipating a new entrance at the stadium. And that was completed prior to the Turkey Bowl game. And this was an important endeavor for the Athletic Foundation because it's really recognition for the previous projects that happened, Water Tower 1, 2, and 3, and the track rebuild, and all of the generous donors that gave to that project and really have given to the Athletic Foundation over the last 6 or 7 years. And they've been recognized. If you had a certain level, if you had given at a certain level, you're now recognized at a new, I think it's a beautiful wall that will be the new entrance to Dunning Stadium. And that was completed ahead of the Turkey Bowl, which was exciting. Going forward, and this is where I'll need a little bit of Tiger's help, but we've been hard at work, and I would say on weekly to bi-weekly meetings in the planning and bidding and soft cost phase of planning the new press box at Dunning Stadium, the completion of the new entrance and ticket booth. Those are anticipated to be done in 2024. And then the other big project is we're in the construction document phase, is complete now for a new varsity baseball complex at Capo Field. And so those are the projects that we're anticipating for 2024. Those are the ones that we will come forward again and ask for support from the town as we go through this, this planning and construction phase. So I'll pause there. Tiger probably has the numbers in front of him. I don't have them in front of me, but I have them roughly in my head as we've gone through value engineering exercises in both projects to get them to a reasonable budget line. Did I miss anything, Tiger?
No, you didn't miss anything. No, we're still in the process of bringing the press box number down. I had a meeting with Turner. Turner's been our construction manager as part of it. And they're now, I released them to work with. We had originally bid it was a little bit higher than we had anticipated, so we value engineered down. So I released them to go back to the low bidders and discuss the value engineering portion or the reduction thereof. And we're waiting for now. They have an idea of where the numbers should fall, but then they've got to talk to each bidder. So they have a starting point as to where they want to see the numbers, but they need to speak to each one of the contractors and make sure that the contractor is comfortable with the reduction in scope and comfortable with the reduction in cost, and then what the cost would be. And at that point in time, we can start bringing the contracts forward to the Board of Selectmen for approval at that point.
So is the reduction in scope dramatically changing the project?
Not necessarily, no. It changed mostly on a little bit on the size of the press box. Originally, we had a 2-story press box.
Yeah, but that was we didn't approve that. We approved 1 story.
It more came down to construction materials, and at this point in time, we're looking at using a prefab press box instead of a constructed place press box, if you will. Greenwich has the exact same model, and we're talking to that vendor, Southern Bleacher. They've been very good to work with, so we're working with them on that model to be utilized here. We went and visited it. John, myself, Ryan, Todd, Jay. We went and looked at it. And it's a very nice press box and will serve our needs, for the number of games that we have, the number of home games that we have. There's no need for a constructed place one. A prefab one would suit us quite well. And I don't even know if you can tell the difference.
Yeah.
So that's one of the major differences at that point in time. And then trying to parse out different aspects of the construction, as far as, is this related to the proposed bathrooms? Is this related to the proposed concession stand, or is this strictly for the press box? Things of that nature. And we had to then parse out to make it so that the press box is a standalone project and it didn't have monies associated with other aspects of the work, or other proposed aspects of the work that it's in.
Just to remind me, I believe when this was approved, combined, it was, I think, 4 million, with 2 from us and 2 from the generosity of the Athletic Foundation. In terms of the scope of the town's obligation for the components of the 2 million, how is the pricing on that? Are we?
The town's money is predominantly for the site work, things of that nature.
Yeah.
And the NCAF is predominantly for the hardscape itself. So the NCAF paid for the donor wall. Right. And
which is part of that 4 million.
Which is part of that 4 million. Yeah. That's their part of their 2 million portion. And then we'll be looking for the entryway and the press box. The majority of that money coming from the Athletic Foundation, and the remainder coming from the town. But the town was more on infrastructure, the piping, everything else that was associated with it. And that's how we kind of separated out. The main one for me was that the donor wall should be paid for by the NCAF, and that was paid for entirely by the Athletic Foundation.
Yeah, no, my question is, I know you're trying to see different options for the press box to bring it in with it. But my question is, in terms of the potential expense to the town, is the money allocated Is it not, I mean, do you have to value engineer that? Can you, I mean, I'm just wondering if,
We've been working on the entire project,
Okay.
not just one aspect of it. So it's been the entire thing to see whether or not we could have cost savings, both on the what would be quote unquote the responsibility of the town, and what was the responsibility of Athletic Foundation.
Okay.
It was a holistic look. It wasn't a singular look.
right, but we're dividing on pool pace or what. Anyway, so when you do bring this forward to us, you know, we'll want to have real details of, you know, what the expense line items on both sides are, contingencies.
That's what Turner's working on right
Okay.
now. It's just, like I said,
So we don't have
bid
surprises.
it out, and again, it was a little higher than what we had anticipated. So they're bringing that down, and at that point in time, Turner will be working as a construction manager, but will not be giving us a guaranteed maximum price.
Mm-hmm.
That way, there's not some additional costs across the board as far as additional bonding, additional insurance costs, things of that nature. But their aspect as far as the construction manager will be the exact same as every other project. So they'll vet those through. The only difference is that instead of the subcontractors contracting with Turner and Turner contracting with the town, subcontractors will be contracting directly with the town. And Turner will be managing from the side, I guess that's the way to describe it. Okay. So while we don't have a guaranteed maximum price, so we are quote unquote at risk, we have a contingency associated with it, so it would be similar to other town projects. And since we've already vetted the contractor, vetted the contract, and vetted the amount of work, and we have Turner as construction manager, I'm confident that we will be able to then stay within costs at that point.
Okay.
Tiger, the timing of this was so important as we went through it the last time, looking at, you know, almost breaking ground on this thing the day after graduation to not disturb everything. Because you have parking lot work there, you've got a lot of utilities, and you go into the whole press box and then, you know, dunning and kind of ripping into the whole thing. To be able to time it so that it's start to finish ready for football season, that's still realistic?
Yeah, because we're still looking at starting it now we pushed it a year, so we're looking at starting at the end of graduation and then working through. And given the fact that it's a modular building, if we can release that earlier and have that constructed and then brought to the site versus constructing on site.
Yeah.
It is still very, very tight time frame, you know, and there are certain things that we'll have to release early or earlier, similar to the police department, where say the electrical panels, things of that nature. But the electrical panels would size down for just the press box, which makes it actually a lot more readily available. So with the long lead time on a very large box, you know, we were originally looking at a large box to satisfy all three of the areas. We decided to go with a box for each one for cost and two for availability because of the tight time frame. But Turner's aware of it, the contractors are aware of it, and that's, you know, that's what we're working on right now. That's what they're working on right now, is getting everyone in place so that we have a hard start, you know, June 24, I say, and then a hard stop sometime at the end of August.
And Steve, I'll just jump in quickly because you actually zeroed in on one of the most complicating factors to this, which we've been trying to thread a needle for, and you know, it's hard, right? We have to deal with that window, and it's likely that it takes longer to do things, you know, than that window allows for. But Jay's been in all our meetings. He's in communication with Dr. Lutzy, because what we are well aware of is that we can't disrupt things like graduation. And, you know, the press box and the audio and video and all of those things are integrated into something like graduation and even, you know, lacrosse season. So it's not easy. But everybody's aware of it. And that's the window that we're trying to thread.
Thanks, Mike.
Anything else? And so is the baseball stadium proposal, that's going to be requested funding in this current budget?
That's this current funding.
And you're going to go through that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just bring us up to speed on that. This was, remember, we gave an overview last year. We actually did not come for a request of any funds at that point, but said that this was an initiative that was within the master plan of the Athletic Foundation, that was being brought forward from the baseball community, and has a lot of support, a lot of financial support. So we've gone forward with the initial survey work at Capo Field, then the design plans, and ultimately through construction documents that, again, the Athletic Foundation has paid for entirely to date. And now we're at a place where we will have to do town approvals for P&Z and all of those things that, again, we have kind of bi-weekly meetings on this one as well. Tiger's more in touch with those steps in terms of when we're trying to get a shovel in the ground and what the town approvals will be. But this one will be in a 2024 budget cycle request to ask for funds to contribute to this project. And we will come forward with the funds, the cost of the project, where we're at. We're still a little bit in a value engineering phase, although I think we're pretty close, Tiger. And then, what the Athletic Foundation plans to contribute to that project. Did I miss anything there?
No, we're working toward, right now we had a preliminary meeting with wetlands, since there's a wetland aspect, as you're aware. Yeah.
Gotta love all this rain.
Right.
Well, and
yeah,
this one's a little bit, I'm sorry to interrupt, Tiger, but this one's a little bit easier in that it's up at Capo, so that field's really, it can be taken quote unquote offline, or when we start the project. But the idea is we're trying to get this ready for spring of 2025 play, so the varsity baseball team could play in the spring of 2025. So again, that seems like plenty of time, but as we're reminded consistently with Turner and others that it's actually not that much time. So, but just to give you a sense of our timing, that's what we're working back from.
And is this synthetic proposed for just the infield or the entire project?
The entire project.
And you're going to tell us a placeholder for this?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
I want to get to the parks infrastructure.
Okay.
Anything else, Mike? We got a slide or?
Well, I think there's pictures of the baseball field, maybe, or the design stuff.
I have one. This one.
Yeah.
I have a little better rendition at the time.
This is an older rendition, but the point is, like, we asked them to construct unlike the Dunning project, we asked them to construct something that was, everything that we could have dreamed about. And that number came in really large, like north of $10 million. We were not surprised by that because, like I said, we basically asked them to design the Taj Mahal of baseball stadiums. And then we value engineered that down to a more reasonable number. And we're getting there. And I think that what you're going to get is still one of the nicest facilities in the state. And the ability to, if we wanted, for example, I think the grandstands behind home plate there, that's one of the things that got value engineered out, because we can use kind of temporary bleachers, but that will still look really nice and doesn't impact the playing surface at all. And if we got to a place where there was additional money, like that type of stuff I hate to phase this all out, but that could be added on. And they're all in the initial design plans. And then they were just part of the value engineering process as we got back to a more reasonable number.
Are there other things beyond the grandstand bleacher thing?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's lots of things. I mean, for example, we had in the initial design, there were sunken dugouts. Like these are little things, but like when you sink a dugout, it requires, I don't know what it requires, but I know it was like $800,000 to do that. And we said, all right, well, we can do dugouts that aren't sunken, that are just really nice. And that saved us 800 grand or whatever. I'm making the number up, but it was a big number. I was surprised. So there was all kinds of, like, we are down to that level of line item, which, Amy, I know you appreciate. That these are the meetings that these are the meetings that we have on a bi-weekly basis with Turner and Richter and Segan and others to get to a place. So, we will know what every doorknob costs in these places. And, we make value engineered judgments as to what's a nice to have and what's a need to have.
Great.
Quick question. Is this considered Waveney or separate? I mean, because okay, so who weighs in on turf and stuff like that? I mean, we can deal with this later, but
Well, I will say though, Amy, we did as part of this initial, when we were talking about the master plan, and this was always in the footprint of the master plan.
Right. Okay.
I did go to Parks and Rec last February, I believe, and presented this. So, they would weigh in, they're aware of it. We'll do that again with them when it's necessary. But as we get through the P&Z and other processes, that won't be a surprise to anybody on Parks and Rec.
Since it's part of the waiving zone, it has to go to planning and zoning.
Okay.
Not only for the site disturbance level, that just to build the field itself, but because it's in the waiving zone, so it has to be rendered.
And for this one, I should also mention John's been very involved, because if you can see to the top left, that's one of the men's rec softball fields that will be impacted by this build, and so he's been, that's part of what has to be adjusted here. And so he's been in all of these meetings as well.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, hats off for getting it this far. I mean, we've been talking about this project for the varsity team at the high school for decades. And, it's exciting that we're actually looking at potential plans here. The high school baseball team has literally had to get in their cars. Some of them don't even drive. They have to carpool over to Mead and play on a goose-infested field over there. And it's just, I can't think of another high school at our level that has to do that. And there's, the facility difference between baseball and any other sport, other than maybe girls and boys hockey, that has to leave the campus. I mean, the players should be playing on their campus, and if they can.
Yeah.
So
no, you stole my line, Steve. I say we're the only varsity baseball team in the state that has to take a bus to their home games.
Yeah.
But and Mead is a lovely field. My wife will actually be the one that will be most disappointed, because she loves that field. And the beauty of it is, we need 3 60-90 fields to function as a baseball town, with a freshman, JV, varsity baseball team, Babe Ruth. I mean, these fields get used. So it's not as though Mead will come offline as a functioning, useful baseball field. It just won't be the varsity home field any longer, which Jay and others and everybody's in agreement that this should be done, and it's a useful initiative.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, Tiger.
All right. 58 minutes, Tucker.
I got it written down here.
All right, well, so
What page are we on, Josh?
we're doing admin is page 15.
The same picture. The same picture.
yeah, no, I just want to make sure, because I thought I had changed the date from the 17th, but I didn't. So I'll skip to the meat of it. Thank you very much, Tiger Man, Director of Public Works. Appreciate this time in front of you every year. I'll start off with our mission statement from the Public Works Department: to serve the needs of the community and preserve current assets for future generations of Mechanites. This year, our operating budget broached the $13 million mark. I'm still trying to find that 1,118,000 to get rid of it, so I can come back down to 12,999. But we are where we are. It's a 3.45% increase, given the inflation aspects are under, or the pressure that we're under at about 3.5 per year. I think this is a very modest budget overall. So I'll walk you through each individual. But if you look at our graph, or our trending graph from fiscal 10 to 25, that bold red line and that blue line behind it, that's our highway department. And the bold red line is the inflation. So our basically our highway department has been staying with the cost of inflation since fiscal 10, and every other department you can see is probably trending below that number. Yeah, if I walk you through how we break out as far as overall, 48% of our budget is salaries. That's down 0.5%. Last year was down a little under 3%. So year over year, it seems that our salaries are not becoming the major drivers that are that we have, or utilities, our outside contracts, some of the ones that are necessary, our road maintenance, things of that nature. If we get down to basically what you would say is not necessarily mandatory, but somewhat of discretionary, we get down to about less than 3% of our budget is discretionary.
Nine. No, it's not on 13.
13.
I don't see these numbers though. They don't tie
13
up.
million.
Well,
That's I added all together. That's
together.
all my departments together.
So 13 is just the
that's just my aggregate.
Wait, no.
Josh wouldn't have that number.
Yeah, this is okay.
Josh.
This is not in the book.
No.
I'm just like, yeah, I'm like trying to find it in the book, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
no,
not
just look
finding
at
it.
For right now, and then we'll get down to that.
Okay.
This is everybody, including you. So
Okay.
Just so every year I can then have a baseline to go forward with, since that data back from to 2007. So let me make it easy, and we'll get right to the operating expenses. On administration, the budget currently is at $351,783. It's up 4.57% year over year, and that's increase in our salary line. That's Christy and myself, and then some office equipment and supplies, very nominal amounts for that. I don't know if there's any questions overall on administration.
So like other people, like Bill, they're in other spots, right?
Bills and buildings, yeah. Maria and Joe are in engineering.
Okay.
Things that, highway department has Mo's and his men. Again, overall, the change itself is in the salary line. It's really, we're looking at from budget to budget. If you actually look from budget to the amended budget from fiscal 24, that $8,000 change in salaries would drop down because it was an adjustment made at that point in time to the salary line. So it should have been from 240 to 237. So you look at, there's about a $5,000 difference there. I don't know if you have any other questions on admin itself.
Any other questions? I don't have any.
Okay.
That's so flat from 10 to 23.
Right. So the next is engineering. It's actually a reduction year over year. It's 400,990 down from 402,799. It's minus 0.45%. And there's a decrease in our part-time salary line. We have individual working force doing various amounts of work, and reduce that salary rate down to what we need going forward. So there's a reduction there of approximately $14,000.
And this works for you staffing wise.
Fortunately at present.
Okay.
Yeah. Question?
You know what? I guess we're just doing staff. Well, actually, if you go back to the public works admin and the outside contractors, I know we haven't changed budget over budget for the outside contractors, but there's a pretty hefty increase over the last few years.
Okay. These are all based upon this is seed money for projects moving forward, for things that come forward to us through the year. And I put this line in back in fiscal 20.
Right.
Based upon the fact of the pressures that we were receiving. And that number at that point in time was low, and we're seeing pressure all the way through. So the line's was at 50,000 for the past 3 years, and I had pressure each time moving forward. That's why I bumped it by the $10,000 to 60.
Josh, where are we right now in that line?
Up to this point,
Yeah, or is, because I mean, only because the numbers right now are so low that I want to understand why we're going to get to that 60. Okay, that's all right.
Even with all these new projects we have, we can still get away with less part-time.
so right now it's 15 spent for 15 encumbered.
15 encumbered or 15 spent, or is it 30, 15 encumbered and 15 spent?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're at 30 already. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
So any questions on engineering? Or?
I'm good. Anybody else have any questions? I'm good.
All right, the next would be town buildings. I'm jumping around a little bit in your book, but the town buildings is at 1.483. It's up $55,000 or just under 4%. Last year, we have an increase in our salary line. There was a operational change whereby we took Butch and gave Rec Rich, sorry, and there's a change therein of the difference in salaries, and then we have just an increase in our outside contractor line, our service contracts. Some of that is because we're in the next year of our contract, so we'll be looking at as part of a 3-year contract or a 5-year contract. We're looking at the bumps that are coming forward on both of those. That's both our service contractors and then our preventive maintenance work. And excuse me, again, the majority of our work, we're under pressure every year for increased maintenance for each one of our buildings. So there is quite a lot of pressure on those 2 lines specifically throughout the budget year. That's why we're looking for a little bit of additional monies in those 2 lines.
Yeah, so I wasn't here obviously last year, so we almost, we added a significant amount into service contracts.
Some of that was because of the change in contract at that point in time for our cleaning services, and then for our outside contractors for our preventive maintenance contracts, things of that nature. And then just the fact that our buildings are getting older. So there's work there. We don't have everything that we do is pretty much contracted out. So we have to contract out for every aspect of every service. Having Butch now has been fantastic, but he's more on the carpentry side. He can do certain things, but a lot of the other things as far as mechanical and HVAC, that's all subcontracted out. So those are the problems that we're undertaking, that we're seeing. So there's pressure on those 2 lines. There's pressure every year for those 2 lines specifically. So while we spent up to the line, but we could have necessarily spent over the line each year.
So this is anybody we hire in to maintain the building, paint it, HVAC, electrical, all that jazz, right?
Yeah. Some of the painting goes into our capital side, but if we did something else like that, it's a majority of electrical, HVAC, plumbing. Those are our 3. And we haven't hit the threshold whereby it would behoove us to have somebody.
So you haven't gotten there, because that was going to be my next question, because this is a significant.
We haven't gotten to that point where we say, okay, we're at $150,000. It'd be good to have of electrical.
Yeah.
Let's just hire an electrician. Say, we're not at that level, right? We're at a level where we're not getting to one man. We are looking at the possibility of hiring someone with either an electrical background or an HVAC, since they can do other things, and then see if we can't bridge that gap. There are other municipalities that have done exactly that. I looked at their their job descriptions and what they were asking and offering. And that's something that we're looking at as a possibility to hire in and then be able to take care of some of this pressure from some of this work.
Yeah,
It's
the
still
Board of
some-
Ed did that a few years ago. to
Yeah,
save
Cheryl
money.
and I met with the Board of Ed
Yeah,
several years ago, a year or two ago.
Yeah.
And they just couldn't offer the time. Like we were trying to share a partner, but they couldn't offer up
right, yeah.
much time for the individual to
Right.
come to us. So it really didn't come into, it wasn't in the best interest.
I wasn't
of
looking
our-
at it as a sharing option.
No.
I was looking at it as is it more, I mean, with the path in costs, you know, we should really keep, and it sounds like you are, so.
Right, yeah, we did look, we did go to the BOE too, but it wasn't gonna work for a sharing basis at that
Yeah.
point. But we are still, these are the two lines that on the building side that we focus on predominantly, and then to look within to see exactly if there's a savings, if there would be a savings by hiring. You know, when we started this department, at that point in time, it wasn't, and now we're getting to the point where it might.
Tiger, is there a kind of there's the cost thing, but there's also the timing thing. Like if you have one person doing something, or if you contract it out, you might get a group of folks to come in and do the work. I mean, it's got to be part of it too.
You get two HVAC guys.
Right.
Sometimes it matters. One for safety or two just for
Mhm.
the type of work that's being performed. Right. So having one individual might not necessarily work. Like even now, with Butch and Rich, we have them work together sometimes for certain work.
Sure.
Because it's necessary. You know, you have to hold the other end. You know, if there's something if you're trying to install something, you have somebody holding the other end, right? Yeah. So, but yeah, that's the reason why. As also one might not necessarily work because every single time we get people to come in, it's usually a pair, right? And the pair works faster than the single.
So years and years ago, and we did the facility dues, which still kills me to use that word. Mm-hmm. Where are you in terms of, I'm not sure if we still use them, knowing kind of, you know, what's going to be needed to be done with all of these systems as we go out?
We're still using facility dues.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's helpful? It works?
It's very helpful.
Okay,
yeah.
That's good to know.
So we can keep track of every building. And Anna's been very instrumental.
That's great.
Anna Kolakowski. So work order goes out, the invoice comes back in, the invoice and the work order get processed and gets installed inside the software so that we know exactly how much that building is costing us on that aspect.
Okay, so we maintain software with the facilities.
Yes,
okay,
right.
Well, I'm glad that's worked. That's
right.
good.
And that has the capital aspect going forward, which is actually how Bill draws his capital needs. That's where he draws his capital budget from, is the capital forecasting that's inside facility due.
That's great.
That. So it's not just walking around. We have, 66 structures, and buildings. You want to say 57 buildings? We had 66. We acquired 2 more buildings now. So
yes, we did.
So in those thoughts, it's not just him walking around every single building. It's actually the facility doing it for
good.
us.
That's good. Yeah.
Any other questions on town buildings?
59 minutes.
No, I'm working, Steve. The highway department budget at $3.835 million. It's up 84,000 or 2.24% from last year. The majority of the 84,000 is in the overtime line we used to have a railroad offset, whereby some of our work, since we take care of the railroad property, Parks has the exact same thing, whereby some of that money was offset by the railroad fund. Railroad fund doesn't have enough monies to be able to do that now. So we're actually having to fund it in-house, meaning that, the town funds have to take care of that because through COVID, the railroad fund was depleted since we weren't charging for new permits. We weren't doing things of that nature, which at the time was a good gesture, but it had a ramification. And this ramification is the fact that we don't get this offset. So we need that difference in our overtime because the way our overtime line trends, it's taking into account that amount of money. We need to have that money, or we'll run dry somewhere in January, February of the year.
Mm-hmm. Will we get that back in the future?
We're hoping, to build that fund back up again and begin to do that again. But that'll be with new permits, and then we don't have an overall a large draw on the account for an annual basis as far as maintenance goes. So yes, you should be able to see that increase.
We could look at there's some ARPA money left over, and, the thought was to put it back into the general fund, but maybe we look at, I don't know we'd have to look at the restrictions on that money, but it was COVID related, money that, we were hurt that way. So, we can
What's
look
the
at
ARPA
it.
balance?
It's like 700.
Yeah.
7.3.
It's 7. What did we
Well,
not spend? Because we
The
had
300 on the flexi pave
Yeah.
over at
Okay.
Mead Park.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of moving it into the general fund
Yeah.
because then you can use it. It's legit because it's reimbursing ourselves, and then you can use it where appropriate.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a philosophy to use it toward this type of COVID related things too, we can continue that,
But even without the philosophy,
Right.
we had a loss, and we could have taken, I think it was like 2 or 3 million directly
Yeah,
in.
that's true.
So I think that is the cleanest way to do it. It gives the most flexibility in the budget. So
Any other questions on highway?
keep it started.
Got a long way to go, Amy.
It's helpful.
So the next is the transfer station. It's at 1.91 million of $146,000 or 8.3%. The majority of this is an increase in our garbage hauling contract. We went out this year for a new contract, 2.5-year contract. You approved that just a little while ago. And as you can see, we went from a 94.50 paying to 111. Our surrounding towns are paying actually higher. We looked, Greenwich is paying, I think, 116 at present. And other towns are paying a little bit higher. So we're doing well on that number. It's just that we were paying very low amount through that contract. And now we're seeing the difference. We're seeing the adjustment. And then we're also looking at our recycling and our bulky waste will be going out to bid this year. So we've added some monies in there with the thought that we're going to have a change there as well, as far as an increase. The only I can segue into fees. So on the bulky
That's a
waste
pass through, right? I mean, that's a pass through. It goes up
Right,
8%, but we
right.
have more revenues coming in.
Right. So I sent the memo to Josh yesterday, a feed memo yesterday, and for us, the only change, you made a couple of changes, about a month ago, when we brought it to the new software. But this would be, now that we have this new contract, we know exactly where this number is. Come July 1, we would like to increase our MSW tipping fee to $115 a ton. We're paying 111 out the door.
Yep.
I'd like to have them charge 115 coming in. You could certainly just break even at 111 if you wanted to, since it is a large change. Right now we're at 100 going to 115.
Mhm.
So that is a big change for the resident, because that's going to be a pass-through cost from the hauler to the resident, if you will, right? Each resident will see that. So, but we were in essence just trying to make up that gap. So yeah, the majority of what hits our floor from a hauler, or everything that hits our floor from a hauler, is almost we break even on. We've always tried to stay a little bit ahead of it and gain a little bit of money to cover overhead.
Yep.
But that's up to the board to decide if you want to make the full jump that we're having to do right now from 100 to 111, or you just want to say, okay, 115, or you want to say, okay, let's just break even at that point in time. But that could be
Historically, did we just break even, or did we historically?
We've been a little bit higher.
Okay.
To be honest with you, but we've never been in this. We've always been in a situation where it's $94 going to 95, right?
Yeah.
Not 111 going to 115.
Yeah, that's
to be quite honest with you, right? And then we've never had these large jumps. It's been the past 10 years.
Right.
We had a 5-year contract,
tax on
contract. There were very small increments. This is a very large jump.
Yep.
So that's why I'm couching it by saying, if if you want to take a loss, you go to 110. You want to break even, you go to 111.
We don't want to take a loss, but
yeah. I think you would say no, but
yeah. But I appreciate the, do we really want to put another sort of tax on our residents for hauling? Right. And I don't know that I want to do that either.
111,
as we see sort of what's happening with the inflation and everything else. So.
Yeah, or it's just a pass through of the real cost of trash, and maybe people might try to reduce their trash.
Well, that's a good segue to, do we track the tonnage? And as these costs have increased, are we as a town increasing our tonnage, or is it just?
We've been relatively flat. We had a spike through COVID, right. Obviously, since a lot more people were home, home delivery and things of that nature. And then we seem to start to level back out again. But post-COVID, pre-COVID, post-COVID, our numbers are pretty close now. Again, we trend just under 7,000 tons for garbage, for solid waste. It's about a ton and a half per household at that point in time. That's how we try to track it for the people who just have stickers. We're not proposing a sticker change at present. That's still 45.75. 45 if you have a hauler, 75 if you don't. We could look at that. Other towns are much higher. Other towns are lower. But we are, our feeling is, if we stated, the memo's written at 115, but my feeling is to break even at 111 is just a pass-through cost. And then if we want to look, it'll be 3 years. We'll be 111 for the next 2.5 years, right? So that's a pretty nice respite for everyone. And then if it changes again, we can look to make a change at that point. But that could be discussion for another time.
Okay.
Any other questions on transfer station?
Yeah, keep getting people to go to the swap shop. Just keep moving it around.
Right. Swap shop's doing very well. They opened up another day.
Yeah.
So that's working out very, very well. And they've been they've been good to work with. Let's put it that way. We don't have a lot of, we haven't had disputes. We haven't had other, with other municipalities have disputes and arguments and things like that. We haven't had that. We've been pretty good. And given the fact that they are right next to our salt dome, that makes that's a problem. That can be a problem, but we worked out where, Fridays they're going to close early because Friday afternoon we load trucks every Friday afternoon just in case for the weekend. So instead of stopping at 1 o'clock, we're going to have them stop at 12 o'clock. Our guys start loading at 12:30, and there won't be any problem or concern with people walking around in the area while we've got heavy machinery operating right next door. We don't want to have that. So they've been very accommodating and said it's been very well received.
Yeah, for another.
Yeah.
Oh, people love it.
Right.
People love it. It's great. This may be a little out of time, but I know other towns have been doing, I know there's some investigation about it, about doing a can recycle, a can, because it's going to 10 cents a can.
Right.
And then like other towns, because Weston, the athletics run it and they bring in $10,000-15,000 a year to support it. I know, is that?
We discussed that with Planet New Canaan just the other day, as a matter of fact, and we're going to put in a couple of toters at this swap shop. There's a company that will come in. There are two different companies. Right. One a little bit harder to work with as far as what they need logistically, and then this one is they give you the bags, and once you get 10 bags full, they'll come and pick them up, and then they will take them to the redemption center, and they give you a percentage thereof. So now that it's gone to 10 cents, absolutely. So we'll have a couple of toters at the swap shop. Anyone can bring their cans and bottles.
Oh, that's great. That's a good way to start it.
Drop it in, and then when we get to 10 bags, this company comes in and takes it, and then at that point in time, the benefits will come forward. We are trying to look at seeing whether or not we can sponsor a youth group or an athletic group, things of that nature. But at present, we're just looking at trying to give another avenue to people so that it just doesn't wind up in recycling.
Exactly.
Because when it winds up in recycling, it actually stays in the state's coffers, right? So, because the state winds up, since they collect everything, if it doesn't get redeemed, they don't have to give the money back out again. So the redemption should, if it can come to the town's coffers, that'd be better.
It'd be great.
So we are. So you'll see a couple of toters there, and then you'll see some, a little bit on the social media as far as this, what we're looking to do. And right now the footprint will be quite small. We were looking at taking an aspect of the animal control facility away from them, a little bit of their fenced area to bring in this larger bin from this other company, but we can do this with smaller toters. I think it would be just as effective.
Yeah, good way to start.
Right.
So great.
All right. All right. Parks maintenance, John covered before. So I'll get to the Nature Center. The Nature Center is down 2.16%. Everything for the Nature Center is utility related. So we tried to stay with, speaking with Josh, we tried to stay with what our trend was as far as our usage or our expenditures. So we were able to make a slight adjustment of just about $1,800 for the negative for the Nature Center itself.
Is that because of the solar?
No, just an overall, just a look. I don't think that it's hard to see whether or not what we're getting with the solar. A lot goes into that factor as to how much it's being utilized. And it's only on one facility.
Right.
We are the landlord, so these are our responsibility overall. Anything on the nature center? Town utilities. Just to give you an idea, we have 427 overhead lights. We have 318 hydrants in town, and we have just over 2.7 million inch feet of water main that's in town that we have to then pay back to Aquarium for Eversource Electric. So there's a excuse me. So every year, forward with what they feel that they're going to ask Pura for as far as their request is. And then it's always kind of dialed down from there. And typically it's around a 3 to 5% increase per year is what Pura allows the utility. So it's a 5% increase for the streetlights and a 3% increase for the hydrants themselves. And as more main comes online, the line is usually upsized, and there's usually a larger charge for it. But we pay, not that you really need to know, but well, you do need to know, but overall, we pay a small fee for each one. So we pay about $265 each for a hydrant, and we pay 0.0975 cents per inch for the main. So that's calculated over, but then again, their infrastructure is in our ground, and then they pay taxes back to us. So it's an interesting thing. We pay a fee to them, they pay a tax back to us, property tax. So I don't know if you have any questions on the town utility as well. Out of here is also our we pay for our own sewer. So for our sewer fee back to the plant, we pay as well. So there's a small increase there for our town buildings for use of our sewer. For our sewer system.
A big picture question.
Sure.
Water mains. I mean, we've had recently, sort of the last few years, we've had some breaks along the way. Is there any? Are they out there doing preventative stuff to try to get to a point where we're not experiencing that? Because when one of those things goes in the middle of town.
Yeah, so that's a great question. So yeah, so this entire stretch that they did from Locust down, that took us a year or more to do. That was specifically because they were seeing so many water main breaks in that area. That was a stovepipe design, which is a thin metal over concrete, and it's not. It was done back when we didn't have a lot of materials back during the war years, right? So that was what was being used. Very, very brittle, very, very difficult to work with, very, very difficult to repair. And you could repair it, and it would break right next to it, I think. So they spent a couple of $1 million through here to take care of that. Mainly just to get rid of the headache of the breaks and the water damage that they were causing to some of the businesses that were associated with it. But they are very proactive as far as their maintenance goes. George Logan gave a presentation to the Utilities Commission, a nice one, as far as how much infrastructure they have and how much money they're spending on their infrastructure. And my feeling is that if they have money to spend, I'd like them to spend it here and upgrade our service so it upgrades our fire flow, which is better for our fire department and for pressures in our line. Pressures in your line is better pressure at your house, right? So better for you as well. And then to your point as well, less water main breaks. Some of them are going to break just regardless of the conditions that we have outside. So we had a water main break at Saks yesterday, day before. And that mainly was because of just freeze thaw cycle, right? So you get a freeze thaw cycle, get a little bit of a heave, changes a little bit of the pipe, and it's over at that point in time. But they've been very proactive and very, very easy to work with. And then when we size up our plans, so they have plans for certain areas, I have plans for paving in certain areas, we try to line those up together, and then they pay for 50% of the milling and paving costs. They don't pay for the additional police and flagger and stuff like that, but 50% of the mill, 50% of the pave, they pay for. We don't charge them a road opening permit, but it winds up being that the monies that they're paying for is actually larger usually than what the road opening permit would be. And then we get a brand new road out of it, and it's usually in line with when we want to be there. They're coming to when we want to be there. We've moved a year here or there, but for the most part, of the year, okay, we'll take care of the main, right before we're coming in to pay. So they've been very good in that regard. Yeah. The next one is tree service. It's flat. Last year we had a bump in the tree service budget. The only addition that we have is that we did add $25,000 for new tree placements, but that's in the capital side. And I put it under admin and engineering just so we didn't have an additional tree service capital line. But the thought was that we spent $500,000 a year on removals. If we spent 5% on installations, it's a nice trade-off, so to speak, between the two.
So Tiger, so if we stay flat, it's the cost of taking out trees staying flat, or
No, it's
we're
not.
falling
It's
behind?
going up, but yeah,
I know we have like so many dead trees now because of the ash and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And we did put some ARPA money towards trees, right?
that's you put $200,000 towards tree replacement, 100 in the parks, 100
Right.
in the roads. That's the road is probably going to go predominantly be used on South Avenue for the Lee project on South Avenue, and then one in the parks. A lot of it will go to Waveney, and then we'll try to go to Mead, Irwin, and others, Kiwanis, and others where necessary. So we did put 200 grand in there. You are right. The numbers, the cost will go up, but it was such a large bump for Bob in 1 year that I wanted to see exactly how we would play.
Okay.
In this past year, we didn't have pressure. What we had was every year we were stopping at 11 bids or having to then say, okay, I can't bid. I got to wait till July 1 to bid because I don't have enough money. I wanted to relieve that pressure because if he's has to take a tree down, I wanted to be able to take that tree down. So I want to see exactly where we are. And last year, we didn't have that last big pressure. We had enough money to get to that line, to get to the end of the line. So I said, well, if we didn't hit the end of the line, I'm not going to ask for more money because we didn't hit the end of the line. So let's see if we hit, like if we start running up against it again, then yeah. The ashes, we've been doing a very good job on ashes. And so we had a very big spikes a couple of years ago as far as removals. And now while they are our predominant removal, their numbers are declining as far as the number of removals that we're having of ashes. Others are increasing, which is a concern. Yep. John just went to a talk the other day on oak wilt disease. Yes, oak wilt. So that's a concern as well. So we have other things that are other species that are under stress right now. So beeches, things of that nature. Right. So we'll see. And we've been tracking for the past 5 years. I tracked every removal and the type of removal to see exactly what we're seeing out there.
Right. And in terms of the 100,000 that we're hoping to use in South Avenue, that has to do with the size. We're waiting to figure out if we put a bigger tree in than that.
Yes.
Silly.
So the state has a new requirement that you can only
crazy.
put in anything that won't get larger than a 3-inch caliper, and that's a statewide requirement now. So we're waiting. We're going to go back and argue
fight that.
And I want to get our brother and sister municipalities involved as well, because I don't think that they're aware of this new
crazy rule,
so to speak, that we've got trees that are 30 inches in diameter and they're beautiful, and now you want to take all those down. That's the other thing, is that anytime we're doing work in the right of way, any town project, they were looking for us to remove these large trees just because, not necessarily if they're not even if they're in the wet, just because they're in the right of way and they don't want a large tree in the right of way. So this will be a push and pull going forward with the state for a little bit. We might need help with our legislators, I would imagine.
It's crazy.
So you would go from a 30-inch diameter to it has to max out at 3 inches. So that's like a baby tree.
Well,
that's like a little tiny, I don't even know.
And it's like, it's against what you want to do for your tree coverage to bring down the heat dome, right? I mean, it's especially with climate change, it's crazy. So do we have to spend that money by, is 2025 the ARPA money? Or is it 2020?
Committed by December 24, spent by December 25.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time. Okay.
Yeah, we're hoping that it's this year. We missed last year's window because of this discussion with.
Yeah, we don't want to do it till we put through
that it'll come to fruition and we'll be planting in April.
Okay.
But that is a sticking point.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah.
So
crazy.
Next one is the wastewater plant. So wastewater plant itself is functioning quite well. It's up 3%, 3.18% to 1.559 million. There's slight change in our salary lines, and then we're looking at our increase in our pipe cleaning and our outside sludge hauling contracts. Those are it's a contract that's coming due that we're in for the next year. So next year has an increase associated with it.
It's on page 27.
Thank you.
Yeah, so
Mhm.
it's a different
No,
bill.
we're not. And this is basically self-supporting, right?
Yes, through the
Because
sewer.
you if
That's
you're
correct.
lucky
We,
enough to have sewer, you pay for it. Yeah.
Some of the we will be we have some large capital expenses coming forward, so we're looking at having those be bonded. And then the discussion will be whether it's a town bond or a sewer fund bond, whether it'll be funded out of the sewer fund or be funded out of the town side. When we did the plant, it was funded out of the town because they felt that it was an overall benefit to the town, you know, to have a plant and then have a functioning plant. So it was that at that point in time, it was funded from the town side, not from the sewer tax. At that point in time, we were under a sewer tax.
Yeah, the mill tax.
It wasn't a part of the tax itself. But that'll be a discussion for the WPCA Board of Finance to decide at that point how they want to fund it. You know, which pocket in the same pair of pants, so to speak. So, any questions on sewer? All right. So capital, excuse me, capital. Our capital year over year, there's a $10 million change, but there's some large drivers associated with that. And we can walk you through each one. So if we get to the administration.
Thank you.
Sorry, Josh. Thank you. I gotta start putting the page numbers back down again. So on the administration and engineering side, we're at $7.75 million. The major change at present is the fact that for 20 years, we've been at $2.5 million for our pavement management program. This year, we're looking at having to go to $3 million. The overall reason is the fact that I did out an analysis across the board as far as how much it was going to cost us for the next 5 years. So I labeled out, I have a plan for the next 20 years, but for the next 5 years, I actually used our numbers at present from our last bids to then estimate out where we would be for the next 5 years based upon what needs to be done. And we're averaging, the total is $16.7 million, average of 3.3. So I'm asking to jump to the $3 million mark and then see exactly how the bids come in and the pressures going forward and see whether or not that would have to next year go to 3.5 or what have you. But it's a little lumpy throughout. So 24 is 3.9. That's my main concern is next year I'm at 3.9. I'm worried that won't be able to do everything that we need to do. But then the following year drops to 2.4, then it goes to 4.2 down to 1.9 and 4.2. So overall it'll settle itself out. Since the capital money's carried, but it's more a question. That's why I looked at the average. So at 3.3, I think that if we have the monies that we have left over right now and the $3 million allotment, we can then take care of what we need to do next year for our road network. Overall.
So up $500,000, right?
Up $500,000.
Up
$500,000. But we have been flat for 20 years. So overall, if we had stayed with inflation at a 2% year over year cost, we would have received another $16 million, you know, in it. We received $56 million over the past 20 years, 21 years, or actually 22, including this year. But it would have been 72 if I had gone with inflation. We were able to add some additional. Mo was excellent in reviewing different types of techniques, and then visiting. We went and visited other municipalities, talked to vendors, talked to contractors, talked to other, you know, people in our positions, and then go out and physically see work, and then come back 2 years later and see the work again to see how it's doing. And then we were able to add arrows to our quiver as far as what types of techniques we could have. So hot in place asphalt recycling, microthin overlay, cape seals, fog seals, things of that nature, which then allowing us to keep our PCI at a high rate, at a high level. So you can see here now that our PCI is leveled out at just around 90. So, and that's pretty much where we're going to stay, which is a fantastic number. And if you look at the fact that we're trying to keep every road between 80 and 100, 90 is the average, right? So when it
So you've stayed flat in terms of your pavement, and has that reduced the amount you're able to pay, or you're saying, and it hasn't, and I remember you said it also depends on what the composition of the asphalt is, and like older asphalt had more oil in it, hung out better. I mean,
right.
So
we were able to then tweak based upon what our conditions were in the field, right?
Yeah.
And then what we needed to do for roads that we had to do, and then different techniques because you have different pricing, right?
Right.
And then but then you almost get the same outcome from the same thing, right? Depending upon where your condition index is and what is required, whether it just needs a riding course with an overlay over it, or it actually needs to be taken out and a whole new old mill and pave or reclaim and pave. We're trying to stay away from the reclaim and pave because it's very, very expensive. So if we continue to work at every single road,
with your
stay current with them, then we never drop down into that level where we've got to take the road out of service, take it completely out, repave it, and that's very expensive.
Right.
3 times the cost of a mill and pave. Right. So we took care of a lot of the roads in the beginning that were shot, meaning done, that we took care of that. And then we were able to bring those up into the mix, then we were able to keep everybody at a higher level. That's really the goal, is to keep everyone at a high level, by touching them often, so to speak, right? Once every 5 years we touch them, and then we're able to then stay at that level.
Right.
The only glitch we had was the past couple of years was Eversource, right? If I had taken Eversource out of the mix, we would have probably been, a year earlier, but and everyone would have had a better riding surface because they hit everything that we had just paved. They hit, so that was the problem. So they came into downtown and we had just finished the downtown area.
Okay.
Because of traffic, right? So traffic volumes, and the majority of people are driving in the downtown area. You take care of that, and then rider value goes up. Everyone's feelings go up, but then they came in and annihilated it.
Yeah, but so it's interesting that you stayed flat in the pavement in this 20-year period with inflation, changing stuff.
And I think the Board of Finance and Council asked over the years, as we go year over year over year, and keeping the number the same, there's only so much pavement, so you can only pave so far. So it seemed like in the beginning we had a huge list of roads, and then it kind of came down a little bit as we didn't have as much money. The money wasn't going as far, I guess.
Right. Then we started reviewing different techniques to then extend that value, right? Extend that usage, and then that's where we come down to the microthin overlay. Even a hot in place asphalt recycling saves about 30% on the dime. You're reusing your existing asphalt. Right, it can only be used in certain areas because of a high tree canopy. Can't be used there because we wind up dehydrating all the leaves, and it turns all the leaves brown. You think that you're killing all the trees. It doesn't work in a high canopy environment. There are other areas that we could use it, and we've used it everywhere we possibly could. Yeah. Nice long straightaways, open canopy, things of that nature. That's a very, very good technique, and we utilize that technique. And you're using your same material, so there's an environmental aspect to it, rejuvenating that asphalt and putting it back. So there's a lot to be said about the hauling and laying, right? There's no driving back and forth. It's just basically the equipment driving down the road. And so you wind up saving approximately 30% overall by doing that technique. And you get the same amount of longevity out of it that you would on a mill and pave.
Well, the way that we've done this over the past, since you put this in place, Tiger, I mean, our roads have been phenomenal. I mean, you go to other towns, they're not even close to what our roads are. And I know there's been complaints about downtown, but that's not our issue.
Right.
Anything that we've been in charge of, it's really been great. So
right, we have one road left, that's Pine Street. That'll be done next year. It's under design right now. So Maria and I met with the designer. That's because we're redoing the entire streetscape, so to speak. So we ran a curb, we brick sidewalk, the whole bit. So from the entire right of way will be redone, and it's very busy. It's, you can walk down, it's driveways everywhere. So it's a very, it's going to be a very difficult project, but that's our last road. And then we'll have touched every single road in the time frame that we needed to, and
just in time to do it again.
Well, some of them have been done twice because at 10 years they get a microfin overlay, right? So some roads have already been done twice in the time frame that Pine Street hasn't been touched. So
Yeah, we go back to that survey that we did years ago. Was Board of Ed was number 1, and number 2 was roads. I mean that
It was
the,
bad.
Yeah,
It was bad.
BOCD this year was the same thing,
Yeah.
1 and 2 again.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's I think it's worked out really well. I listened to a webinar the other day, and there was a municipality out west that was congratulating themselves on a PCI of 76, and it's like we're at a 90. I was like, you're
What does
congratulating.
that acronym stand for again? Pavement conditioners. Thank you. Okay.
So
It's like the military. You got to get that.
overall, we're a little bit higher than our peers.
Yeah.
Greenwich is at about an 86,
Mhm.
and everyone else falls down from there. So.
Yeah.
Tiger, what's the status of the crosswalks in town, the brick crosswalks that was it Eversource that paved over the brick
So
crosswalk?
Elm Street will be repaved next year. Once Eversource is out of the way. They've got a little bit, they were there yesterday, day before, so they've got a little bit of work left to do in the downtown area. I was hoping they were gonna be done they were supposed to be done so we could get it done in August. It didn't happen. So they've got some work that they've got to finish. The moment that they finish, we'll come in the summertime. And then we're looking to put those brick crosswalks back in, similar to the technique. There's a new technique that the library just used there's a crosswalk from Center School across. That technique is what we were looking to utilize. What we had back when we did it, the state of the art, and the best method was a colorized asphalt throughout, right? So you basically took the asphalt out, they put brand new asphalt in and colorized the entire thing, hand poured it out, stamped it in place. Very, very costly, very labor intensive. This next technique gives you the exact same product, given the fact that it's 20 years later, right? So techniques have gotten better from when we did it originally, and for a fraction of that cost. So we're looking at, and our thought is to then be able to tie in the entire downtown area, meaning that not just the crosswalks on Elm Street, but the crosswalks at Park Street to tie in to go across Park. So you go up Elm and then across Main Street, so you tie into Main Street. So everywhere we have a brick sidewalk, we have a brick crosswalk. And the state now is allowing this technique that the library used to be utilized on their right of way, because Main Street's their right of way, right? So that's why we were constrained where we were. It was just Elm Street. Now we're looking to try to just basically tie in. If you walk on a brick sidewalk, you walk across a brick crosswalk, and it kind of will be a nice add to the downtown.
Oh,
yeah. So that's our goal for this summer is for that. So the remaining portion of the capital, we have $250,000 in for ADA improvements townwide, where we received preliminary review from the DOJ. We have to then vet that in-house with our town attorney, and then come forward with whether or not we agree to their constraints and their findings.
Didn't we put $500,000 in last year for general ADA?
That's correct, right?
And how is that going into? We're halfway through the year.
I haven't utilized much at present, but I have a bunch of projects that are in play, and we've been waiting for this paperwork from the DOJ to then enact it. The DOJ was saying that what we were proposing was a good proposition and was going to satisfy their concerns, then we would go forward. But I didn't want to go forward with the project without them saying this is a good remedy.
So we're getting ahead of ourselves, putting another 250 in?
No, I don't think so. I think we're going to be right on it, because this is not just this summer, this year. It goes for, it's 18 months from now.
Okay.
So I'm looking at this money being in the spring of 25, I believe where it's at, spending the money that I had now for 24. The only large change in here is we have a bridge. Last year you gave us money for engineering to go out and review all of our culverts that were undersized, under 20 feet, that the state doesn't necessarily review. And we gave them 4 separate areas to go look at. And one of the areas we found that we have one culvert on Lakeview Avenue, which is between Summer Street and Millport, that needs to be replaced. And it needs to be replaced now.
We put all the money in for it, but we get a bunch back on these?
This one here, we're looking at to see whether or not we get any money back. Predominantly for the bridges that we've been doing, has been an 80-20 split. meaning so 80%, 20%, 80% state coming from the feds and 20% from the town. We had some that were 80, 10, 10, 80 from the fed, 10 from the state, 10 from the town.
So it's reasonable we get a chunk of this.
This one here is a smaller culvert, so we might be on the 50-50 split. We have to, our consultant is looking at what grant opportunities there are for structures of this type.
But we definitely get some of this.
I can't say definitely. So I'm gonna, right now we're looking at it's completely town funded, operation. I can't say that I'm definitely gonna get money back. But,
And we have to do this. It's a big number.
Yes, we have to do it. I have a memo from an engineer telling me that I have to take care of this bridge. It's not a question.
But we would get some money.
I don't know. I can't say definitively.
It's not a pretty bridge. It's a culvert.
It's a culvert. You could,
You wouldn't even know it's there. Yeah.
It's like a whole,
I'm just trying. Okay.
trust me.
I stopped on it and said, here it is.
Notice it. It's just.
You gotta look down and say, oh, there it is. I'm like, yeah, you don't even.
It's a nice word for pipe.
I know, exactly.
It's a very large, it's a rectangular box inside, all made out of stone. So it's quite old and it served us very well, but it needs to be replaced.
We got lots of buses going across there. It's a very busy intersection. We do not want that, breaking down.
That's a big number.
Okay.
It's a big number. Yeah, I was shocked at the number. We actually went back to the engineer and asked and said, is there any other alternatives that we can have?
Making up that number?
Is there a repair? Excuse me?
No, not him.
So I asked if there was a repair that we could, so we could, I won't use the word limp along, but limp along. And what I got back was no.
Okay.
In no uncertain terms.
How long is that going to?
That'll be out of service for a season.
That feeds a lot of people. It's a very dense area of town.
We'll have to work around where it is. Thankfully, there are workarounds through that area. When Aquarian was there and Eversource was there, we closed that road often, and we were able to work around it. School was able to work around with their buses, so it's not the best alternative, but it needs to be completed.
I drive that way all the time, and it was not ideal, but it was.
Right.
But you
got to crack an egg to make some money.
Exactly.
That's
I it a bunch of times. I go, go down that way, and then you find
it's ever going to end.
And it does.
When does this end?
And it does.
I don't know. Do you want me to continue?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's 9:27. I guess.
Yeah.
So the other large items we have in here are parking lot improvements. We have 3 separate parking lots. We're looking at 3 areas. One is the pool parking lot that should be funded from the pool fund itself. The railroad, the main lot of the railroad itself. We're hoping that there'll be funds in the railroad fund for that. And then we're looking at doing the upper end of, the lumberyard lot. So the upper bay, right, several years ago, we did the lower half, the upper half, we have people that are walking in and out of that every day, members of the Board of Ed that are walking in and out every day, and it's that project needs to be replaced.
So of the 3 lots, is the only one coming out of town coffers, the lumber here?
That's correct.
So the 750 is for the lumberyard.
No, it's 300. It's 300, 250. 250 for the railroad lot, 300 for the Banco pool lot, and 300 for the lumberyard lot.
Right, but the Banco pool will be paid for out of the pool fund.
That's correct.
And
the railroad lot, we're hoping will be paid for out of the railroad lot.
I was going to say, didn't we just talk about the railroad fund not having any?
We've been looking at.
We just talked about this.
We've been looking at bonding that, but then having the bond proceeds being paid for out of the railroad fund.
Okay.
So in essence, that it'll be paid that not the bond proceeds, the principal and interest be paid for out of the railroad fund. And been looking into that idea. So if we can do that, then yeah, we wouldn't necessarily. Town funds would be just the one lot itself.
What's the deal with Locust lot?
Locust lot, I've been directed to take care of Locust lot, so now I have positive direction. So you'll be
in the future.
I'll be coming forward with a contract to dig some test pits in that area, and then we'll at that point in time determine what we need to do. But I have money set aside right now, so I have approximately $800,000 set aside for Locust. in 2 separate year allotments, so I didn't pave anything because I had to build up enough money for Locust itself. So the thought is that we have several lots that are going to be in play together, right? So I can't take all 3 lots out at the same time, so we're going to have to figure on timing, and only be able to take one out at a time. So the railroad lot itself will have to probably come out in the summertime, and then the other ones will be on the shoulders of the summer, so to speak.
And in these designs, I'm hoping we are putting some treescape in to keep the heat dome down, and also.
So yeah,
I mean, if you look at Center Street Lock, it's very attractive, right? And I know you might compromise a little bit on parking, but I think it's for the visual of the town, for the environment of the town. I think it's really important. And I think we're supposed to, by ordinance, have trees in our lots.
We are supposed to by P&Z regulation,
Right.
yeah, but if the lot was constructed prior to the regulation, then it does not fall into it. Because if you
Yeah, but doesn't mean we can't.
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I think it's really important for the town.
Spaces.
What?
As long as we don't give up any space.
Well, yeah, but there's anyways, I think it's important.
I have 2 proposals on my desk that Deanna will get to sign for a landscape architect to look at the lumberyard lot and the locust lot separately to see whether or not we can increase the canopy. Might not be able to do it inside the lot. I might be able to do the exterior and then some portions inside the lot, to Steve's point, to try not to lose as much as parking as possible. So their scope and their direction was exactly that. I need to increase the amount of tree canopy I have, make it so that it's maintainable, and try to make it so that I don't lose too many spaces.
Yep.
So that's
And we're not limited to 3 inches, so we have some flexibility when we put in tree west.
We are.
Yep.
Exactly. And the thought is too, is that we do a lot more on the periphery, right, then that shade will cast as well. So if we do more on the periphery and less on the interior, we'll still be able to keep the square footage of coverage.
Yeah, that's
would be the same. And that's what I was looking at, was square footage of coverage, basically, instead of interior to the lot, square footage overall of the lot. How could we maximize that?
that would be great.
That's what we're looking
I think it's really important visually.
Thank you.
I think everybody 20 years from now, people will thank us for that. The towns, the trees are, it's beautiful, and it really helps with the heat. So.
Okay. And then the only other large item is I have $750,000 for sidewalk improvements. The main reason for that is I'm trying to combine 2 years into one, specifically to target the Behind the Y neighborhood. The Behind the Y neighborhood was slated at say 300 and 300, 3.25, 3.25. This is where we're seeing our numbers increase dramatically for sidewalks replacement. Sidewalks were say around $10 a square foot. Now they're at 15. So we're seeing a large bump over the past couple of years as far as how much it's costing. But I didn't want to split the baby and only do a portion of Behind the Y. I wanted to come in and do the entire neighborhood. So that way I didn't have to say, oh, well, we're just going to do Putnam right now, and then I'll get to Whipple Tree and Danvers and things of that nature. I wanted to come in and try to do the entire area. Once we go into an area, the residents understand that it's coming. They can work around it. I didn't want to be there twice. I didn't want to have it where you did them, you didn't do me. Where do I stop? So that's why it's actually a double billing. So it's a 2-year allotment back into one with some additional money for maintenance.
So we would anticipate next year that number much lower.
No, not necessarily, because I've got probably 15 miles of sidewalks still left to go.
Well, how about we're putting a lot of sidewalks, which are awesome. It's great, but you got to keep them up. Yeah. So do we have a number here for sidewalk fixing?
Well, sidewalk fixing is, some of that money in there is for repair, right? The majority of where we're at now is replacement. So the condition that it's in now, we're at a replacement level, not necessarily repair.
Okay.
So the other areas that we have are up and down East Avenue, very, area that we need to focus on, in and around Morse Court, opposite from the library. Those are areas that need to be looked at. And then the Behind the Y becomes basically the last neighborhood, to take care of. And then we've got some in and around the schools up and down Farm Road. So while we're doing monies on installation, the majority of work we're doing is on reconstruction of existing.
Those old sidewalks are made out of regular asphalt, and in terms of the PCI, they wouldn't even register. There's some of them are so bad.
Right.
But the new concrete sidewalks that put it those things. I mean, the amount of time those will last compared to the asphalt.
Pretty
long time. I mean, it's
right. To your point, exactly. That's one of the reasons excuse me, we're hoping to get more than a 20-year lifespan out of that concrete sidewalk. But Amy, to your point, the backlog of what we have, I necessarily can't reduce just because the backlog that I have is quite large, of existing sidewalks, not necessarily new sidewalks.
It's
By 4 minutes. I can come back because the whole BOE is sitting behind me.
Yeah. I mean, Board of Finance is going to say to you, can you prioritize these? Because it's a big jump year-over-year capital.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It
it's
is
the same wash, rinse, repeat. Can you prioritize these? Yeah.
Well, this is prioritized, to be honest with you. This is exactly where we were. I just trying to say, and tell you this is why the number is where it's at. We can certainly, drop the sidewalk number down and do it in-house, and it's okay, well, I can only do half.
Yeah.
Because I could only do a portion of
it. But there's a good chance that some of this, we have some money, we can't promise that will offset some of this, right? So
well, we are actively pursuing grants for sidewalk at Lakeview Avenue, right? That's one. We're actively pursuing grants for other sidewalk work. And then we are pursuing a grant for the Lakeview Avenue culvert, and I'll talk to the consultant.
Yeah, the culvert and also the pavement. I mean, there are some funds from, different accounts for your
well, that's
not the pavement, parking lot. Yeah. So there are some offsets on
this. So while this doesn't give you your sheet.
The net.
It shows the breakout of other, so to speak, but that gives you that idea. Yeah.
So Tiger, why don't we break here with you? Let the Board of Ed go. We have some time. It says discussion. We could bring him back for the
30th.
At 11 or 11.
Well, you're gonna vote. No, we'll have to bring him back and do it early as part of the, you talking today?
No, yeah, today.
I'm sorry, today.
Yeah, today. We have this 11.
General government in there because we missed general government.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So maybe after OEM, could he come back after OEM?
Are you ready?
If Steve and Amy are.
No.
What's your hard stop, Steve and Amy?
I'm good.
We need to take our time through this part of it too. So
I agree. I just,
Can you do that?
we don't want to.
I can come afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. Somebody can.
Somebody
can text you when we're getting through OEM.
Yeah.
Tucker will text you when we're getting through OEM.
Yep.
We can reschedule.
This one's made. Well, John will handle it. It's a playground meeting for the evening.
Oh.
Hey.
You're gonna really make friends and
Hey,
influence
hey.
people that way, aren't you?
Monday, we could.
Tiger, you can do that?
Monday, we had to.
I'll text you.
I'll be down here. I'll just walk. You tell me when to walk up, I'll walk up.
I'm thinking around noon.
We're gonna, while they're setting up, we're gonna take a quick 5 minute.
Board of Ed is up.
Oh my gosh.
Do you want to stop sharing? Here, I'll just. That's right. We did it.
Oh,
Show me off.
awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And Brian, you're gonna log in and share your screen. Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll make. Yeah, exactly.
Let's.
All right.
You do?
I've learned that the
Exactly.
hard way, so I've pressed it right.
And Bob, you want to start? Oh, you are recording. We're good. No. Haven't edited it. Okay.
Right. Thank you, Board of Ed, for.
Oh, can you make Dr. Lexi co-host?
He is.
It's a host disabled participant screen sharing.
Brian is on there. Did not go off. You're back on.
Morning.
Morning.
It's good to see you guys. It's been a while since we've partied together during the election. So anyway, thank you for the opportunity to sit before you guys and present the Board of Education's 2024-2025 budget. As you know, we have an incredible school system that we're very proud of. It's much like the dreams of our town, it's a crown jewel, and much like the rest of our town, we feel it's a pretty well-oiled machine. And that's really because of our incredible administrative staff and teachers. And we want to work really hard to continue the excellence that we've been able to deliver to our students. World-class education, obviously best in state, just continues to get better and better. While we'd love, like anybody else, to be able to present a budget that is completely flat, the reality is things just get more expensive. As you'll see today, a lot of that is largely, frankly, out of our control due to healthcare costs, as well as just contractual obligations. That said, I think that our administration has done an incredible job of mitigating those costs and those increases while being able to maintain the world-class education and actually add to the increasing needs of our students to things like special needs and literacy. So not going to say much more than that, other than thank you for the opportunity. And turn it over to a fearless leader, Dr. Lutzy.
Thank you, Hugo. Good morning.
Morning.
It's great to see all of us. We were just chatting a little bit. I'm used to seeing Steve at the town council meetings, Dion at the Board of Education meetings, and Amy at the Board of Finance meetings. I think this, without a doubt, is the most knowledgeable, experienced board I've ever presented to. So very much looking forward to talking about our schools, talking about the return on investment we've been enjoying this last year and years past, and then talking a bit about the resource plan that we've put together. There we go. As you know, and I want to say thank you to our Board of Education members who are here with us this morning. We have an outstanding Board of Education that builds on a tradition of excellence for the Board of Ed that has spanned through the years. And our Board of Education, Hugo, Alex is our chair, is elected in November. Of course, Erica Schwedel, who's here, is our vice chair, and Matt Campbell, who's here, is our secretary. I also want to thank Lara Kelly for being here with us this morning. And I'm sure that if they're not here, they wish they were, or dial in and call in. It really speaks to the commitment of our Board of Education and their desire to continue to be a part of the great work that we're doing and our commitment to making sure that that happens. I want to say a quick thanks to Sean O'Keefe, who's sitting to my left. Sean is our Director of Finance and Operations. Hard to believe he's only in the second budget cycle here with us. Really? Not really. Doing a fabulous job. Of course, they're not here. They're out doing the work that we're not doing because we're with you. I want to thank Dr. Cranty, our Deputy Superintendent. Mr. Tansberger, who's also our Assistant Superintendent for People and Family Services. Darlene Pianca is our Head of Human Resources. Pat Marinan joined us this summer as our Budget Director and really did a fabulous job putting all this together. As you can imagine, the Board of Education's budget is incredibly complex. We look at it in terms of objects with 8 large objects, but underneath those objects are thousands of lines and all of what it takes, all of the different items and expenditures that it takes to run a comprehensive school system. And Pat, as our budget director, helped put all this together while running the budget that we're currently in
and in part helping to close out the year that we just finished. So it's an amazing cycle how that all goes. It's just doing a fabulous job. And I want to thank Dan Clark for joining us this morning as well. Dan is our Director of Facilities. And as you know, his boots on the ground with our custodial crew, with our facilities crew. Them, our administrators, all of our teachers, everybody's involved in building our budget, because we do believe that the best budgets are developed sort of top down and bottom up, where the guidance and the direction and the vision and the mission comes top down and is aligned across the organization. And then the ideas and the initiatives, things are done collaboratively with those doing the work. Because as we know, the best decisions about the work are most often done by those who are doing it. So we make sure that our teachers, our TAs, our secretaries, everybody has a voice in helping to put this together. Ultimately, we have to make the hard decisions. And as you recall, our budget process actually begins back in October, where we start meeting with folks and having those committee meetings and underground meetings, talking with the folks using implementing technology. We're talking to our principals, we're talking to our teachers in different departments. Our district administrators are meeting within their departments to find out resource needs and putting all those together. Of course, we're doing the work around our payroll and our benefits, which is the biggest driver, as we'll talk about in a couple of minutes. But from October, we go forward through November, we meet again with everybody, we bring them in, we start to build, we make some hard choices, and then it culminates into a budget workshop with the Board of Ed on mid-December. As some of you have come to that from time to time, you know that's a 4-hour marathon typically. We do provide snacks, but it will go through the night, because it's an opportunity to talk about the actualization of the mission goals, and to think about the quality of the ideas that are being brought forward. From there, the budget was presented to the Board of Education in the first meeting in January. We had a workshop last week where we were able to answer questions and get into an open dialogue together, answered a number of questions back and forth too with each other. And then on Monday night of just this week, the budget was approved and adopted by the Board of Education as it moves from the superintendent's budget to the Board of Ed's budget, which is what I'm proud to bring to you this morning. So as you'll recall, that all that initial work, as we prepare this, put it all together, it does feel good to be where we are, but we still have a long way to go. So we are thrilled to be here with you this morning. And as a matter of fact, this meeting used to be the morning after Board of Education's adoption of the budget. So it would be the Tuesday morning. So those couple of extra days were a nice perk. So thank you for doing that. A little more civil instead of sort of locking the door and saying nobody goes home until we're done. So thank you for that. But as you know, we'll be talking this morning about our budget. We'll talk about operating, and then we'll go into capital, and Dan is here to help with capital conversation. And Sean is our Director of Finance and Operations, certainly is very well versed in all of that. We will be available all week. I know that your final vote, I think, is next week. So your turnaround is quick, and then it moves over to the Board of Finance. So a week and a half from now, we'll be presenting to the Board of Finance. And they'll get a slightly longer version of what we're going to share this morning, because they do have, as you know, input and insight into the operating budget and the budget. And here's our process. I feel the process has evolved over time. I think we do a very nice job in providing opportunities for people to provide input. After the presentation of the Board of Ed, I've met with each of the PTCs, the elementary, and then together in a combined meeting, the middle and high school together in a combined meeting. I've also talked to other smaller groups of parents and PTC members and others, just to be sure that folks feel that they know a bit about the budget. As you'll know, also, I'm sure you've seen newspaper reports and articles and other things that trying to continue the conversation and make sure that the news is done. Before we even start putting together our budget, as you know, it's much more than just a spreadsheet. It really is a statement of our values, beliefs about learning, about schools, about the work that we do. We have 5 large goals that we've had for some time. These large goals, they work as our compass to make sure that we're always pointing to our true north. And what happens is underneath these goals, those indicators are always evolving. And it's an iterative process where something comes up, where we look at new standards that might come from the state. We look at needs or desires to change some programming. We start with studying, and then we develop, and then we pilot. And then if it's all working well, we look to implement it for broad scale. So we take time. And by having our goals and doing it the way that we do, we avoid the trap of creating a 5-year strategic plan, putting it into a glossy binder, and putting it on the shelf and not opening it for 4.5 years. And this way, we're talking about these things. They're alive, they're relevant, they're actionable, and we're measured on them. So people sometimes wonder how we come up with the things that we present to the Board of Ed. They really flow directly from the goals and the indicators and the outcomes that we're striving for. And so you'll see that this budget document resources those priorities, those strategic priorities for our district. I want to, before we get into the numbers, because we will get into them, I just want to talk a little bit about a few of the initiatives that we've had this year and some of the return on investment, as we like to say. I recognize for sure that we ask for a significant investment in the schools every year. And it's important that we take the opportunity to share some of the return on investment that the Board of Selectmen, all the town boards and the community is getting that it's invested in the schools. The otherwise known as taking a moment to celebrate some of the wins as we've gone through. So one thing is our portrait of the graduate process, and each of you were invited and part of that and had a seat at the table. As you'll recall, we had over 100 students all told who came over the four evening events that we had. We had teachers, we had community members, we had board members. We had a great representation of people to really get together and talk about what knowledge, skills, and dispositions we believe our students should graduate with when they leave within public schools. The most exciting part of this whole process to me was that investment in our schools that just showed, not from, again, board members, teachers, staff members, administrators, and the students, and having the students there and a part of it. And as you'll recall, their voice was very strong in where we landed. There's a lot of work to do. This is only the beginning of the work around this, but what a great way to spend 4 nights together and do really, really important work. Another investment that is poised to yield great returns was the investment in the dome. As you'll recall, we began this, and you all remember this, we began having this conversation pre-pandemic and then paused because nobody wanted to fundraise for a theater when theaters are closed. And then we kicked back up in gear. And thanks to amazing work by some community volunteers, including Sarah Schubert and some others, and board members, current and past, were part of that effort as well. The town paid about 2/3 through their budget, and about 1/3 was fundraised privately by a bank in a year, which is stunning. And it's a complete remodel of the entire space. I did an early preview last week with our group and had them sit and watch the show that we have to sort of showcase the dome. And it ended, and there was a round of applause, louder than any theater showing any of the newest movie. So I think the theater deserves an Emmy. This is actually a picture of our dome now. It's a brand new dome. The seats are all new. The technology is stunning, and what we're going to do with that in the future is really inspiring. Because not only can we do everything we were doing with the dome that we had, it now really is. It's an immersive learning theater where kids can be together for shared experiences as they're sort of being teleported into virtual worlds. It's I've been thinking a lot about it, obviously. And so many things in our lives are trying to get us to look down and look at a small screen and be alone and sort of interact with our phones or laptop or iPad or whatever. And this is getting people to look up and be together as they're doing it and share an experience. And I think that really is going to add a whole new dimension for our kids in schools. Not only can we show what other people have created, but we also can have our kids creating their own. And we're already looking at articulating our curriculum across K-12. We'll have experiences for kids at the elementary level, and we're thinking about the middle school level this year. And we're going to continue to do that, build it out year by year. So very, very exciting. In March, you'll receive an invitation for our grand opening in March. But it's a great example of what we can do when we have the public-private partnerships, what I consider a great idea that catches fire, gets people together, and we all work towards a common goal. So I really think this is going to be a powerful experience for kids and for our community, and it will be available to the community as well. Of course, we have to get our sea lights on this first. Once we do, and we made sure that we had a show that was general interest enough for all ages. That'd be great. Of course, another return on our investment is our outstanding athletics program at the high school. This year, we repeated our victories both in the Turkey Bowl and in the state championship, which is the teams themselves are they're showing us what it means to be a team. They're coming together. There are no superstars on the field. There's great players, and we've got a couple that rightfully won awards, and we know who they are. But they'll be the first ones to tell you it's because of everyone around them. If they're standing running back, it's because the blocking of the line has been so good. It's all coming together and doing it for each other. And that is not just for our football team. That across the board, for instance, our girls lacrosse team, ended the season ranked 10th in the country, and had excellent seasons both in the FCAC and the States. Our girls tennis was the Class LL champions this past year. Our boys swim and dive were the Class L champions this past year. Field hockey, Class M runner-up. It's just when you look across the entire program, you see excellence throughout, and it's a spirit that starts with our kids young. It's all the work that they do, and all the coaching, everything that goes into helping them get to where they are when they get to the high school. And it's also the approach we take at the high school, which is any student who wants to participate on the sub-varsity level, we try to figure out a way to make that happen. We've had 2 soccer teams before at JV level. We've had multiple opportunities to try to make sure that if a child wants to play, they can. And which is what leads to our student participation over 70%. Of course, you can't do that at the varsity level. That's a different level of competition. But we really try to we've been working hard to create a program that's inviting to everybody, so they can try to play. When I think about our district, again, thinking about the conversation this morning, there were sort of 4 pillars that came to mind. One was core academics, which we'll get to in a moment. Another was athletics. Another is visual performing arts. And again, it's another place where our students excel, thanks to the work I've been meeting. I met this morning with the VPA staff over at the high school, and they really were talking about the articulation, even of the theater program, from Saks into the high school, and having students that get involved early, so that they're not coming in brand new in 9th grade, but maybe they have a middle school experience that then leads into the high school experience. Our students are recognized. They're winning awards in what's called the Halo. They're not getting snubbed, unlike Margot Robbie. They are thrilled. They're as excited to win these awards as if they are winning it, because they put their heart and soul into it. And similar to our athletic participation in theater is just increasing each and every year. For every student you see on the stage, there's at least 1 or 2 behind the curtain who's involved with the technical aspects, about helping out with sets, helping out with sound, and really just, again, that community culture and the spirit and the energy that comes with all of it. Similarly, our students in the arts, whether it's ceramics or painting, graphic arts, that program continues to grow, and those students are thriving as well. We've won awards and had shows. We've won gold keys, silver keys, honorable mentions, all of which are very, very competitive and very good. Thanks again to the instruction they received, the dedication that they put into it. These 2 works. I don't have. Well, all about the award winners. Incredible. Pardon? That's incredible. It's incredible. Right, from our kids. And so continuing our investment there in the arts and the shows. I mean, thanks to the partnerships we have with the Glass House and other places. We have a student showing art right now down in Rye, at a museum down in Rye. Over at the Bruce Museum in Greenwich, we have shows on and off, and those community partnerships are very strong, which is that 4th pillar of community development. Our music program also continues to be very strong. And community focused. Here, a winter sing-along with a full auditorium and our kids all singing together, leading the adults in song. Our bands, winning the Connecticut Educators Music Association, of course, doing the same. Our chorus went down to Radio City this year to open for the Rockettes for one of their shows. And it all went down and had those shared experiences together. And it's really nice to see, as the programs continue to evolve and grow, they're having those shared experiences too. They are traveling to different places, going to regional orchestras, regional band performances. They're being invited to participate in a variety of different things, which all builds that spirit, and those positive experiences for our kids. There's a new area that's been growing in the visual performing arts, which is around video. Right. So we've had our NCTV program for quite some time. Now we're running programs at our middle school and at our elementary schools. And Cable 9 Area 9 cable has an award each year that they have an award ceremony. They give awards out to districts and students at different levels and whatever. And the most prestigious one they have is called the Rapiki Award. And it's named after a teacher who had retired from doing this work. And this year, our elementary school, our middle school, our high school, they swept the Rapiki Awards. And there's a monetary award involved in that. So it's really amazing work. And so if you'll allow me, I'm just going to show you something quickly because it's let's see if we can hear it. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to hear it. Too bad. Okay, because I'm sharing on Zoom. Let me see. Maybe if I turn my mic on. No, I'll send it to you. But long and short of it is our kids creating a welcome video for a tri-state consortium visit that we had in the spring. And it was all in front of a green screen. And the kids imagined how to use the background and how to layer it all in. So it looked like they were essentially like in a Blues Clues show, if you remember Blues Clues. Yeah, and as they worked through all of that. So just amazing. And these were our South School elementary kids. So the things they're doing. I'll send it to you. It's fun to watch. Anyway, other opportunities for kids. I mentioned community, and these are opportunities that our students have. And as you know, one of the things we do is if a student has an idea and they want to try something, we say, go find an adult who will be your advisor, and they do it. And that we've led, that's been everything from Quidditch to beekeeping to cryptocurrency and a variety of other clubs. We also, of course, have clubs like our debate club, which is continuing to grow, our Model UN club, which we, as a board, back 8-9 years ago, made an investment in and made a decision about how do we want to run the Model UN club. We can run it like every other club, or we can consider it like an academic sport. We have a head coach and a sort of a JV coach and build the team and have different levels of competition amongst the kids. Anyway, long short, a couple of weeks ago, we were the only public school invited to The Hague to participate in international Model UN. And our students went, they represented us, they were debating and problem solving.
The only public school in the US?
In the US. I'm sorry.
Wow.
Yeah, only public school in the US. Invited to present at The Hague.
Go Rams.
And they did a fabulous job, as you would expect. So what that is, essentially, that's a return on investment that we began 8-9 years ago to build the program into something that would have longevity, that would have articulation between middle school and high school. So we have kids that get started in the middle school, that grow into it in the high school. We also do things like the sophomore simulation, where every sophomore in the school has a model United Nations experience on a day that's run by our seniors and juniors in the club. And they go through that entire experience together, which then builds interest and keeps the club strong. So just one example of sort of long-term ROI, which is what we're all about. But the first pillar is core academics. Needs to be. And so a couple of indicators around return on investment there. In our most recent assessment, the Smarter Balance assessments are the assessments that our students in grades 3 through 8 take in the spring. And it's sort of used as that benchmark. Buchanan students outperform students across our DERG, which is our demographic reference group, which are the towns that you see there. And if you're at the top of our DERG, you're generally at the top of this. So our students perform best in state in both reading, English language arts, and mathematics in last year's assessment.
How has that shifted after COVID? You know, I mean, I know we've always been sort of at the top of the state in these metrics. Sort of the meet or exceed percentages. How are we doing post COVID versus pre-COVID?
I do have a slide I can show you.
Oh, perfect. All right.
We're getting back to where we were.
Okay.
We continue to be at the top of the state.
Okay.
But our numbers are not exactly right. I'll show you.
Okay. Good.
They're just not exactly right where they were prior to that.
Yeah.
Show. What I showed you was the sum, sort of the roll up. That's the one number for across grades 3 through 8. But you can also break it down by looking grade by grade. And as you'll see across the dirt, in 4 of those 6 grade levels, we split. And
That
so,
was a confusing graph because I was looking at it. That was alphabetical. The one you just had.
because
Yeah, no, I get it. But I was like trying to see how they were different, but now.
I tried to lightly highlight. So
Yep.
yeah, that's grade 3, grade 4, grade 5,
Mhm.
English language arts. And you know, and you can keep going and get as granular around it as you like. That's just a reference point, right? That's our goal is always, it's like golf. Our goal is always to do the best with the students that we have. And it's really the outcomes speak to the articulation of our curriculum with state national standards, the assessments that we use with our kids, speaks to the understanding by design approach that we take towards curriculum development. As we put all that together, that then the work that happens across the 3 elementary schools that we have and into the middle school with our coaching, with our curriculum specialists, and everybody sort of working together. You have knowledgeable experts, knowledgeable pedagogy, knowledgeable curriculum and standards, and they all sort of work together and support that work. And you'll see that this year's budget looks to make an additional investment to do some more additional coaching in the classroom with kids. And it's driven in part by the question before about so where are we versus where we were and where we want to be. So this is the year-to-year comparison. As you see, prior to the pandemic, immediately afterwards, we really were approaching the 90%. And this is meets or exceeds the goal, meets or exceeds goal. And it was never meant to be a low standard. Goal is a high standard. Exceeding it is even more impressive. We're working to get back to that. We have a little bit of a dip this year in grade 3, as you see in reading. And that's we've been focusing our attention on making sure that those kids in 4th grade are catching back up and where we want them to be. So the 2021 year, really, that is when we came out of the pandemic, but you're still, I think that we're seeing the impact more now than we were then, because those kids had, many of them had experience with assessments and other things. As you'll know, you'll recall, maybe not, but in 2020, they didn't give the assessment, which is why that year's.
Dr. Letzi, in that group, is it all kids or kids and are there kids who are not included? And if you have a special PPT for a learning challenge, are those kids in that assessment? Is that everybody? Or is
this is over 95% of the kids.
So 5% of the kids are
so, well, over 95. It depends on the grade level. It might be 99. It might be 98. It might be 100, depending. There may be a few students who take an alternative assessment.
Okay.
But the minimum we strive for is 95%.
Okay.
We typically
so it's most every kid.
So
okay.
Yeah, it's every kid who can.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, and which
so it includes some of your real challenge learners as well. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So when if you're hitting a number like 2021 with 88.9, and if your special education prevalency rate is about 14%, you're doing very well.
Yeah.
Very well. So yeah, I'm proud of it. But it shows we've got some work to do. And so this is a win. This is top of the state as we look across. Our kids are thriving and doing incredibly well. And we have a sophisticated system of, we call it response to intervention, RTI, that identifies students that may be struggling, finds where they're struggling, invests in helping them, intervenes in that area in order to get them back on track. So it really is a system that helps try to keep them out of the special education program if their skills can be targeted and remediated and they can get right back on track. And we'll talk about that. Similarly in math, as we look across, our students are 1, 2, or 3 comparatively as we look across. And in majority rates, number 1. And then NGSS is our next generation science standards, which is a newer assessment that's come out. And that is specifically around in science areas, and again, our students perform very well. I don't think you have the numbers right.
Real quick, back to the COVID one. Would it be most appropriate to look at that on the diagonal to track third, because part of it is which the group of kids. You have some like stronger groups than so that would probably be more accurate.
So we obviously do, right?
Yeah.
We disaggregate all of it. As you're looking at that, you can, although the assessment shifts pretty significantly from 5th to 6th grade.
Mhm.
It's because they consider K5 is the elementary, and then the standards and the evaluation and the test itself shifts.
Okay.
So it's tough to, I wouldn't
Yes,
go
you do.
necessarily 5
Okay.
6, but you can definitely go 3 4.
Right.
Yep.
Since we stopped, I'm going to ask, and it's only because
Yep, good.
the things that have come in the news recently, and I guess you were on a local program with the state mandated, it's a reading program, correct? So I'm looking at our results and we're seeing good progress to coming back. But our youngest learners are probably the most impacted, obviously. I mean, that's when you're learning to read, and once you don't have those skills, it's harder to capture them later. Did we get a second denial? Is that what I read? Like
No, well, our original waiver, which was submitted February of 2023,
okay,
was denied in December of 2023.
okay,
I've written to appeal reconsideration of
right,
that because I believe that our program meets all of the statutory requirements
Yep.
of in the law, and that the program that we've developed and been working and growing through the years is far superior to an off-the-shelf commercial product.
Mhm.
We use commercial products in what we do where it fits, but we write the curriculum, we align it with scope and sequence, we have our units of study, and then we use those as tools, but we don't flip the model and use those to drive what or how we teach.
Mhm.
First, it's what outcomes we're driving towards. So there's a lot more to it, but the long and short of it is I'm waiting for an upcoming conversation with the State Department of Ed. I think that they recognize and acknowledge that a one-size-fits-all may not be the right way to go, and that legislation is a very blunt instrument when you're talking, especially when you're talking about a very nuanced topic like teaching children to read.
Mhm.
Between our core academic program, our response to intervention work that we do, and our literacy academy, I think that the comprehensive approach that we've taken, it's aligned with the science of reading. It has great success with all kids, and should be something that's celebrated and supported and shown.
And is it true, just because I think this is a good forum, that people don't necessarily watch the Board of Ed meetings, but may be tuned into more town meetings. Is it true that one of the members of the committee who voted to mandate this new program also has a company that develops and delivers these reading programs? Is that correct?
I don't know, to be fair.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, if there's any help that, sort of as a town with our legislators, we can do to sort of help the Board of Ed at that level, obviously, please let us know.
Yeah,
it's hard to argue results.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the numbers.
It's like best practices is a real thing. And, I mean, we did it in corporate culture, and it's a little problematic that we don't in municipal areas adhere to those.
Unintended consequences.
Yeah.
Good objective of the legislation, but there can be unintended consequences.
That's
Always.
exactly it. The two very quick things. One is it's challenging to have methods mandated when we hold the accountability. So there's a disconnect there. But I think second, more important is if there's any program out there that can show that it gets better results than we've been getting with our kids through the years, I'll do it tomorrow. Like the goal is the best. That's the standard. That's what we're driving towards. And but there's just nothing, which is, I think our approach is superior by developing it in-house and being responsive to the students that are here.
And holistically.
Yeah, and developed by the people who are implementing. So they own it. And then revising it constantly, just like our goals. We don't put them in a binder, put them on shelf, see in 4 years. Our curriculum's the same way. If we don't have a 5-year curriculum cycle, because that's artificial, we're always evaluating and refining and editing and changing based on what we're experiencing in classroom kids. And there's not a textbook company or a publisher in the world that can do anything like that because it just doesn't work. Financially, it couldn't afford it. It wouldn't work because they'd always be publishing and republishing on a daily basis. So it's there are lots of issues as an educational leader, as someone who does this almost 30 years now. And a former English teacher. So I know a little bit about reading. Not elementary though. That's on a whole thing in and of itself. That's incredibly sophisticated. But we get it. We understand that having students be able to read by third grade is vital, because from K3 they learn how to read, and then from 4 on they read in order to learn. And we need to make sure that but it's always been. That goes back then forever. All right. That was the shortest I've ever talked about. Glad to talk more at any time. But here's the sum up. And again, you see 2019 across the board, we're at 89.6%, approaching that 90%. And the same in math and language arts. And then we have a little bit of a step back, and now we're working to, and we're making strategic investments in order to do that. And I'll get there very soon. And our SAT at the high school, we've made a couple of changes over the last couple of years. The SAT has been very interesting. If you have a child who is near or approaching, one person in the room does, going off to college, you know that when schools went to test optional, only students who scored at their very highest were sending their scores up. So what it meant was, pick any school, if the average SAT of people being admitted was 1150, back before the pandemic, when they went test optional, all of a sudden it might be 13, 14. And it just changed the dynamic of all that for kids. Made it really, really challenging for kids. And so do they take it? Don't they take it? What do they do? So long and short of it is we've been adapting to that in our working with kids, our messaging with them, and the work that we do, and really working with our staff to help them see how the SAT and the PSAT is an important data point. Not a sole data point, but an important data point that they can use to make better instructional decisions for kids. And again, the results are improving. Another investment, it has been the growth of our advanced placement programs. Again, this is an investment, probably more of time than money, only because we're shifting our training with staff and courses that we're offering, what we're doing. The high level of this is we've been able to expand the program from a handful of options for kids, maybe 11, 12 options, up to the mid-20s, 24, 25 courses that kids can take. As a result, going back to 2010, we've expanded the number of test takers, which is number of kids, from 275 to 505 students this past year taking one or more AP tests. We look at the number of tests that were taken, those have grown from 497 to 1,213, that's the red line. And then the bars, faded bars in the background are our student enrollment during the time. And the enrollment has been consistent. We're only up 12 kids. And yet we've gone from 275 to 505 students with an opportunity to take one or more of those courses. And we believe that every student should have at least one opportunity to take a college level course prior to graduation. Because while they're here, they have the help, support, the guidance, their parents are there, they have all what they should need to be successful in them. And they should have that opportunity, have that experience. And that's why we expanded that program. So where we used to have Calc and Bio and AP US and AP Lit, we've expanded it to include things like economics, and psychology, and environmental science, and we've got some AP music theory, we've got art portfolio, a variety of things to bring kids in so that they can be in the course of their area of strength. And we're seeing the outcome, the results here. And the last piece in doing that too, it's a lot more kids, a lot more tests, same total population. But while doing that, our outcome on the grades, so a 3 or better is considered earning college credit, has only gone up. So as more kids have taken it, and that's what the research says, but you don't believe it till you see. As more of our kids have taken it, their outcomes have actually improved, which may seem counterintuitive, but that's when you expand the program and bring kids in their areas of strength. They want to learn about microeconomics. They want to learn about macro. They want to be in an AP Psych course. And these are also courses that generally are required for a lot of freshmen going off to school. So it matches up nicely. So that's investment on of time and energy. And again, it's the results of strategic decisions made through the years.
I just wanted to I'm looking at the shaded graph of the enrollment, and obviously I see a big jump during COVID, 2021 and 2020. And 2020 we seem to be, stayed pretty good on the percentage of the kids that achieved a 3 or better. But then there was a big fall off in 2021. And granted, you're having COVID issues, but I wondered if we had a big, because now we dropped back down. There was a big shift back down in enrollment post COVID. So were we seeing outside kids coming in, renting, or, you know, participating in our district, and then once things started to open back up, they kind of left? Because I'm looking at the enrollment.
High school. I mean, it's a logical, interpretation, but not as much at the high school. The high school really is, those are the numbers that come through, SACs, and they remain. You might have a swing of 10 or 20 here or there, but not so much. The drop in the assessments really was the AP tests themselves during the pandemic in 2020. They went online. They went from 3-hour pencil and paper in a room test to 45 minutes at home, and kids were, it just was very, very disruptive. Sort of kind of continues.
So good news on the AP tests. And as I look from 2010 to 2023, our enrollment basically is pretty flat.
High school's been, I like to use the word steady.
No, but I mean, we're not seeing, I mean,
because
we're not seeing, I mean, as somebody who's watched these enrollment numbers, where we get nervous, about what's happening, it looks like it's not going down, but it's not spiking either.
I'll get you nervous though. Give me a few minutes.
Okay.
But we will talk enrollment quickly.
Okay.
There is it is a pandemic effect, perhaps, or So anyway, all this stuff really to all the things we see our kids doing, and the awards and the experiences that they're having, and the achievement outcomes and those things really are quite impressive. And I just think, use niche. There are other organizations like US News that has our elementary schools, all 3 of them in the top 10. Middle school, high school, in the top 10. But I like niche because it's a little more comprehensive. They use a deeper data set. A lot of the other ranking systems, they'll tell you that they use a variety of metrics, but really what they do is use the variety of metrics to determine whether or not you're eligible to be ranked, and then really look at one or two single numbers. So I just don't see it as accurate as this. And I just find it so impressive, both the state and national recognition, that our elementary schools are ranked numbers 1, 3, and 5 across the state. That number 2 across the state for districts with the best teachers. But then when you look down for the national recognition, it's actually in the top 0.5% of schools nationwide, where you have 48 out of almost 11,000 school districts for best school districts in America, 31 out of 11,500 best teachers in America, 56 out of 11,800 best places to teach, and then 35 out of 10,300 best school districts for student athletes. And really just impressive outcomes. And they look at results. They also look at comments. They look at online posting. They look at a variety of different things. I mean, I don't know what a data set looks like that evaluates 11,822 school districts to determine the best places to teach. But I don't care. I think we're doing just fine. So I know what you're thinking. This is a budget conversation. Obviously, it's very, very expensive. And we do invest in our schools in Canada. And I think it's reflective of the care, of the commitment, the partnership that we have. I was pleased to see in the outcome of the plan of conservation and development surveys and focus groups and conversations that we're at, that pretty universally the schools came out as the most valuable investment that they make, that's made by the community members. It's humbling and inspiring, right, to be in that position. This is I've used these numbers before, and these all come from the state website. So people are always asking me, why don't you do this, or why don't you do that, or why don't you include this, or why don't you include that? Because those wouldn't be normed numbers, and I'm not going to create my own data set and bring them forward. I want to use numbers that have already been validated and affirmed. So they do use the net current expenditures per pupil to determine the special education excess cost reimbursement amount. So with this number, it's 4.5 times this number that you become eligible to receive.
That's the operative word.
Reimbursement.
The eligible is an operative word.
If you're 4 times this number, you're not eligible. If you're 4 and a third, you're not eligible. It's 4.5 times this number makes you eligible to receive. And then what we do is receive a percentage of the amount past this number. When we look at, so it's an important
percentage of the amount past the 23,000 number
no,
or the
4
4.5
times.
number?
4.5.
Thank you.
Yep. It turns out to be about $1 million. That's right now, it was underfunded in this year's budget. So there's conversations about needing to fund it up. If they don't do that, it'll be less than the $1 million that we typically got. I'm anticipating that they will fund it, but the way that they said it was fully funded, but then the number they received that needed to fully fund it was less than they actually did. So I'm working with legislators.
Are some of these per pupil numbers? I mean, we're fortunate in this district to have had pretty consistent enrollment. A lot of these districts, I imagine, have not had consistent enrollment, and you already have high fixed costs in these districts. So, sort of, are we really, this is a interesting comparison now. It was probably more relevant a few years ago, but now with the state of enrollment across the state, it'd be interesting to get that extra piece in there that shows, we benefit from high enrollment and other schools are penalized for migration in the state.
It's a mix. Westport has been seeing an influx of people.
Okay.
Darien has been steady as we are. Greenwich is not going down. But you're exactly right that like the Joel Barlow or in Reading, I didn't give you the numbers 1 through 9, which are mostly small districts.
Right.
And you're right that fixed, you're opening the building, having the staff doing what you do. You're not if your denominator is 250, it's very different than if it's 4,200. Right. But these, for the most part, we've had pretty steady in our comp groups, other than Easton Reading, which is also the Joel Barlow High School. And it is more expensive just to run a high school than it would be to run a K-12 for the most part. But if you looked at the #1 district is more than twice what we are.
Yeah.
They're 56,000. I was just looking for them somewhere about $56,000 or so per child. And that is driven by their enrollment of about 250 students.
That's in Connecticut?
Yeah, in Connecticut.
Wow. And their special ed, I don't even want to think about how they fund special ed in that district.
That has been a conversation.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Years because
that's crazy.
Right, it is. Because one move-in could cost them over $200,000 in a very small budget to begin with. So you're right. That's again, Connecticut is variable, right? We've got it from our cities to our suburbs to our pretty rural places that are northwest corner and other places.
Is that expenditure per pupil? Is that all inclusive? Like if you're a school district that has less resources, you'll get operating support from the state. Is that net of the state operating support, or is it a gross number?
This is what's spent, so it's gross.
Okay.
Yeah. And
so like I'm just saying, a small district has a big expense, they might get a bunch from the state, so their net might be different. But...
Sure. Yeah, this is gross. And because it's what's spent by that district to run that program with the child, and that's why it's operating only, not capital, because the variation of all those pieces. And again, it's equalized and going when we do our financial reporting by September 1, this is where it goes, and then there's desk audits and everything that makes sure that this number's accurate. So one of the things that we've done through the years is really sort of shift this number down, where back in 2017, 16, 17, we were in the mid-20s with our per pupil expenditure. We've been working, and I think a lot of the different initiatives that we've put in, we're watching them come to fruition, whether it's the solar or a little bit like the propane buses, the shift over to natural gas helps, the things like that, LED lighting, that saves us $250,000 a year. And we also, the way that we're built is a little bit different than some, in that with our K3 large-ish K4 schools, and then the middle school at 5 through 8, that's different. There are many districts might be a K5 model with 4 elementary schools, and then the middle school, which at a 6 through 8, which would be a more expensive model because you have another building to run. But we run about 1 million square feet, which isn't out of line with others, proportional. So the other on the far right is ANGLIC, which is adjusted equalized net grand risk per capita. So in that score, or at least in that ranking, we're the 3rd highest for the ANGLIC. So that's that wealth measure. And that's why it has to be gross, because otherwise, essentially, they could mirror each other, because the higher the number here, the less you get from the state.
Yeah.
We're just starting. So just as a point of conversation or reference, if our NCEP, if our net current expenditures per pupil were the same as Greenwich this year, just as an example, if we were just spending that much money per child, the same amount that Greenwich spends, this year's budget would have an additional $15.3 million. Westport would be an additional 7.5. Darien would be an additional 4. In this year's budget. So when we think about next year's budget, and I know because we work hard to keep that base down, percentages are tricky.
Wow.
We work hard, but it's all to the good, and it's why I also think it's important, as we go very carefully through our budget and think about, what we're investing in and how we're using it, because of that special education number. Because the higher this number is, the higher that threshold is, the smaller that reimbursement is. So there's an eligibility question. These are the things I just mentioned. Some of the things that we've been doing to help to continue driving costs down. And I know you've all been a part of it on each of your different boards at different times. But I think the point here is, and we're as an educational school system, school district, we're in the long game. And we make decisions now, not about it's about next month and next year, whatever, but it's also about the next 5, 10 years. When we shifted over to propane buses, we did it because we knew we'd save some money on the fuel. We'd make some people happy. So if they're sitting at a traffic light behind a bus, they're not getting all the diesel in them. It'd be better for the environment. And we knew that they were a little bit fine. Another positive outcome of that we were hoping, but we have to see, is that the buses last longer, because propane burns so much cleaner than diesel that the engines are cleaner, they're running cleaner. So they're lasting longer. So we were able to negotiate a 2% contract with DETCO this year for the next 5 years. If we had to replace buses because we've been burning diesel and the engines were getting up and not, it would be a very different number. But that was a big leverage point for us, that we can keep running those same buses. And we know that the benefit of the environment. So that's a long-term investment that we made all those years ago that continues to pay off. And the same goes with a number of these things. The negotiating the PPAs, power purchase agreements with the companies at each of our buildings, like the one over at South, where we're paying 4.5 cents for the generation of our electricity, which is amazing. We still have to pay for the transmittal. You always have to pay that. But the negotiation is around the generation. To pay 4.5 cents is pretty amazing. So actually, you'll see in our budget, our utility costs are actually trending down. We're anticipating it to be less next year because of this work and everything else that we've been doing. I told you I'm trying to keep it short. I'm just not good at that. All right. Too much good information. There's too much to talk about. So we need to get to the budget though, right? So summary, and you have it. Essentially, a couple of things. We look to maintain the program that we've been building, and we look to invest strategically in a couple of really key areas. And I'll get quickly to those things. This is the summary. The overall on the operating year to year is looking at it's a 6.59, driven primarily by the employee benefits. And as you know, if you've been following healthcare across the board nationally and otherwise, healthcare companies are saying that they are facing significant increases this year. Unfortunately, this is it's not just a regional thing, it's statewide. I think it's probably national. I talked to my colleagues, we're all challenged with a similar thing, with that being driven a lot by the healthcare costs. So if we look at the next slide, it makes it a little bit clearer, kind of drills into the 5 largest drivers that we talked.
So is this, because I had 653 in your slide that we see on our tablets. That's because you guys added the guidance counselor at
so
the last.
Slide on your tablets is the superintendent's budget.
Yep.
This is the Board of Education budget.
Okay, got it. No, that's okay.
And we'll be uploading this to the website as soon as we get back to the office.
Okay.
Yeah. It was nice to have a couple days between the approval and now, but not enough to get it up on the website.
Yeah.
It's still a little warm in the binder. But yes, and that's the shift. It's about $61,000 so addition for the school.
That's fully loaded.
Yeah, but that's our anticipation, right? That's our new staff members. looking at the five, and again, you can see here, those are the trends within each of them. And you see the benefits number going up at 16.5%. And so I thought there's a little more explanation around that, which I'll get to briefly. The breakdown of the budget, see it here again. The majority of the budget is salaries and benefits, over 82% as we look at it. And then we have our purchase services, which includes transportation and out-of-district tuition. And those are the two big drivers there. And then property services, which are utilities, and then everything else sort of how it falls into place. The cost center distribution. This we always like to look at because it really shows the investments being on par across our 3 elementary schools, Saxon and the high school. You see our special education number down below. Just was recently told that the state average special education budget in school districts is trending in the 22-23% of the budget of the whole district budget is going to special ed. Not ours, but that's the statewide average. Ours is, I believe, a little bit below that.
What is ours? Is it?
I have to check. I don't
We've
know.
always been around 20, right?
Yeah.
For about 11% of the kids, more like 11% of the students and 20, we kind of.
I just remember being on the Board of Ed when special ed used to be below running either the high school or SACs, and now it exceeds the high school and SACs.
Exactly. But we've also made some investments.
Yeah.
Right? So we have our
Yeah.
the Literacy Academy, which is again focused on it's early literacy academy. It's focused on reading for our first, second, third graders, students that are struggling to learn in the program we have. It's an entirely different approach. Not different approach, but it's a research-based approach using the Orton-Gillingham strategies, which is all science of reading, all those pieces. It very takes a high degree of skill in order to deliver that program. And we have, there are 100 Orton-Gillingham fellows in the country, and one of them works for us. And then we have our whole staff learning to become associate fellows and other things, and learning from her and building the capacity around that, both in our special ed and our general ed program. So, that's one of the investments we've made that will increase that special ed number and the staffing cost. But we'd much rather do that than pay for it elsewhere. Yep. And we're really working to get those youngest kids back on track for their reading. We're going to have a presentation to the Board of Ed in the next couple of weeks about the Literacy Academy. I'll get it over to you. I have some data here. It is stunning. You get chills when you look at individual kids, where they came in a year and a half ago and where they are now. And long and short, they came in well below goal. And now some of them are performing well above goal, which just doesn't happen without targeted specific interventions. And that's the kind of innovation that we've been bringing into the district through the years. And that's one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about the right to read legislation needing to have some flexibility for districts that are looking to invest in this. Because otherwise what happens is we have to put our resources towards buying a program, and we can't build these kinds of innovative approaches and show what's possible in order to spread that out. So
in the early literacy, it's, I mean, obviously the younger, the better, but it's basically, it'll get the kids all, because we saw that it's a little bit weaker for third graders, right? So, but it's in the elementary school, so the fourth grade needs it, tap into that kid as well, right? Absolutely, right.
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously.
And then, so the literacy academies for students in special education that, and they could be dyslexic or other things that need that very targeted approach. And then our general ed teachers are all learning the strategies of teaching using the Orton-Gillingham strategy.
Right.
So it's finding its way across the board, K-4. And even our fifth graders, our fifth grade teachers are learning those strategies. Because we have that expertise in house. Now, again, there's only 100 in the country. One of them. So.
It's part of that program, the ESL too.
ESL is a separate program. Yep. And we use tutors to come in and do that work with our kids. And we use our FLES teachers as well sometimes. Yep.
How many Orton-Gillingham staffers? Is it two? We have two now, going to go to three? I mean, because it was a building up over.
Right. This has been a phase in, and we've been using grants to get things started and shifting back. With this budget looks to add one teacher, which finishes the implementation.
Fills it out. Yeah.
And then so there's been one at each elementary, and then the fellow would oversee the program. So she would work with those teachers and bring them up to associates level and continue doing the training, because just the associates is 600 hours of supervised work and things. So there's very, very high standards around this. So we'd have one there, and then she would oversee and visit and train and then work with our entire teacher population. Yep. So here are the enrollment numbers. And these are the projections that come from NASDAQ, which we've used. So the far left is 2023, which
Always
is where
love
we are.
2033 and 34.
Yeah, you can't.
Those are great numbers.
It's going out 10 years is
It's like, wow, what just happened?
But we can go out the next couple. We can go out, 3-4 years
Mhm.
as we start to think about sort of where we are.
Yes.
And what we're seeing is that 26-27 number.
Mhm.
See that it goes from 4012 to 4108,
Mhm.
which in and of itself is a reasonable number for us. That's
Right.
right, sort of in the
Those are
zone of where
in-district
we've
kids,
been.
though.
But
Mostly.
what happens, as you see on the next slide, it's concentrated in kindergarten. And then the projections are anticipating that it's not a blip, but it's a new baseline that we then grow from. So it's going to take some careful monitoring. The board has put a committee together to look at facilities and space utilization and try to do some planning around this that I know will be a lot of conversation. But what's happening in a pandemic, this is 5 years after.
Mhm.
These are kids born in 21.
Mhm.
So it's 5 years after shutting down and there's people moving in and the in-migration. The question that is out there, and I can say this because we've all been a part of these presentations for years, is this question of our birth rates are up from
Mhm.
about 130, 140 to about 200. Will our in-migration stay the same?
Mhm.
If the in-migration stays the same, then the birth to kindergarten ratio stays the same, and then we're actualizing these numbers. If it doesn't, because the births in town are, people are living in town, and the housing turnover is slowing, then that birth to K ratio might decrease. And so these numbers might moderate a bit. But we're definitely going to go up.
Did you look at, because I know, I mean, even when I was on the Board of Ed, there was some concern a number of years back that our elementary schools, we were going to possibly need to do some adjusting, and it didn't come to fruition. So sort of, as you look back on that, what was it that allowed us not to have to implement those possible shifts?
Well, we've been creeping up at our elementaries. It wasn't a spike, so we were able to adjust. And so what we've been doing is, so our schools run best at a maximum of 28 sections.
Mhm.
We're running, but we can adjust. So we're running 30 east right now.
Okay.
Next year, we project running 30 at west.
Okay.
And south is actually ticking down by a teacher. Just given the enrollment distribution. So I think that but what we're able to do is take a classroom or a large space, split it and use it as two areas, or do something a little differently with where we're providing additional support for kids, for our special education staff or speech language or others. We've found some ways to make it work. And they're doing a fabulous job making it work. The concern is that if we're going to if it's going to be 100 kindergartners all at once, that's a different problem, right? That's the spike.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got to take a look at that. We've got time. And,
Yep.
it's not until 26, 27. So we're thinking about what the best approach would be. You go back many years to the 90s, that's where the decision was made to move the 5th grade up to SACs, mm-hmm. and then expand each of the elementary schools, right? And that's what we have. If one of the things that we're thinking about, talking about, is we have the preschool that we run. It used to be over at South.
Right.
Now it's over at West. Should it stay at West? Should there be a different model? It's going to take 5 classrooms next year, yeah. Which is why West would go to 30.
I was going to ask if the 30 was inclusive or exclusive. So there's 25 sections, but 5 of them are the pre-K.
Exactly. Okay. Which gets
okay.
to 30. Yep.
Okay.
So, right. So is there another model there?
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at all those kinds of options to try to figure it out. Because if the NASDAQ projections hold true over the next, and again, 10 years, that's a long horizon. And it becomes a lot more art than science at that point. But hypothetically, if they were to, we're looking at a 400 to 500 student increase over that span. I'm with you. But I do think that the kindergarten numbers, the closer we get, those have remained at about, that would be the largest kindergarten class, as far as I know, that we've ever taken. It would be about 400 kids.
The space class we have at like 330.
No, we had a 380
okay.
graduate about 6 years ago. That would come through.
And then drop, like the next year was much less.
It does. Well, we had been on this cycle of up and down, which made it very, very tough to maintain the teaming model at SACs and to do the things that we're doing. But it's been a little more level. But this bump, this is known births, right? So what NASDAQ does is they go to the state and they find out how many residents had a child during this time indicated, and then they look at historical birth decay factors and figure all those things out. Kindergarten's the toughest. Again, not too many years ago, they had a big miss of 50 kids in kindergarten. They were low. So we had to figure out how to program that. But again, 100 is a lot of stress. So we're working on it. I know we'll have lots of conversations about it going forward. Certainly, you're more than welcome to join the
I think it might be worth noting, for example, from our own Dr. Alexi, that these projections do not include, because we've been asked this by a number of members, or that they do not include any assumptions for these three proposed secret developments. So that could have pretty significant impact depending on who actually occupies those and whether or not they bring families with them.
Sure. Yeah,
not to scare you.
No.
It's a real.
Yep. Yeah, and NASDAQ doesn't because they know the timelines are so challenging in any new construction, right? So
we're already seeing it through the Health and Human Services side. You know, I mean, those budgets are, you know, usage has gone up since those have
gone. Yep. This is right out of the book again, our staffing plan. I'll go with, I'm going to try to accelerate for your sake. You'll see right there, but the key here is that the red are teachers. And then the yellow there is our teaching assistants. And combined, it's close to 75% of our staff. And the key there is those are folks that are directly involved with kids every day. And of course, we have.
Is this updated for is this staffing plan updated for the HR?
Yep.
I mean,
for the guidance council? Yes. Should be.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, what's on my sheet is.
Okay.
Yes.
The budget books are fully updated.
Okay.
Yep. So you have, and in ours, again, a lot of districts don't have this, but we have our food services, right? So they work for us, they're New Canaan Public Schools employees. We don't outsource that service. We have others like our campus monitors and other positions that we have insourced that can add to this, but we find that it's a better model in lots of ways. Always glad to talk about it, but even, you know, support staff and otherwise. So just the distribution of the staff across. But this is, I think, probably more targeted and specific as you look across. Our enrollments, given the stability of our enrollment, you'll see that our staffing is pretty consistent along the way. East has 5 grades, 6 sections per grade, right across the board. That's how they get to their 30 sections. You know, West, 5 sections per grade. That's how they get to their 25. And then the preschool is the 5. And then there's a little bit of fluctuation in South, given the variability of the grade level. But you'll see our class size guidelines remain K3, 16 to 20 kids. A couple of years ago, we were running some of the grades a little bit smaller, more like 16, 17 kids, because coming out of the pandemic. But as we continue to do that and continue to invest in coaching and otherwise, we're shifting back over to expectations 18 to 20. It's really our target, 18, 19 is our target. And then when you get into from 4th grade up, you're looking at 20 to 24 as a guideline. And what we're looking at, it's a little bit challenging, but that 4th grade at a 19.8, we're right on the cusp. If you were to split it, reduce sections, you're going in the upper 20s. And again, the 4th grade and where we are, we just feel like this is a good investment to continue. 5th grade, we do have to add the 2 FTEs. Those are our classroom teachers and then the special support around that. But that's a larger grade to see if it's 352 across the time. And we still run our 2-person teams over in 5th grade. So there's a group of 40 kids with 2 teachers, and that's their team as they work through. And then we had a bit of discussion about the teaming model at Saks. And as we look at 6th and 7th grade, and we're looking at just about 300 kids, having 16 sections brings us to upper 18s, 18 and a half, 18.7. If you were to reduce 2 teachers, what you wind up doing is compromise the teaming model, because you are then going, instead of 4 teams of 4 to get to those teachers, you're going 2 teams of 4 and 1 team of 6. And so you lose a lot of what you try to build. And the challenge is, if you look down at the 5th grade and 4th grade, you're going to need 16 teams as they come up. So if you're going to take a reduction here, you're going to be adding that back in just a year later. And so staffing wise and otherwise, we maintaining the team model by keeping that model. And then it goes up to 341 in 8th grade. we've talked about just about everything here. So I'm gonna, again, try to be a little quick. I can go like slow down if you want, but the Literacy Academy investment finishes that team and puts those three together, as we talked about. There's a 0.1 reading specialist over at East.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means that that person's 0.5 and they're going to be 0.6. It's a part-time person who's going to pick up. It's another half day a week.
Okay.
Yep. And it's in part because East is at about 570, 580 students, and others are running closer to 500. It gives us a little more time. We do need to add a pre-K teacher. As you know, the age of eligibility for kindergarten has changed this year. And so students that were born on or before September 1 are eligible to enroll in kindergarten. Those September 2 and onward are not, unless they appeal, and they can certainly come to us. And if they're interested in doing it, you know, we'll meet with them and talk with them. But we looked at our population in our preschool, and we have enough students in the preschool who are impacted by this that we're going to need to run another section. And so that's that pre-K teacher. It's really driven by that one day. SACS, the reading specialist at 0.4, that's currently covered by a grant, and we're shifting over into the operating budget. We could have another hour conversation about COVID grants and all those pieces. The long and short of it is they're all coming to an end. We had to make some decisions about what we keep and what we don't. And some things are keeping, some things we're not, based on what we're doing with it. You'll see on another slide some of the decisions we made. But the reading specialist at SACS, again, given the conversation we've been having, is a strategic investment to continue to improve in that area. Grade 5 teachers. Financial literacy is also driven by legislation. All students, starting with this freshman class, are required to have at least 0.5 in financial literacy prior to graduation. It's a great initiative, but as you know, a great idea poorly implemented is a bad idea. Could have used a little more time.
Where does that embed? Where does that embed the financial literacy? Where?
So for us, we're looking at math or business.
I was gonna say. Yeah, I mean
the certifications that can do it are the math, business, or social studies.
And that can't be. I mean, I know it's asking a lot of teachers. It can't be rolled into current teachers. Adding that to.
Well, here's what we're doing. It's a great point. We asked the same question.
Yeah.
And so we looked at what courses our kids generally take and what could be considered the financial literacy credit. Found that our economics courses could do that. You know, one or two others could do that. We have a financial math course that we do. So that's why this is not a 2.0 or a bigger number, a much bigger number, because we're not developing a financial literacy program. We're creating a course for the 30% or so of kids that don't take one of those other courses. So it's going to fill the gap with those guys, but the other 70% or so, they're already taken care of given the programming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah, kind of be efficient. Yeah. And again, as a 0.6, it may be addition to people who we already have on staff. You know, somebody might go to teaching an extra course, so and then be a 1.2, and they would roll in that a financial literacy course or something. So, you know, we'll have to. Again, it's tougher that way, but trying to be efficient. And the same with world languages. You know, we call it a world language program, but it's really 4 or 5 different departments. We have Latin and Mandarin and French and Spanish, you know, everything that we do with our kids. So this 0.4 gives us that flexibility to make sure that we can adjust our staffing to meet the enrollment needs of kids. So looking at course, our Mandarin program is growing. Spanish is not, and I think that's less outcome a little bit. Kids are in Spanish and plus starting kindergarten, and so they want to try something new as they go. Latin is starting to grow, which is a problem because not a lot of Latin teachers out there. So again, fractional means we look at the teacher we have, if they're willing and able, we try to add a section. You see the school counselor. We talked about an assistant athletic director. Looking around in the region, most of our other like districts have an assistant athletic director. Some have full-time. Some use stipends to do it. Some have other things. We feel like a part-time assistant athletic director who would help for site management, could help for evening, weekend, different types of games, but most importantly, help to invest in the supervision of our sub-varsity coaches. We are coaching. We've got 70+ coaches that are in and out. That we fund half, the All Sports Booster Club funds the other half, and it really is a strength of our program. But we want to make sure that we have the appropriate guidance and supervision and leadership for that. and one person can't do it. So Jay, our athletic director, works directly with all the varsity coaches. And the expectation has been that the varsity coaches then supervise the sub-varsity coaches. And that would continue, but now an assistant athletic director would be a co-evaluator in that and help to continually evolve and grow those programs and work with these folks. Everyone in the program has direct impact or direct contact with our kids. So we need to do this kind of quality control and leadership and development in order to help make sure that our program continues.
Do you have, I mean, not today, but do you have sort of a chart kind of showing number of athletes and sort of the growth? Because obviously you're asking for more headcount and would want to overlay that with number of athletes.
Absolutely. Yep. And what I do have is the data from the surrounding towns. So I have Westport, Darien, and Richfield, and whatever.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's not the total student population that matters. It's the number of athletes.
Right.
Because we might be a slightly smaller than say, a Darien.
Right.
But we may have the same number of athletes.
Right. Right.
I also think with athletes, I'd like to see it by grade because it does peter off to get to the older grades.
Right, which is as you get to the...
It should become junior, senior.
Right, you have fewer people, right, which is where, again, this assistant athletic director, we work with our sub-varsity coaches and others, where it's a much broader, right, when they get to that varsity level, it's the most competitive, and it doesn't... Yep, good. Whatever information you'd like. Glad to. Yep.
So of these additional headcounts, right, this list, so... this is just salary and not benefits in it. So some of these would be benefit related, some not. Right?
So these are additional investments that we're making. Right, there are some that we are not, and so there will be some give and take in that, as there is some give and take even in the salary line. Right, when we look at this, it's not all additive. There's some positions that we're not continuing to fund, sort of puts and takes. But yes, we did not include money into the benefits line based on these new positions.
What is an innovation assistant?
Yeah, so it's a person who's working in the high school library right now, who has been working with us to create a system of it's called a badging system. So we've made significant investments in the libraries across the district, but we're starting to, but the high school certainly. So we now have a podcast studio, a green screen room. We have a maker space, we have design labs, and all in that, when you first walk in the library, right in that upper area, right? So there's the podcast and the green screen and the maker space, and the design lab and other things. And with all of that investment, what this person has been doing as this year, we continue, because this year is a leave replacement, to be clear, creating a system of training and badging for students so that they can learn what they need to learn and show and demonstrate that they know it before using this equipment. So they go in and they're badged to use the podcast studio. It means they've learned how to use it. They've taken a course, whatever. They can sign it up. They don't need to be supervised as they're doing it. They can be tripped. They have the skills required to treat this stuff. Right. It's the same in Makerspace. Or same in all these different areas that we have these investments. He's also working with students. Doing a lot of work with students in their creative ideas, helping them to develop their ideas and to explore, because that's what that design lab space is all about. It's a lower cost investment because it's not a certified position. It is.
Is this already happening?
It's happening now.
Is it happening by volunteer or?
It's happening because somebody's working with us as a leave replacement. It was just a little tricky. Somebody went on leave and we couldn't find that. Exactly. So the TI at the high school, the technology integrator at the high school, went out on leave, is on leave this year. And it's a very difficult position to find somebody to come into, because that's a certified position with experience to come in and be a technology integrator, working with teachers and working with staff and others. And so much of that is relationship driven. To have somebody new come in to do that work, it didn't make a lot. We couldn't find the right person, but we did then find. This person came forward and we started talking with him, and turns out he has a level of expertise that rivals most. He just doesn't have the certification as a teacher. So we gave him the opportunity to do some of this work, and that's how he's been doing this work. If this weren't approved in the budget as we're going forward, we would wouldn't be able to continue that one because it's new work, something else would have to give in order to get that. And I actually think the concept of badging, and this is just one piece of it, but I think it's something you can grab onto, is something that will go much broader than just kids and using the tech. I think that for staff, we've talked about it and we've needed to develop a system, and that's what's being put together now, where whether it's around mandated trainings or other extensions, other ways to continue to learn, so that staff can continue to grow in their own experience. Putting to work the investments of it. And then the social worker is currently funded by one of the COVID grants. And so we're shifting that over. I mentioned the reduction over at South. We have one of the COVID grants.
Kids in crisis. That's different than the kids in crisis person, because this was a grant. Is now
this is a grant for the COVID related grants that we move over. But there are also some grants that we did move over. Like we have a special education teacher that was funded through an ESSER grant, a social worker from Saks, same thing, that was funded through a grant that we're not continuing for a variety of reasons. So, and then some different deferrals to leaders. The school counselor, that number was 2, now it's 1. Classroom Saks library, and we look at that. So I know it's taking way too long.
We have to get to capital.
I know. I'm almost there.
But before we leave,
it's not all my fault.
So I'm reading this right, that we're up 10.3 on the pluses, and we're down 3.0. I think the reductions or deferrals. You think the deferrals, are they counting against that 10.3, or is that
not the deferrals? No. So there's also some of the positions have been moved into grants. So we've moved a couple of positions into the IDEA grant. I think so. There are more puts and takes than just here. So if you try to tie out to the book is the authoritative piece, and because it has all of the puts. So for instance, we've moved a TA into the IDA grant is the special education grant we get each year. It's a 2-year grant, and it is meant to supplant some of the funding in the budget. Most grants are meant to supplement that with this. So we did look to try to mitigate as much as we can by moving a few other positions in. So,
but so net is, I'm looking at a net of 7.2.
So then I think there are others. I guess, but I can drill into it. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So that's, I'd love to say quickly that's salaries, but I know that's not quickly. But let me just pivot briefly to healthcare, because that's the other piece that's driving our budget and budgets all over. In a recent meeting with Cigna, they shared with us that the statewide trend since 2019 has been 9.5% in spend as they go forward. So I did what our students do, and I went into ChatGPT and asked it to create a graph for me. Then I checked the numbers, and it's right. But this is our actual spend in 2019 in the lower left. And then the blue line is the trend line at 9.5. And again, that's from Cigna, the conversation we had. The green line is our actual expenditures. And then in 24, of course, it's up projected. And then in 25, it's up projected as well. But you see that we have trended well below the 9.5 that has been the trend in the state.
So we just, only because we had the town's insurance person come in yesterday, and we're more like at 7, not 9.5.
In what, in
healthcare spent?
In your plan, or
yeah,
the 9.5 is the statewide average.
Okay.
The green is ours.
Okay.
So it's just to show how we trended below the statewide average.
Okay.
I don't, it's because it's our actuals. I don't have X is the trend percentage, but it's well below 9. It's well below 6.
Okay.
6.
Okay.
Also true.
Yeah, because I would expect that, given sort of your pool that you're insuring, that you should be lower.
Yeah, I would hope so.
I would hope so.
We try, but we've had some.
No,
all plans were driven by high cost plans.
Right.
I used 2019 because 2019 was the year that we had 100% of our people into our high deductible health. So that was everybody's in there now.
Right.
And so because there were other savings. We can go back and it would look even better because as we moved from traditional to the high deductible plan, you know, there were other savings that we want.
Okay.
Yep. Just a data point. But here's what we're up against. And I don't think we're unusual in this. This is, I know, again, confusing. I'll break down, but for this slide, and then I'll take us to the next one, you just read across. So taking across the top line, starting in 1819, say September, this is the net paid claims. So this is after stop loss, net of stop. If you read across September, starting 745,886, a million, 2 million, 900,000, and then a million. You know, you see, and if you do that in each of the rows, of course, there's a significant dip in 2020, 2021 because of the the numbers going. But as you looking across, what is more, and that's again, I know you love numbers and the data and all that, but here's what's most important. When they create the projections, they use our past 12 months of actual history to do that, the history. And so you're always hoping for a better month to come that'll roll off an older one. And I think we just got our December number. I don't think it's better. I don't think it's much worse, but I think it's aligned with.
It's consistent.
It's consistent.
It's consistent. It's a 12-month rolling average. So every month it comes in, one number drops off, we get a new one. So we hope that
don't we always have like sort of, there's a few months that are always significantly lower in that
Usually.
that come in
So what's
at the end of the budget cycle?
Well,
like
so
April, May, or
yeah, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
It's what generally has happened is it's because of it's a high deductible plan. The first couple of months, people are paying through their deductible.
Right.
So those numbers are generally a little bit lower. And then it can go up after that. And then of course you have the variation of our individual stop loss at 300,000.
Right.
We just notification that somebody just hit that, you know, went over.
Right.
Unfortunately.
So our highest numbers would really, because your plan year starts in September.
Correct.
So really the summer months are our highest months, which we would have already seen, right?
Well, so the challenge is usually September, October is a little bit lower, but this year they've been over 1 million.
Yep.
As you can see in the 23-24 column.
Yep.
And then December is the same, about the same, but no matter how close we get, we're not going to roll off the 1.6.
Right.
Or 1.7, or the 1.3 or the 1.4. Right. So we're up against a pretty tough 12-month rolling average.
Yep.
And that is one of those projections. So what we'll do, which is what we have done always, as you'll recall, Steve, as we're going through the process, if we get better numbers or different numbers, we'll bring them forward. We just take that up. We, you know, this is what we're funding, and if that what we need to fund comes down, we take it right off the top line. If it goes the other way, then we talk about it.
Can you forward? I know Joe always does like an analysis of number of lives that are sort of hitting the the stop loss and all that kind of stuff. If you could send that, that would be helpful.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I have all of that.
Yeah.
And what I'll do is ask them to update it for us.
That'd be great. And also like the top sheet that had the administrative fees and all that kind of stuff, that the whole plan.
Sure.
That'd be awesome.
And actually you have some of that in your binder.
Okay.
So that top sheet that had the administrative fees, all that breakdowns in your binder.
Okay, perfect.
But the build isn't.
Didn't get to look at that in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah. The build isn't. So I'm glad to do that. And I do think because it's such a significant driver in the budget, I am going to invite Joe to come to the board of finance.
Perfect.
And I'll certainly let you know. So, but that's our challenge, right? And so what's driving it? High dollar payments. Part of what's driving that is the breakthroughs in pharmaceuticals.
Yep.
So where now people can continue to work and thrive on pharmaceuticals long term, but they're very expensive. Where before it was a much different story. So it's a great story, but it's expensive.
Yeah. It'd be interesting because I mean, we had this conversation with Larry a couple days ago, and he articulated just what you did, that pharmacy is driving a lot, and he was talking about maybe some joint purchasing of a pharmacy type plan. I did talk about we have different formularies that because we're on different plans, we have different formularies, and that's union negotiated stuff. That it's not like yes, let's do it, that kind of thing, but It may be an interesting, because that is a driver on both healthcare plans, it may be an interesting thing to see, if there are things that wouldn't be disruptive to, negotiated
Yeah.
benefits.
Always
And it's
glad-
to
always glad.
everybody's advantage
Right.
because
Yeah,
people
always
are in
glad to-
high deductibles.
Right.
So it's
Right.
for everybody.
Right.
So what we do, and I'm not sure, but yeah, always glad to take a look.
Mhm.
If we can save some money, absolutely.
Yeah.
What we roll the pharmacy in with the HSA and the deductible.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's a carve out with a, 5, 10, 50, however.
Mhm.
Or so what happens with our employees, they pay the full boat on the prescriptions until they hit their deductible.
Right. Right.
And then there's the 90/10 copay.
Yeah.
Until they hit the out-of-pocket max.
Right.
And that's a little bit different. So I just think those dynamics we have to.
Yeah. I mean, it is,
understand how we
it's,
set them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they do have to step up for the deductible after they hit the max.
Oh, we get
Which,
every
if
early
you don't-
September.
You don't
we
have
get
it in all
many
plans.
phone
Yeah.
calls From people that
Yeah.
don't understand why their bill might have been.
It's 10%.
Yeah.
Because it's a reset of the deductible, and then
Yeah.
even right after that, it becomes the 10%.
Yeah. And I know this is probably self explaining, but the stop loss is inclusive of pharmaceutical expenses for people.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, it's
yeah, I know, it's not easy.
the
I-
class I
expensive.
took on running a self-managed insurance plan.
Yeah.
Really
Yeah.
paying off.
Yeah.
Uh,
And trust me, I asked on the town side for some, gifts too, so.
But you know what, we've got people
Yeah.
who really understand it very well. I mean,
Yeah.
we've been doing it together for a long time.
Yeah.
So I understand we have Joe who helps us out quite a bit. So, yeah, so I will be inviting down. You'll definitely
Perfect.
get in conversation if you'd like him to
He's
ever come and
great.
speak to the board. of
Joe is
Selectmen.
great. That's great.
So again, this is our overall budget, actuals versus inflation adjusted. It's always tricky to do this because inflation doesn't run in the school year and all those things. So it's just a visual, but we've worked really hard to bring down those overall costs. And I think it's reflected again in our debt current expenditures, reflected in a variety of things. This is the annual inflation in our budget only goes through July and all those pieces, but it's just again trends. And we've been working very hard to stay below, be as efficient as possible. And so the budget itself, it continues to invest in this program that we have and find those high leverage investments to continue to meet some emerging needs and to continue sort of investments that we've begun in years past. That's literacy academy and things like that. And now let's get to capital. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Not as many pictures.
Only one page too.
Yeah, we're
The one piece we're in control of.
And for comparison against last year, it's 139 for us, the Board of Ed capital, just if you want to look at it against.
Yeah, we're down about $1 million, right?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Slightly,
We're up.
about 200.
Oh, we came in at about 5 last year, I thought.
I don't know.
About 600. We were at 4.6 last.
Is it 3.9? And this is
Board of Education last year looks like it was
Okay.
Is that a summer?
3919 is what we have in our books from last year.
Came in 4.3. Well, what happens is the paving money gets shifted out to the town generally and other things, so.
Okay, so just so we can compare where, because I know some group's gonna ask you to compare that and
Yep.
rank what you need.
That's right. Well, and you'll see that there's that consistency is important. There are years that we have groups or other large projects that could be at $1 million plus. One of those is probably coming up in the near future over at Saks. We haven't done Saks roof, we've done the others, as you know.
But the high school roof was, wow, that came in great.
Yeah, we nailed that.
Because we thought it was gonna get crushed and it came in well.
Yeah. Well, part of that was going from 2 summers to 1,
Mhm.
mobilizing all at once, storing
And getting stuff before other
Yeah.
people got it. That was good.
Ordering up front and storing it on site.
That was a good move,
Storing it
yep.
on site, it made it much quicker. It really worked well.
That's a
Great.
big old roof. Yes,
I think we were anticipating 7. I think we came in between 2
3.5 or
Yeah.
something. It was good.
So,
So Dan will do the same with these, I'm sure.
obviously, clearly.
No worries.
But not next year. Next year we plan. And then it'll be the year after that, which we'll talk about Saks Roof. What you'll see is continuing many of the initiatives that we began. You'll see that the painting initiative continues. We did bring that number down a bit. We had moved it up a little bit. We've moved it back down to 20 at the elementaries and 50 at the high school and Saks, which is what it was years ago. We are looking at the flooring initiatives that we began at Saks and at East. Those tiles are coming out, and instead of replacing with tiles, we're using LVT, which lasts just as long, as easier cleaned, looks much better, gives you more flexibility and looks and things like that. The investing in, we've got brick buildings, and you do repointing the different buildings, and we'll get on a cycle of doing that. We did have a facilities assessment by Silver Petrocelli in the fall. They really focused on HVAC quite a bit. And I think, again, outcome of previous decisions and investments by bringing in skilled certified maintenance folks, HVAC, plumbers, carpenters, electricians, others. We really do take very, very good care of all of our HVAC across the district. So we believe that we can continue to do so. As long as parts are available, we have the expertise to make sure things are running well. So we'll continue doing that. You want to take it?
Yeah, I can just very quickly give you a high level summary.
Will you have a 5-year?
It's in there.
It's in the book.
It's in there.
Oh, in the book in here, not on the slides. Okay.
White tab,
Got a lot of books going on right now. It's right.
111, 112.
Very,
Okay.
very, very
Awesome. Perfect.
112.
Perfect. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'll go back. Too many books.
So, high level, total request is 4,855,000. When you break it down by location, district wide is 560,000, east is 637,000, south is 365, west is 270, Saks is 1,000,005, high schools 510. We also have vehicles in there, a maintenance vehicle for 45, and 3 sped replacement vehicles for 65 each. Technology, we're continuing to be on the lease plan. The projected cost for full year 25, taking into consideration lease payments from 22, 23, 24, then now for 25 would be about 773,000. So we're expecting at a gross level to spend about 800,000 for technology. Painting, as Brian mentioned, slightly reduced at the elementary. We were budgeting 30,000 at elementary. We reduced that to 20, and the middle and the high school remain at 50. So we're 160,000 in total for painting district wide. We have 150,000 in the budget at district wide for a mandatory HVAC assessment, which must be done by January 1st of 25.
Is that a COVID mandate?
What's that?
Is that COVID mandate?
It's stemmed from that. Yeah. But for the longest time, we're trying to find out who's certified to do this work. We're just finding out. So now we're going to be this week contacting several vendors to do the work.
So the 150 that for that assessment, is that kind of a guess? Because you don't know who's going to do the work.
It absolutely is.
Right.
We have no idea what it's going to cost yet.
Yeah. It seems like a big number for an assessment. I know there's 1 million square feet of buildings, but it's just an assessment.
Some of that could be used for, if anything is identified that needs to be repaired, right, you could use that money as well. But I agree with you. It really was a guess. We don't know until we're going out to vendors end of this week, early next week. See, invite them in and have them tell us what it's going to cost.
Okay.
I went to
what did we pay 10 years ago? But because we did this. This was, I remember we wanted to do it every 5 years.
And we just recently did a facilities piece, but this is by statute very specific.
Oh, okay.
Targeted to the HVAC, because what's happening is legislation around room temperatures, where schools would have to close if rooms are over or below certain temperatures. And so this is a part of, again, it's air quality.
Okay.
Driven through from the bin.
Okay. And just Sean, really quickly, in the presentation, I see the 4855 at the bottom. But when you go into the detail, your total is 4787, so it's off by 67,510.
Oh, that's my fault. So that was your fault. That's my fault because what happened was, we talked with East School early
Yes.
in the year.
Yeah.
And they've been fundraising for a
Oh.
new piece of playground equipment. It's some work on
Oh.
the playground because we had to
Yeah.
remove one just before school started,
Okay.
given the condition, there were no parts left. So they let us know that they've done their piece of the fundraising. And
Okay.
this is the other half of that.
Okay.
So it came in late.
Okay. So the East number will be up.
So again,
Okay.
use the book as your final, but that East includes that 67. Is that what the difference was?
67,510.
Yep, and that's half of
Okay.
what that was, but fundraised in order to do the work in the playground.
Okay. Perfect.
And it is just because the numbers, it's fascinating to see how things have increased in cost. We were just talking with principals the other day, and a kindergarten desk that used to cost $22 now costs $65. The exact same desk over the last 3-4 years. That's the kind of,
Yeah.
and from the same vendor, the same desk, same size. It's just how, so playground equipment, significant jump.
The other number that sticks out is we have 2 PA systems, and one for
Yes.
Saks, one for high school, for total is $630,000. That's a
big number.
That's a significant number. That's trying to imagine, okay, how much does it cost for speakers and a microphone that would tell you what's going on? And that's amazing.
Yeah, and I don't know offhand how many rooms we're talking about in those buildings, but those 2 buildings alone are.
So you're talking about
$600,000
redoing every single room is incorporated?
Do they not work?
I don't think they have the functionality.
What does that mean?
So, what does it mean? For being able to target areas of the building or zone into certain places to make more specific announcements to an area of the building.
Is that part of your security initiative?
It's a part. It's not a driver necessarily, but it's a part. Communication is that important.
Is that where the different age groups may receive whatever the announcements are, but it's not required to go to the one next door. You know,
Right, over at
pick and
Saks,
choose,
you can
yeah.
do 6th grade or 8th grade or 5th grade, upper division,
Custom
lower
divisions,
division,
yeah.
and those pieces to it.
Is that a nice to have or a must have? Because we have to ask these questions.
That's a fair question to ask. And I'm going to go
Think about
back
it.
to Dave and to Bill,
Yeah.
and to the teams at each location, and circle back.
And of course, it is also the age of the equipment too.
What was that, I'm sorry?
Hey,
Wiring, speakers.
Yeah.
I probably heard announcements over that. When I was
You probably ignored them.
Yeah, oh yeah, no doubt they're the same ones.
That's called something different. It's
Is the parking lot and curb renovation number, Terry, does that come under these guys or you? Yeah, I mean, you do it, but it's on your capital
Yes.
line
Yeah,
item.
we bring it forward on capital, and generally the funding, once approved, gets transferred over because.
Right, and Tiger handles it.
Roll it into other projects he's doing and save
Right.
some money.
Just
To
up
get
there.
it done, he does a great job of it.
Okay, the main and auxiliary, that door replacement at West, we finally fixed the floor. That was in there for years, right?
Oh, yeah, we did that a while ago.
Okay,
Yeah.
just checking
Yeah,
that.
we poured a brand new floor there. It looks great. We use basketball all the time.
Alright.
Yep.
Let's see, so Brian mentioned the floor replacement phase 3, both at East and Saks, that's $250,000 each. Let's see,
And it Saks, that's the part that was not renovated, the floor replacement?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's not the new way.
Mhm.
and then between East, South, West, and Saks, masonry, brick, repointing, 455 in aggregate.
You know, we always budget for that, some money, and do we always spend it? Do we always get through the pointing on it?
Well, of course, that's the intention. We're looking at other things, weather-related issues.
Yeah.
But we feel that it's a good number. It's a good plan, just so that we don't let things deteriorate.
Yeah. But anyway, and we do the town side buildings. We always have like, oh, we were going to spend this, but we didn't, and we close them out and roll it over. We have the same functionality here. I mean, so is there like money hanging out of capital?
We just closed a number of projects.
Okay.
But exactly, yeah, so we look at them.
You had some leftover money. You
Annually,
had leftover money, you could do
years,
something else. Okay.
Yeah, and if certainly if a project's completed, the remainder rolls back. But if it's for whatever reason we've changed gears, we close it out. Yep. And as capital, it stays.
Okay. And I'm assuming the vehicles, that's just the typical rollover.
That's our
Sped
typical
vehicles, right?
rollover. Yeah.
On average, they're what, 7 and 9 years old when they replace them.
And I'm assuming they're still all gas because range issues and stuff like that.
They are still gas, yeah, and supply challenges still, as far as the timeliness is clear.
And they're bigger vehicles, right?
You know what? They are,
Yeah.
and we looked at it years ago to sort of think about it. It's 65K each. We trade in when we can. The larger vehicles, because of the expectation of the vehicles, they're some of our kids are non-ambulatory, so we have to be able to drive right
Yeah,
out the door and travel, different things. So
Roy's done a good job rotating. So they get 10 to 12 years out of a while.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And with the larger number of births with kindergarten, from 2001, going up to about 200 kids born, we've got a few other cases that need vehicles. Right? Because we've got a larger pool of some more needs. That also explains a little bit about pre-K, which is another way we're monitoring how that enrollment.
Wow, I love your out-year capital projections.
Oh yeah.
Let's keep them there.
They stay out.
2 million, it's beautiful too. It's small print, maybe I'm not reading it right, but
I say you got to get a few years though of pain before you get there.
That's right. That's right.
It's like, wait, where that's like
Well,
way out.
we can be optimistic.
Right. That's the thing.
It's kind of like enrollment projections.
That's right. It's the hurricane model.
Yeah.
The closer you get, the more narrow you get. But as things emerge, but you hope, right? We've done some big projects in the last few years. Between the boilers just recently. We're finishing out,
that was huge.
That's an enormous thing that will save us money and burns money. These condensing boilers are amazing. The roofs that we've done on just about all of our buildings.
Every bit but Saks, right?
Yeah, well, West has some too.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I see a West roof,
Yeah,
like
West has
100
some.
next
If
year
we've
and
done
then $1.5
one,
million in
we've
2
got-
years.
Yeah, because it's a 3 different buildings.
Mhm.
Well, one's a metal roof. So
Yeah.
We put a new roof underneath the solar though in Saxton, or do we have to?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah, we did the
So-
roof first and the solar on top. That's the cafeteria
So this will be like a
section.
partial.
Yep, it helps. Absolutely. Yeah, and so those kind of investments, those will pay off. I'm not saying things will emerge that come in there, but your big expenditures are what your boy. Now we may have the air conditioning at the high school, some of those things that, the new construction from 2006. It gets older every year.
Yeah.
And we'll have some other things, but I do think we're in a pretty good place long term, capital wise, because the investments we've been making. When the interest rates were low.
Well, I have to say, I've heard anecdotally from people in different towns about one specifically who has made a significant underinvestment in the capital of other schools. And now we're facing enormous challenges, and it's painful to do it, but it's the smart thing to do. Beyond the fact we should have decent buildings for our kids, it's students and teachers to work in. But I mean, it's kind of shocking what I heard about a town nearby and the complete disintegration of the capital plan.
I lived through that.
Yep.
Consultants
It's made the press.
told Greenwich they need
It's
to
not-
spend a minimum of $20 million a year just in just regular maintenance. They're not doing it for years.
Yeah, you can't put your head in the sand. on
Budgets
stuff.
were 10 million. Now look at they have schools that are deteriorating. It's a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've done the opposite, right? We've really invested long term between things from painting to roofs to boilers to other things that, there'll always be needs, but we've been able to smooth it out so that we're not looking at it.
And our staffing model has changed too, so that as people leave, we bring in people that have experience, licenses, and a lot of experience running large jobs. So that helps us with that, the capital projects, and really fully understanding bids when they come in. And a lot of the work we do ourselves now instead of hiring the contractors, or at least we're part of it, in a management level, so that we do get a better price. We know that it's good quality, it's being overseen by our own people. And there's a lot of people that, in terms of contractors, like to work that way as well. They want it to be efficient, as efficient as possible, so they can get in and get out. And so do we, especially with us at our timelines that we need for, especially for summer. There's so much happening, so we spend a lot of time doing all the schedules and everything, so that as soon as the last bus leaves the parking lot, we're in there, ready to go.
So how do you? Because we just had this conversation with DPW before you guys came, and you know, I was part of the board where you started that transition, and you know, the feedback we got was that at the town level we need like 2 contractors to do a lot of the jobs, to do actually the work. I mean, how do you get around, you know, sort of the actual physical labor around some of the projects that you have these experts for, without bringing in outside contractors?
I think it's all about flexibility, because when we were interviewing people, we're saying, this is the expectation, this is how we do it. We may have done it other ways in different ways, but this is what our requirements are. And they're a big part of the planning. So for example, when we did the lighting changes in the elementary school and actually at Saxon, the high school, is that we identified, so for example, high school was 8,000 light fixtures. It's hard to believe it's that many when you're walking through, but by the time we got through counting with the contractors, we were able to give them very accurate numbers for them to bid on, because it's our place. We did a lot of the investigation, so we knew we were going to get good pricing. And of course, you have the same lights, for example, in every classroom, but pretty much the same lights. You also have a lot of ornamental fixtures and exterior lighting. So we looked at it, and again with the whole team, and said, you know what? Maybe we build the contract, the bid is that have the contractor come into the classrooms where it's just cookie cutters. They'll just go bang, bang, bang. Where the other ones, which are more maybe intricate and take more hours, we have licensed electricians at the job, and they would do that part of it. So we're going to be saving, because they're going to be able to get in evening, nights to be able to do those fixtures. So it's really well thought out. What do we have in terms of staffing and other skills that we have? Because it's the same thing. We have plumbers, we have HVAC people. And maybe with all this new work that is being required, and with the state coming down and saying, you know, we're going to want things to change, work that you have to do. This is what we want. We have people on board that are very skilled in what they're talking about. So there's a lot of flexibility available, but we have a lot of, I think, good people that can help meet that head on, as opposed to a contractor, which may not, but maybe much higher cost.
Hey, Dan, specifically, who do you have on, in terms of trades on board?
We have 2 electricians. They're fully licensed, and actually me too, but I don't wear the tools as much anymore. We also have a fully licensed HVAC mechanic. I'm sorry, 2 of those, because the second one also has welding. There's other requirements. So, and then we actually have, and it's not really what you would say is a license level, but it's fully. If there was a license for carpentry,
okay,
we have 2 people who do that. It's all on that same level, where they had a lot of work experience prior to them coming to our facilities, but they like to stay because that's very good. It's very interesting work, and we save on the funding too.
Also a good use of like an older vehicle. You mentioned how long these vehicles go. They took an older vehicle and put it into sort of a handyman role where they can keep tools and stuff and go through school and fix things. And it's really amazing, the ingenuity that goes into that. I always thought the secret was child labor, but it's not. So.
No, but at first the kids thought it was the ice cream. No, sorry, kids.
And that's 1 million square feet, right? More plus or minus?
About, that's it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we have, if everybody has no more questions, we have other groups to bring back in. So,
thank you.
You have schools to run. So,
it's so great to see you all.
Thanks to see you.
Thanks for
you. Call me, any questions, whatever. I'll get you some information more about the PA for sure.
Yeah.
And
again, you know, these are, if its number doesn't have to happen, this would be a good year for it not to happen.
I do hear that annually.
True.
I mean it this year.
But I understand.
And they're going to tell you to rank them.
And we're probably your easiest audience.
Well, this is great. Thank you. So great to see all of you. Thank you for all of what you're doing. Thanks for the chance to talk about our schools.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks, Hugo.
So Dan, is it six people or so many across just of your staff? Is it 6 people, 2 electricians, or some joint?
Oh, yeah, we're one.
Credit, 2 electricians, 2 HVAC.
Can I send you the email? Because give you all the licenses and tell me what they do.
Just a number of people. I'm just curious, because like you guys, we really don't.
It's just kind of evolved.
Running late. No.
You know, they used to put me first.
They don't have
I'm sure now they're gonna put me last.
But when we saw the opportunity,
Yeah.
we knew, hey, 10 years from now,
Oh.
because we're gonna approach it this way.
Yeah.
But it came out to where a lot of people, contractors, and they would come in to retire. And that's not only because we didn't have the work. So some people would actually leave because it wasn't really interesting at all. So when we started to do that, bring it in, we don't do it ourselves. And it's just been really great because we have some really top-notch guys.
Are they young? Youngish?
They're younger than me.
That's what it is. The interesting nature of the work. You get to interact with so many different people.
And there's an ownership feeling, like these are your schools, like in a good way.
Well, and some of the people that we did bring in have the experience with all the equipment that we're installing now, which maybe in the past we get contractors. Or at the very least, all the 3 boilers, they know all about it. They know about how to install them. Do we have the time to be able to do that? Because really, in the job description, it's maintenance person, but it's really the same cost as somebody that doesn't have a license at this point. They're just coming here because their work is that interesting, so, and clean and dry. But they'll also go out there on a snowy day and snowplow with everybody else. So they'll do everything. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Thank you. Thanks.
It's okay. Kind of, thank you. Well, I might. Just let me. Yeah, I know where to find you. Okay.
I want to ask. I already called about it. So.
All right. So this is the budget for general government. That includes our selectmen, IT, HR, finance, the assessor, the collector, land use, the building department, really kind of all of the departments that kind of the town hall function have outreach to the citizens. So yeah, with the expenditure. This is the first selectmen's budget. It's a total decrease of 1.29%.
Did you hear that?
Nice.
Did you hear that?
Come on, pat, pat, pat.
Extra big at the top, so it's a decrease of 1.29%. The major drivers are salaries part-time is down 30%. The town kind of as a whole is evaluating its part-time needs and ongoing projects, and as they drop off, those would be lowered. Economic development is down 48%. Also, in the same vein, a number of projects that are being completed in FY24, the previous level of funding is no longer needed for them. Meals and events is up 1,500. This is used for recognition events, retirements, the 2 major employee events employee-centered events that take place during the year, such as the holiday party and the so there's one in the spring.
Yeah, well, we do one in the spring.
Yeah. And this is just bringing it back up with what the actuals really are expected to be. And office supplies, this is to add capacity for a color printer really on the top floor here, which doesn't have one, where all the other
always have it, so it's nice to borrow. This adds for the lease as well as any increase in supplies due to that. Any questions for the first selectors? On to finance. Finance is an increase of 7.17%. The major drivers of that are salaries part-time is up 17.3%. There was a town council voted on an increase for the treasurer's position, and that contributes to that.
Say that again. I'm sorry.
The town council had voted on a increase to the treasurer's position salary, so that's integrated into this budget. The salaries OT went up 5,500. As processes are being streamlined right now, we're kind of evaluating whether or not an additional full-time employee is necessary. So right now we're covering some of that gap with overtime for current staff that we have.
And what would the full-time be? Or what would the title be? That you're considering whether you need it or not?
It was a clerical position, but right now we do have someone that's helping us, that is, you know, that has helped. It's helping a couple of different departments, so it's been a tremendous help to us. So I think as Josh said, as we get those procedures tightened down, because we still have a lot more changes, we may not need for it because we're cutting out things that we just don't need to do anymore to streamline a lot of manual work. So it's just evaluating. It would be more clerical.
Okay, in terms of the position.
Yeah, you know, we need help with the AP because just the sheer volume of what we do.
There's a 7,500 increase in the training line. 2.4 of that is for the treasurer's training. There's also a GFOA has an in-person event that takes off a large chunk of that, as well as just Munis and GFOA centered trainings. I know upcoming we have a big intensive accounting training that's going to be going on in February, I believe, and that's, you know, as many people as the accounting department can have, just focus in on it, just, you know, drill the fundamentals and the advanced stuff. It's always good. And a 6.19% increase for the professional service audit. Expected rate increases from the auditors related to their staffing. Proper reflection of the cost when timing was taken into account between years, since we're kind of billed across years sometimes, depending on how those expenses hit. Any questions on finance?
So we are going out to bid.
So you're bidding for the audit.
We are bidding.
So you're estimating.
So this could move. This number could move once we get the final numbers on the bid. Yeah.
Sure. And the training number, was it artificially low in the last couple of years? The training, I mean, it's, you know, from like nothing to 7,000.
Yeah, the treasurer's, it's a new one for him that's going in here, that he never really had a home. He comes under finance, so this is a new one for him on the 2,400. On the GFOA side, there was traveling before. When I came in, we didn't do the travel per se. We're trying to do it every other year because they do West Coast, East Coast, and more expenses on the West Coast. So we're trying to stay it on our side. If we go to GFOA, because that's the one, the national and the Connecticut one. The Connecticut one's usually day. The national ones are where they cover all the new GASB upcoming rules and things like that to try and go on that one. But what we're utilizing through our membership of GFOA, that's where Josh had talked about the training. We're able to go in and say for $300, I'm able to have a whole training session for 4 days that will get the staff the level of training I think they should know versus just, I think I need a lot of cross training in positions. So it's mainly then, like I said, it's through GFOA and or if there's a Tyler conference, which is our software financial system. If there's something we want to see, or if there's new modules or things like that, that's the time to go for that. We don't plan on doing the new Tyler this next coming year, but we look at to see what's going on. They tell you the future ones out and what they may cover to see if it makes sense for us to go.
So how many, with the training, how many, if you include the treasurer in that, what's the head count in the finance department?
The head count? 8.
8 plus 1 or 8 including?
8 with a 8. But in that 8 is someone who is a chair person.
So, but that includes the treasurer. The 8 includes the treasurer. So, okay. So I just wanted to do a little.
Yep.
So
line
that's a
above,
lot, that's heavy, sorry, that's heavy training on one person.
Well, no, it would be
2,400
three.
is a lot for one position.
Yeah.
That's
Oh, for the,
a
yeah.
part-time position that's already compensated pretty well. It's a lot of training.
I agree.
I think that might.
There could be, the membership for, the same membership for the GFOA would be the same. You can get access to, once you take some of the trainings, you get access to that again, and that's what I'm using for our staff.
Okay.
Depending, I'm not sure what that training for the 2,400 encompasses.
Oh, he didn't give you an outline of what it meant.
I think I do have a breakdown
Great.
of
Do you?
that. But,
Okay, I think it'd be good to understand what that, it's a lot. It's for a compensated.
Yep, I agree.
And somebody who had a 18% raise year over year.
Well, it's more so that we're at the top of the screen, so
Yeah.
7.17.
Yeah.
That's not normally what we see internally. So.
Hi, and by the way, I'm here, everyone. I'm
Okay,
Andrew.
hey, Andrew.
Hi, and so I'm happy to help.
Yeah, so can you tell us what that
detail.
2,400 in training represents?
Yeah, so and just as Anne mentioned, the history of this is because I'm not, I guess, in my own separate department, like I don't get to provide a department budget. I'm housed under finance for budgeting purposes. We felt that it made sense for me to almost have like it's like my own separate, I guess, pool to draw from rather than having to, I guess, request permission from Anne to utilize her, like the overall finance training budget for things that I want to attend or books that I want to purchase. And so that's really why we thought about separating it out this year, just so that I have an understanding of how much is appropriate for me to personally access for my own training and development. And so part of the cost this year, when thinking about some of the sessions that I, like GFOA sponsored sessions that I want to attend, like this would be where my GFOA, I guess, costs would be drawn from. Whereas I think the other ones that are on the slide would come from Anne's portion. I don't see the total budget amount for training on the screen, so I don't know what
It's 75.
portion.
So Andrew, it's 70.
Yeah.
It's 7,500 for the full department. Of that, you're 2,400. So, I mean, I guess the concern is that's a really high percentage of an overall department's training for a part-time employee.
Yeah, and so I think when I was asked to provide that number, I didn't know what the overall number was going to be. So I didn't know what the proportion that would be of the overall training budget. I just want that to be known. I don't want you to think I was asking for a giant share of training on the front end, because I was not aware of that. But in terms of estimating this number, so another thing that a lot of treasurers are doing, from the ones that I've connected with, are they're looking into there's a certified treasury professional certification as well as a financial risk manager certification. And I was thinking about pursuing one of those two, not both, but one of those two certifications, to enable me to, manage the risks associated with our investments, especially as, with the changing rate environment. I think there was a lot of relevant content and courses. And then I saw, oh, wait, if I do, 6 of these courses, a certification can be earned as part of that, which again gives me, would give me the, I think, capability of continuing to navigate our investment selection appropriately. And so, and speaking with other town employees and learning that others have earned certifications, or some have even earned full master's degrees, right? I figured I would put in a request for some money to help support some of that continuing professional development, so that I can continue perfecting what we do. So
Andrew, in the past, since you've been treasurer, have you has the town incurred any training costs for you? Because we used to have a treasurer who was volunteer, and it was someone who had a long track record in the industry and just brought their skills to bear on it. And so to me, if you're developing your personal skills, I'm not sure that should be a town expense. That's my thought. And I don't know what you've done. I mean, and it is paid. I mean, not enormous, but it is paid as a part-time position. So to me, it seems like you're developing your professional skill set. Certainly we would benefit from it, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for the town to be paying for this.
So, well, I guess one statement you made, you said that the position was volunteer before. It has not been a volunteer position, just to be clear.
No, it was. I mean, it was elected. It was elected, but it wasn't paid in the past. And
No,
before,
it actually has been paid. It was just paid a lot less, but it was a paid position throughout my predecessor's 48 years in office. I can't speak before that
I think it
point.
was like $3,000 or something.
All right.
Like that.
Right. It was a small nominal amount, but I think I think the main point is
Thank you for the correction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but he did tell me when I first took over back in 2013 that, you know, he said it was largely a ceremonial position, but that there was a lot of opportunity to enhance what it does and get far more involved in managing the cash of the town. And that's really the transformation that I've been working on over the last 10 plus years now, has been to, you know, add value by investing the cash, you know, and I think Anne, you know, has spoken in other forums that, you know, she and I have been working well together to free up even more cash to park in higher yielding investments, and, you know, mitigating the risks posed by some of the other banks, especially when we had the bank failures early last year. So I view this training as an investment in me delivering even more added value for the town's purposes. My professional career is not actually as a treasurer in the private sector, so I don't see this personally benefiting me in the other hats that I wear in my life. I see this as very specifically aligned to what I'm doing for the town and keeping, you know, all of our tax dollars adequately protected and invested from a town perspective. So, you know, again, like you know, if you think 2,400 it needs to be cut down, like that's totally fine. I just wanted to share, like, that was the rationale for why I felt it was important that I, just like other employees in town hall, receive development training, because everything's constantly evolving, and I want to stay on top of everything. I want to be able to do the best job I can do. So I felt that this money could help support some of that, and I felt it was relevant for my role as the treasurer and would be used specifically to do my role as the treasurer.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you.
And just to backtrack a little bit, but not really, I'm not intentionally skipping 401A employee contributions. I know for finance it's up 39%, but it's about
we have to pay it. It is what it is. It is what it is, and it's contractually obligated. Yes.
I don't mention it anyway.
Yeah, that's yes.
So
in professional services went from 3,000 to Zippo. Is that right? Did that get moved somewhere?
Professional services.
It's right above training.
Putting it into the right category where it should really go.
Okay.
Versus like most of our professional services are under the audit side.
Okay.
So, yeah, make sure it's
tax assessor's office sees an increase of 5.41%, which is really shy of $20,000, about 19,000 of which are salary associated.
Oh yeah.
Their one line really of highlight is their service contracts are down 2,500, reflecting the properly quoted QDS cloud software that they're utilizing. Any questions on the assessor's office?
So just is it somebody moved in? There's no steps in the town. Are there steps in the town? So because
there are, yes.
So we had some new employees that moved on a step, because it's higher than you would see based on the contract. So it's a step related.
And I think
it just is what it is.
Town hall union as well. So that's
yeah.
That number.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? Onto the tax collector's office, that sees an increase of 3.16%, which is a total of about 8,400. The difference, the changes are salary part-time is down 50%. Again, the town's evaluating the part-time needs for all departments. Training travel is up 700 and 150 respectively, supporting a tax collector certification for a new full-time employee that just signed on there. Not an additional employee, but a new. Any questions on the collector?
No.
Okay, on to legal. Right now we have legal sitting at
425,000. This is an increase of 6.25%. It's bringing the budget in line with it's bringing the budget in line with what the expected projected actuals are for 24, which is declining from the actuals of 23 of 469,000.
You know, I this isn't reflected, but Anna and I were talking yesterday. I had a meeting with Ira to kind of go through, and I think, you know, we're going to institute a new process with like quarterly meetings, and maybe Ann will be involved, and maybe Ann will be the person involved. We'll see. Well, first time I'll get involved. But I think we can have these meetings to really take a better look at what our run rate is over the quarter, what we see. Because we met yesterday because I wanted to understand the budget for the legal expense that for next year. And in the conversation with Ira, based on what's in the pipe right now, he thought I could bring that down about 25,000. And he knows what's in the pipeline right now. And so, I mean, I know I don't want to go over, but I know he felt like most of the heavy, like 830G stuff is really going to come in this year, not next year. So,
well, I would defer to you and your comfort level on that, but what I think, I have confidence that you'll be approaching legal judiciously and avoiding things that prompt legal unnecessarily.
Right. So based on that conversation, I feel comfortable dropping that 25.
Well, hey, one question with that, because I know we are going out to bid on legal services, and I did look at the, their hourly rate. It's So do you, given that we don't know where the bids are coming in, do you still feel comfortable dropping?
I think the bids will be part, the hourly rate will be part of how we choose. I mean, obviously skill set will be a big part of it too, but
you got to get the right folks.
Yes. But, I mean, we have a law firm that is doing a lot of really good work, and a lot of the staff is very happy with them. So, it's more of a good practice to go out to bid. And so
it's not a criticism of them. It's just like, we should make sure we kick the tires.
Exactly. And we made that clear. So, so we may end up having them again, and, but we just want to make sure that we're really getting the best value for our dollar.
Correct me for next, Rami. So next year, do we have negotiations?
DPW is coming up, and then actually,
so we're talking
fire
24 through 25.
Yes.
Yeah, just because I know in
we talked about
we always jumped around the budget.
That was part of the conversation. Union negotiations was part of the conversation I had with Ira.
Okay,
and this number.
Okay, through 24, 25. Okay,
yep, we talked about it.
Just wanted to raise that.
Nope, that was it's a good thing to raise because it can be expensive.
Okay,
so yeah, I think so.
Oh, thank you.
On to HR. HR is up 2.62% or 11,000. The major increases are $1,000 in the straight drug alcohol testing line. This is just increases in costs for performing these tests. A $1,000 increase in the training line. HR takes on a lot of the training from other departments, so it just increasing that to bring it in line with what the expected actuals are. Advertising is down $2,500, and that's because most of the job postings for the town are done through ADP, our payroll processing software. So we're just not seeing the same level of kind of activity going out to post jobs. Any questions on HR?
Nope.
Okay. On to IT. So IT sees an increase of 26.98%. Or 132,000, and that's due to a few reasons. The first is an increase of an increase of 23% in the full-time salary line. This represents a new full-time employee, a junior admin that should be working their way through to a network admin. Right now, they have 3 employees, and I believe they've had 3 employees since 2003 or so. So obviously every year new responsibilities fall under them, and they're just spread too thin right now. So getting that fourth body in there would really just help them complete their projects quicker and so on.
Everything's more automated and more tech driven, and the security and the updates. It's just, it is, I have to say, I'm not, you know, in this environment, I'm not a big fan of adding staff, but in that area, it's critical.
I think
It's
a lot of things fall to them.
Yeah,
also, when,
it does.
When we have Munis questions or Open Gov questions, they just naturally flow through IT.
Yeah, you bring a new first selectman in who needs all kinds of new things to help her with. It's like,
But along the path of this, as we look at this, you know, the question is going to come up: could we get away with a part timer to begin with, and then move into a full time? And I don't know. You know, obviously we don't have Chris here, but is there a way to ease into it rather than just? It's anytime you go one more FT, it's
Right, it's going to be $100 grand by the time.
well, Cheryl, I mean, can you talk at all about sort of the marketplace and, you know, what can you get? You know, I mean, because quite frankly, he needs a skill set. He can't have, it's not like administrative support. It is somebody with a skill set that is not
in demand.
And it's an in-demand skill set. So it's not.
There's also security issues.
Well, cyber is a big one for us, and I think the Board of Finance has really pushed IT to get into that realm, make sure all of our staff are trained. And it's tough hiring part-time people today. It's tough hiring full-time, but I think with this skill set, Chris is concerned that we would get someone in part-time and lose them. And we've had this team together, they've done well. But I think the last 4 or 5 years, we've really seen a need. I think as Deanna said, we're really looking at any full-time or part-time positions really carefully, but this is one I totally support. I think they need help. So, yes. And in many areas.
Yeah. And they've been supporting, they support PD, they support.
Well, they help the schools.
Yeah,
they help the
Yeah, it's not just this building. So it's
at the library.
And the library, right.
Yeah.
So.
No, they've proven their value 1,000% for the last 10 years. But, you know, the question will come up, but it's you can see that's an area that's just going to keep growing. So
yeah,
exactly.
Got to address it.
Yeah, and I don't want to burn. I mean, they're working long hours. I mean, this group is working very long hours, and you know, I don't want to burn them out and lose them. You know, so I agree.
And Cheryl knows too, the insurance policies and trying to get cybersecurity crime policies have just increased exponentially. And it's in talking to different brokers, a majority of the umbrella policies and things like that for covering cybersecurity, the issues with municipalities. It's governments that are actually getting hit more than
absolutely
private sector. So having that skill set to make sure you're covered all your bases.
A cheap insurance. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what they look at. They look and they go in and do testing on your site without you even knowing it behind the scenes to see if you've got that level of security.
Yeah.
So down to service contracts, that's up 40,000. IT is now taking over Open Gov, which is about 30,000 a year, as well as expected increases in current contracts. Voice and data is a small line up 700 for devices for the anticipated new hire. Any other questions?
So with the service contracts, did something get shifted to them?
It should
so it was an expense elsewhere.
Yeah. The annual service contract on that now is with them.
Right.
Where was that before?
It just came on November. So we paid for it.
There was some in land,
some in building and
all
separated out. Now that we're under one roof with the whole permitting process, it's all just, instead of trying to do that.
Okay, so that what is it, 13,000? What is it?
30.
13. So that if in terms of their increase, you could kind of net that out in terms of their actual increase. They're just assuming something.
Right.
I mean, to do a fair comparison.
Trust them all zero-based budgeting, get your contracts, and layer them as opposed to a 2%. So he lists all his contracts.
You just one shifted to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. On to the town clerk. The town clerk sees a 10.4% increase. Really, the highlights are presidential election, early voting, and 6 districts now versus the so this 10% is about 49,000. There is a 7.35% increase in the salaries full time. This includes salary increase for the town clerk as voted by the town council. Salaries part-time elections, that probably should have been changed not to salaries part-time again, but to, let's see, the part-time elections, and then let's see, up 3,000 is.
It's on elections.
Yeah,
It's just the two. It's just the two.
And those are just election related increases.
You know, Josh, just question, because I'd seen something come in about a grant from the state for like $10,500 related to early election. Is that going to be in this town?
That is not built into this. I believe I remember creating the project for that already.
Okay.
That's in the grant funds.
Right.
Separate from this.
Okay, so it's just an offset to the overall budget, but it's not going to be reflected through their individual department budget.
So we're assuming a revenue line for that.
Yes.
Elsewhere. So
Not in the general fund.
no.
Not in this budget. It's in the grant
It's in
fund.
the grant fund.
It's in a separate
So
fund.
it'll offset some of the expenses that were expected in here, but it's not be represented in here as a.
But net of that, so their increased net of that would be again, not the 10.43%, but maybe 8 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's a good way to look at it, because you're just really, we need to see what the overall expenses to operate it are, and then,
Yep.
It's great. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of what early voting, I think, does for them and the registrar, they have to have a person here for a certain number of days.
Yeah, on the weekends too,
Yeah,
for many hours. Yeah, it's a lot of hours.
Yeah.
A lot of hours.
Postage and supplies office, those are also election related, and outside contract service up 1,000 due to price increases in their COT software. Any questions on the town clerk? On to the registrar, it's a similar story. It's up 18.5%. And these are just due to the same reasons. Part-time salary office and part-time elections are up 10,000 and 3,000 due to the election. Training is down about 2,100 to just reflect historic trends. In the future, the near future, this is probably going to be up a little as new equipment comes down the pipeline. Elections, personnel, and support are up 18,000 and 2,500, also election related. Canvassing, postage, and supplies office are also up because of those reasons. Historically, that's when we see these spikes in both of those budgets. Any questions? Yeah, sure.
So, but is this spike higher this year because of the early voting? I mean, if we went back 2 years, right?
Yeah, well, you can see 2023.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it went up 50, 60 grand. And then now it's actually lower spike based on, but it's, yeah, if you look, 2023 actual was 207. Then we went back down to 199, and now we're
again, kind of is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, people have to vote.
Yep.
On to the building department. So the land use department has been separated out into the building and the land use, or P&Z, and wetland departments. So that'll make some of the historical data a little bit difficult. As you can see, the FY24 adopted is 1.2 million, but here the proposed is about 500,000. Mm-hmm. And some things have been shifted, some things have just been divided up. So this, for the building department, sees a 2.9% increase over the revised budget of FY24. There's a drop in service contracts for using some of the open gov, which is going to IT, and professional services is increasing by a corresponding amount due to anticipated affordable housing transcripts needed. Any questions on the building department?
No, it's Brian's here, so.
Yeah.
So Brian, thanks for all the hard work. Thanks for keeping that budget really low too.
Thank you.
I know.
On to the
More than inflation. You got
P&Z and IW departments. They are seeing a 9.25% decrease from last year's revised budget. Obviously, last year they had the POCD budgeted in there as a professional service, which explains the $73,500 drop from the services line. What remains in that line is $15,000 for anticipated transcriptions and $50,000 in possible zoning regulation updates and implementing a plan based on the POCD results prior to that. They also have a salary OT increase of 2,000, which works out to about 2 hours per eligible FTE per week, which is frequently used for also transcribing. Any questions on the okay, so we're grouping some together. This is health and security benefits, pension OPEB, and insurance liability. So the highlights here, we had talked about this yesterday. I could probably skip the health as we have discussed that with Larry. Right now we have a 5% placeholder, but I think that might move as we get closer to having a proper number for that. And the 401A is the BOE contributions or our contributions to Board of Ed 401A plans. This is up 7.4% as per the BOE, just their staffing. Wellness is up 2,500. This is utilized by all departments, and utilization is up, which is a good thing. The town pension plan is based off of our Husband Health Home reports that was put out a couple months ago, December. Workers' comp is a placeholder, which is plus 3% from the 24 revised budget. Any questions on these three? On to parking. Parking is up 1.56%. Salaries OT is being reduced 5,000. This is just matching what the actuals are for this year and anticipated usage for next year. Outside contract service, this represents, this kind of corresponds with some revenue with our ticketing. So as ticketing comes down, this expense comes down as well. Property service contracts is down 100%. We're no longer leasing the telephone lot for business permits. This is no longer available, so this is dropping off entirely. There was, I believe, 4,000 in supplies signs, and that's dropped off entirely and being transferred to the Department of Public Works budget. This is just for signs that are in parking lots and so on. Parking and transaction fees are marked as going up 52%, but they're not really going up 52%. We're just correctly accounting for them now. We're not netting on the revenue side. We're marking the full revenue and the full fees, and the net will hit the general fund in the same way. But this is just going to be a one-time increase of correcting how they were accounted for previously. Any questions? Okay. On to debt service contingency and transfers. So debt service is for the most part flat, other than the BOE IT tech lease, which is up 63,000. Salary contingency includes non-union COLA, DPW steps, and COLA, which are being negotiated, as well as 261 budgeted days, as opposed to the 260 normal budgeted days, so that one extra day. That's a great question. The page for that, so that slips a little bit. Yeah. So that is at 375,000. And right now, transfer to tax supported capital is 1.9 million. We had previously utilized bond premium for this as an offset and tax supported capital fund balance as an offset. We're still seeing where that potential bond premium shakes out in March or February. And we're still working with the departments and Board of Ed to close some ongoing or no longer ongoing tax supported capital projects to return some of that to the fund balance before we kind of determine how much we can actually spend from there. Right now we're estimating.
So these are all the things that we hope happen between now and April.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know there's some money.
We know there's money. There's just, you know, the process of reducing those budgets down to zero and seeing how much we have at the end before we commit to a number.
That'll be for the town council or the Board of Finance to deal with as we get later in the process.
Okay. Yeah, initially, I mean, it happens every year where the Board of Selectmen approves the budget, moves to the Board of Finance, and half the town says, oh, what? So hopefully during the next 3 or 4 months, we'll see some.
Right. So yeah, there's a lot of things happening now and just timelines, the bonding, the closing, like the boards that they're closing.
Right.
The town, Josh is working with the town staff on theirs. And then also we look at the extra duty fund for anything to do with the police on different projects that, you know, we put vehicles through there before. So there may be reserves of that. As time goes on, we know what that expected then revenue is going to be in the fund balance. So then that's when we can get those.
Okay.
And debt service, just, you know, debt service does have that cliff we talked about, but, you know, we're going to go out and bond for about 20 million.
Yeah,
So
debt service never has a cliff. It looks like it has a cliff, but you have stuff. No, it just doesn't because, you know, we have to amortize over 20 years.
And we have 66 buildings and.
Yeah, and you have to amortize it with level principal. So it pays down fast, but then you have something else that's old, you know. So.
Yeah, as I listen to water coming into Waveney House. Yeah.
Any questions on these three? And that moves us to the revenue. So on the revenue side for the finance department, revenue is up, expected to be up 62%. Interest on investments is the main driver of this at an increase of 1.1 million.
So that's over this year. So, you know, with rates coming down, are we comfortable like with this projection, given sort of the fact that rates are not going to be where they were last year?
That's what Andrew had, I don't know if he's still on, his synopsis had talked about, he took into consideration rates.
He did, okay. Yeah, great.
Available cash when we go out to bond, the money that the general fund has been doing, floating those projects to rebond, that money comes back in.
Okay.
Right. And we've been, it's the inverted yield curve has really helped our investments because we invested short.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that's true. I think we're all doing that in our personal accounts.
Yeah. And just to quickly add to that, I shared with Josh like 3 different approaches I took to estimate this $2 million number and then averaged all 3 of those approaches to kind of explain how I arrived at the 2 million. But really it's based on having an average cash balance or investment balance of around 68 million. That's been our historical number year over year for the last few years. And so then thinking about the different tranches of that cash being parked in, you know, treasuries, money market accounts, and kind of projecting out, you know, where interest rates are going to likely land, you know, over the next 18 months. Because again, this is all forecasting from July 1 of this year out to June 30 of the following year. I feel very comfortable with this current projection, but again, that is subject to change as you know, the Fed takes action in the intervening months. But based on the information I have on hand now, I'm comfortable with the $2 million number.
Thank you, Andrew.
Sure.
The other drivers are a decrease of 380,000 in rental property finance. Right now, there's no anticipated Board of Ed rents from 220 Elm. And an increase in state grants of 332,000 because we're now including the town aid road grant in the general fund as opposed to as a capital offsets.
So I didn't focus on that on the Board of Ed budget.
Same.
So this is a conversation we need to have.
An interesting conversation here.
Yeah, because if and I don't know if it's a Board of Finance conversation with them or, you know, we can start they're not here. So, and they're not going to be here again. So, but I think we need to maybe communicate with the Board of Finance that we need to have a conversation around, the amortization of the debt that was taken on for 220 Elm is less than what they were paying in rent at 39 Locust Street. I don't think that the only thing that's in the Board of Ed budget, I believe, is the actual lease payment that we pay to the property manager, which is about 10, so 120 a year. It's about 120 a year, which is, I think we were paying close to 400 at 39, like
330 plus some other stuff.
Yeah. So I think we need to kind of revisit.
Well, and it's kind of like a consistency question, right? Because the police don't pay the debt service associated with their building, and so we're going to pay it one way or the other.
And I think that's
Brian's where the bucket is.
Right. I think that was Brian's feeling like this is debt service, it's not lease payment. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I always say it's one pair of pants with multiple pockets, and it's all about what the community pays. They don't really care if, what the Board of Ed, so it's just a matter.
Where to put it.
Well, and it's also a matter of looking at their budget year over year. If you took out, and that's what I asked Brian to do, and I'm not sure we got that, was take out last year's lease payment on 39 Locust and compare your budget year over year with 39 Locust out or at 120, and then it's a fair comparison where your budget really is. And I don't think we got that, but
no, you didn't.
So,
but again, we don't talk about the operating budget. So.
Yeah, we don't actually, you're right. That's a good point.
Yeah.
We don't have any control over their operating budget. So I think it's a Board of Finance question that they'll need to ask. That they'll need to ask.
Yeah, even operating the building itself. The heat, the power, all that stuff that may have been included in the Locust is now somewhere.
I think I have to go back and look, but I actually tonight I have a meeting with the leasing company, or the property manager, so I'll get a little more information into that.
It's a little jumbled.
Yeah.
Trying to get internet back.
Oh, we lose the internet.
Hotspot. Luckily, we
got the hotspot.
This person here. I'm just gonna reconnect.
But can people still Zoom? It's recorded.
It says Zoom meeting. Is Zoom still working, or is it just his?
The Zoom is still working. No, we're all. Something happened on my end too. So
I think the Zoom uses a different.
The Zoom is on the town network.
Yeah.
The open.
I'm still here, so it's working.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Andrew. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll let you in. Yeah.
I know. Oh, this is done. We started earlier. I'm still hitting 2 o'clock.
Right, and we are back.
Don't worry about this one.
One's not gonna go.
This one's just for people. Right.
Any other questions on the revenue for finance?
No.
Okay. On to the assessor and collector. The only really revenue in the tax assessor is the state property rebate. We find out that estimate from the governor's budget, which is the 28,000. We often get more, but we often don't get anything. So that's the low end of what we expect in there. It's 28,000. Tax collector, for the most part, is the plug number to make the budget balance. Right. So what you see in there is not what you will see. Prior tax collections is 300,000. That's usually what we aim for prior year tax collections, and fees, liens, and interest are based off of those late payments and so on. Right now is 250,000. Any questions on those? Okay. On to the town clerk. The clerk is down 3%. It's just conveyance fees. The big one is staying flat at 1.5 million. We've obviously seen the trend down since 2020, 2021, but we're still expecting to outperform 1.5 million of what was budgeted this year, and so that's hoping 1.5 is where it'll slope downward towards for FY25. There's also small decreases in recording fees, MERS town general fund fees, and
What does MERS mean? That's okay. We'll get it later.
It's the recording that entity of the state that they get a portion of our money.
Okay. There you go. You've done this a few years.
And these are all just going in line with what 23 actuals were and projections for 24.
Great.
Where people are not licensing their dogs. So a little slow year to date, just saying.
Oh, you know, the big push.
Oh, that's right.
Dog,
Yeah, there's.
For the dog license.
To make your big illegal.
Yeah, so by June, we should see that.
Oh, June last year. That's right. So it's across this fiscal year. That's right. Okay.
On to building and land use. Like I said, these revenues used to fall under one budget, but they've been separated out and they're pretty much kept flat for the most part. Sign permits has gone up, I believe, a small amount. But for the most part, building permits is flat. So, any questions on these?
So building permits are flat and the other ones are down?
They're moved down to the other.
The land use when they separated out the budgets.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So if we put these together.
Yeah. It's basically flat.
Okay. Together, these are flat. All right.
On to parking. So parking is marked as a decrease of 5.75%. Again, so for parking permits, for FY24, we had budgeted 500,000. Previously, we budgeted 500,000 in the general fund and 100,000 in the parking fund. At the end of the year, we transfer over that 100,000 to the parking fund. The truth is, it should have been a 500 between the both of them. So that's why when you look at prior years' revenue, we approach the 400,000 mark for revenue every year. So this is really just a correction of how the accounting is done. So parking permits won't show as a loss anymore. They'll be on target with what they're supposed to be. And the parking fund will be funded as it's supposed to be as well. So this is just another 1 year correction, how that's being addressed.
Surely we're talking train parking here, or
these are
yes.
Okay.
Parking tickets is down 25,000. Less people are being given tickets, and I think we're focusing more on educating the public on where to park. So
well, and the app, everyone's using the app.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
Pay by park, park by phone.
Pay by park by. Oh,
PBP.
Yeah.
So that's meters are up 40,000. This is just to reflect the upward trend in revenue that we've been seeing. And boxcars up 30,000 to reflect the boxcars' popularity versus the daily passes at Talmadge Hill. Any questions on parking? Okay. The last small ones, the insurance liability, the member equity, which is money we get from KERMA, is that I think it was zeroed out because we have heard that we were not expected to get anything from KERMA next year.
What's that acronym stand for?
KERMA?
Yeah.
Connecticut
interstate.
Reinsurance.
Yeah.
Someone's got
From the peanut gallery back
there. Miscellaneous operating transfer in for 500,000. This right now is a placeholder for the expected amount of bond premium that is being utilized against as an offset to debt service within the general fund. I'm not sure exactly what that number is yet, but 500 is a pretty fair estimate.
Where's that?
It is in the miscellaneous, which is probably the last.
Your last one, page 25.
Oh, okay, you jumped on me. Okay.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Any questions on those two? And That brings us to capital. Not that much capital in general government, with the exception of IT. They have their 3 annually recurring lines, the IT hardware software, WAN hardware software, and their cybersecurity litigation. And those are for 90,000, 80,000, and 55,000, which are pretty much in line with how they've been trending through the past years. The security 55 is the criminal required dark trace. That's now part of that line. Parking is going out to bid for a new permitting ticketing software. Passport, I believe, is what they have now. Isn't really fulfilling a lot of what they would like, a lot of their capabilities. So right now they're looking around to find something that's better in line and makes the job of checking people's permits a lot easier. Any questions on these?
This is an aside, but I was looking at for parking, that's listed under bonded. It's $62,000. And when I was on the Board of Finance, I said, we got to raise our threshold for the size of a project that gets funded, especially this. I mean, this is like you're bidding something out. I mean, the useful life is short, but that's more for Board of Finance. But just in terms of there is inflation, we used to do 50, and we got in trouble a couple years ago. We started quite a while ago bonding like little things. So bonding should free for big things, I think.
That's it.
Okay. Thank you.
Very welcome.
Could pause the recording, Bob, because we're going to take a little break here for about 15 minutes. There's lunch in the glass room, guys.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Genesis emergency management came out of 9/11 and the lessons that were learned there in Katrina, but also obviously critical resource shortages, chemical, biological attacks, demonstration, civil unrest, earthquakes. I think the biggest one for us is severe weather, obviously impacting our power grid in particular. So we've had a busy year this year.
Russ, you might want to slow down. I talk fast, but you're talking really fast.
No worries. So we've had a busy year this year and accomplished a lot, which has been great. And for those who've not met Phil Shively, our deputy director, we participated in the Region 1 Community Recovery to Mass Violent Events, which was in February. And we had, as you can see, great representation, not only from New Canaan, but all New Canaan government, but also a number of non-governmental organizations and the schools in how we would deal with and respond to an act of violence in town. And out of that, in partnership with Beth Muzzaro, with Aggie and others, we've identified and pre-planned a family assistance center, dusted off the state plans with DPH and figured out who the players would be, as well as worked with the various religious leaders in town to build the network and relationships to know that they would be there to assist us. Heaven forbid that sort of event were to occur. The SROs, as you can see, Officer Deek there, myself, as well as a number of people from the public and private schools also attended school reunification training, which was courtesy of the Luzzy guys, which since that we have now created in partnership with the Crisis Advisory Board for the schools, our kit, and are in the process of building the plan together, identifying the site, which will be the reunification site. The MOU is ready to be brought before the Board of Selectmen. And
I Love You Guys Foundation. I've never heard of it.
It was started by the survivors, the families, the mother and husband of a woman who was killed in a hostage crisis in a school.
in an act of violence. And they created a model which we believe in the region, emergency planning team believe is really the best model for how you do a reunification site, which is to say, after obviously the horrible event how are you taking the kids, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an active shooter, it could also be a gas leak or any reason you have to have an unplanned evacuation and relocation with family as to how you do that. So as I said, over the past year, we've been working to identify a facility, to get the MOU in place. And then this summer, this was our first experience into it as a group, with a smaller group. And now as a region, in partnership with the Regional Emergency Planning Team, which I sit on, we will be doing we're bringing the I Love You guys to Fairfield to teach New Canaan public and private schools this system to then build out those robust plans. They have plans in place now, which are great. We want to move to this new model and practice it on a somewhat regular cadence. So it's been a great partnership. What I think the biggest thing that will be the accomplishment of this is the fact that it's public and private together as well, not just schools, but facilities as well. So that we'll be doing this class again coming up this summer for our teachers and educators. A number of you attended. We participated in the state's emergency preparedness exercise, which, thanks to the New Canaan Library, we held it for the region here in New Canaan, which I think was a great exercise for us to work with our state partners as well as our regional partners. I think what Phil and I were talking in the office, one of the, I think, the biggest benefits of doing this is a full-time position is I've been able to build the relationships with the people that when we have an emergency will be coming to help us. I spoke with Jim Blanchfield, who's the EMD and fire chief in Wilton, and we know that if something happens where it's just in Wilton or it's just in New Canaan, the lessons we learned, and I'll get to the training we just did with Texas A&M and FEMA, there are certain roles we just as a town can't fill because we don't have those many bodies or people who have that kind of training. These EMDs and these relationships we've fostered over the last year and a half, we know I'm going to go to Wilton, or they'll come to us in that kind of a crisis, an active shooter or whatever it might be. Over the last year, we were able to deploy Stop the Bleed kits across town buildings, all the public schools. We were able to provide body armor for our first responders, and in March, they'll be getting training on tactical emergency casualty care. So in part and parcel with the family reunification, emergency management is pushing across our public safety agencies, holding training to then improve our procedures and plans for response. Heaven forbid we have an event like this, to maximize the number of lives saved. So those kits have gone out to the SROs as well as the patrol vehicles, and then the bleed kits are just in general, whether it was an act of violence or not, is a great thing to have because traumatic hemorrhaging is the #1 cause of death for
so people. Where are they? Where are all the bleed kits?
Public schools have them. There's some at the Public Works. There's a transfer station. They're scattered across town buildings. The only town building I haven't seen yet is Town Hall.
Do people know they're there?
They are very visible. And then with the schools in particular, I partnered with the nurses who were the ones who dictated where they wanted them to go. And their decision, I think, was that they're largely aligned with where the AEDs are. So where people will know to go automatically anyways. We had the great help of our summer interns in clearing out a lot of our PPE that had since expired 3 years post the pandemic. And then we were able to get for free through the state a refresh of that gear and conducted an analysis as well as to figure out if we were to have another incident or another outbreak or another strain that caused a problem, what was our burn rate at the height of the pandemic to be able to support our first responders, public health, and other agencies and town government for 2 to 3 months, right? What was our burn rate when no one could buy anything? And by doing an analysis, we were able to acquire the materials for free and also store it.
After COVID, most people probably do, but for anyone listening, PPE is personal protective equipment.
Yes, certainly.
And does it have a shelf life?
It does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does it have a real shelf life or a manufacturer inspired shelf life?
It's a mix, right? So some products, particularly if you have, for example, nitrile gloves, those degrade. So after a couple of years, no good. We have MREs, so emergency food, those absolutely degrade, although people might claim otherwise. So it depends on the kind of equipment. Sometimes it's a couple of years, sometimes it's allegedly 10 years, but generally they're pretty accurate.
And anything like masks or medical equipment, unless in the case of the pandemic, there was an emergency order which allowed for extensions of those, we would incur potentially liability if we were to give our employees or others medical equipment with expiration dates where that had not been extended. So we just wanted to make sure, again, at no cost to the town, that we were prepared if, heaven forbid, it happened, that we would at least have enough to sustain the lessons learned from COVID when no one had it, and it was a very big problem. We've participated as emergency management regionally. So we had an incident with the police department where they had a fire in their battery backup system. And we responded and requested the Fairfield County Communications Response Team, which since I've actually joined that team for a number of reasons, where we were able to provide backup communications for our first responders. That's a great example of one of those things where as emergency management, we escalate up to get resources from around that we don't have as a town. As well as the New Canaan Family Court. We work with all the different departments and to ensure that it's pre-planned, that we know the roads. Police, obviously, with CERT manages traffic. We're concerned about not only working with EMS about patient care, but also it's one of our largest events where not only is it good to have the plans in place and exercise and understand the communication that's going to happen between the different agencies, but it's also a good exercise, to be honest, for us to practice when we do have to do those large scale exercises where we're working across different departments. We had the flooding, and I think that this just goes to show that the weather is, in particular in land, wetlands, and public works have talked about, is more intense and more frequent, in particular rain quantity that we've seen recently. Thankfully, we didn't have any displacement with the flooding events this most recent year, but that said, we saw the dam break in Eastern Connecticut on the Yantic River, so it is a very real threat. And then most recently, we did the training at Grace Farms, thanks to Grace Farms, where we had an incredible representation from New Canaan. We had about 40 participants across town government, public and private schools, the Voices Foundation, as well as regionally, where we did a 2-day course, certification course, which was held by, it's at FEMA, but actually hosted by Texas A&M at no cost to the town. The federal government, as part of the Department of Homeland Security, sends instructors from around the country to run this course, which I think everybody learned a lot from. I've got a long list of things that I need to do now, such as understanding and creating more processes in partnership with finance around emergency spending and tracking, so that we know that we can recover the maximum amount that we can when it becomes a presidentially declared emergency. All sorts of things you need to do beforehand, especially when in a real incident, you're under a lot of duress. So our operating requests were up 0.292% or just shy of $2,000. And I know it doesn't work in accounting world. We just got a $5,000 grant where I rewrote in partnership with our department heads all of our emergency operation plan, about 330 pages. And as such, we will be receiving $5,000 from the state of Connecticut. So I'll run through the lines. Salaries is up 5.3 for my position, which is the third part of the my contract when I took the job. Fill remains flat. The salaries OT training line has been removed. And the reasoning for that was, when we initially requested that first year, the thought was we were going to try to offset the pressures felt by police or fire in particular with regards to overtime when it is a multi-department, cross-department, such as the FEMA exercise that you saw when we had representation there. It has proven to be a little more challenging to get it to work. We tried to have the expenses for their hours aligned to the right cost center, and then it's proven to be more difficult than it was worth. And the chiefs have said we'll navigate it within our own budgets, which I agree with.
So when you do these training sessions, right, in the police, so does that trigger overtime expenses with the police department?
Yes, it would, because they're taking people, unless they're staff salaried officers, you have to take people who are in various capacities and have them trained in order to be able to respond and be capable, as they would with any other training.
It wouldn't be, you couldn't take someone who's on shift, right? So
yeah, but I guess, look, training's good, right? I mean, it's like people always say you don't rise to the occasion, you drop to your highest level of training, right? So training's good. But I think I would recommend you be very judicious in, you're not kicking, by calling these trainings, forcing all this overtime expense in other departments. I think you have to balance it, right? You have to balance it.
This line was there, and then procedurally, it was, I don't want to say insurmountable, but it was incredibly difficult to attempt to make it work coming out of this line. That being said, these exercises, for example, the ASHER, which is the active shooter hostile environment response training, that's training we have to do. And it's not training done by one department, because the response to an active shooter in a school is done by police along with EMS and fire as the people who are initially going into bandit. And our role is to facilitate that kind of cross-departmental training. And if we were not to do that, we would fail in that situation.
So Russ, the ASHER training, is that new training that's been required by the state or the federal government?
No, it's best practices. As you look at, it's not required, but it is provided for free by the state. So the training itself, the instructor, is all free. The only cost we would incur is the individuals who would attend that training, which would, right now it's set, we're going to be doing it Sunday and a Monday, so that'll be the volunteers from fire and EMS who also potentially with responders are able to respond. The last time I think we did anything like this was 2018.
I was going to say, so it's training that has been done by the town before, but kind of randomly, because no one really was facilitating to make sure we
kept up with it. And so how often, like what kind of cycle do you see that kind of training on?
Well, I think that's a discussion that we need to have with the chiefs. The first step is to actually do it again, because it hasn't been done in 5-7 years.
Okay.
And to say, okay, how do we develop policies and procedures? Because there are not specific policies and procedures, especially at a town level. Learn how the model is today, create those policies, and then work with those chiefs to determine what the correct cadence is going forward to sustain the skill level.
And
I would think every other year seems to be reasonable.
That's what I'd say as well, right? You have new personnel coming on to EMS and PD and everything.
okay. And so is this done in coordination? Because like having Board of Ed background, like the Crisis Advisory Board, that group did active shooting drills. I mean, and they did weekend drills with the various departments. And maybe that was
the one that was done in 17 or 18.
Okay.
That's the last time we did it?
Correct.
Wow.
To my knowledge.
No.
To my knowledge.
Well, it seems like
I think we've done it more recent. I guess. I mean, it's
COVID always blurs things, but
yeah, true.
I had that image in my mind of they used it was really well done in terms of the simulation.
Right, and that's the exact same training. Just obviously some of the guidelines have changed the way that they do it, and that's the course that we're facilitating the instructors to come in and run. They haven't done it in a very long time, and we should. Now, the schools, don't get me wrong, the schools do lockdown drills and everything else as mandated by state law and per their plans. They do their stuff, but the first responders need to exercise this on a regular cadence.
Yeah, the only thing I would say is that some of the agencies did it individually. So EMS, when I was there, did it with the region, but not with McCann, PD, or fire, who are the guys you'd actually be working with. So yes, they were doing it in the past, but not in a coordinated town focus way.
And doing it as a group, you have to do it as a group, because that is how we would respond in a real scenario. Right. So, Social Security, I received from HR as well as 401A employer contributions. So I don't have any insight on those numbers. On-site crown, go to my next one here is service contracts. Service contracts is down $1,500. Service contracts is made up of $9,000 for our Everbridge system, which is our emergency notification system, which we're also in a project right now to enhance the way that we use that. We pay a flat fee. It doesn't matter how much we send emails, phone numbers, or calls or texts. And we are looking to leverage it. We're going to relaunch it in the next month or so to residents to get more transparent communications from town. So they'll be able to opt in for information from Public Works about road closures. They'll be able to opt in to receive regular communication from the health department. For Selectmen's newsletter, we're targeting that platform. So we get the benefit of we're not spending money using something like
constant contact.
This is a tool that exists. We're paying for emergencies, and I brought forward, why aren't we using it to increase transparency? Plus, the added benefit is if people sign up to get these other communications, we get their updated info for emergencies. Right. Our GIS, we have 3 GIS licenses. Those have been removed out of our budget. That's why you see it go down. So those went to Public Works will be manning those. And then $8,400 goes to a sustainment, which we are partners in the Urban Area Safety Initiative radio system. And in English, that is a regional radio system that each town pays a portion of, which we've done for many years. And we leverage the radio when the police department had the fire and we lost our communications. That's the system we used. It's also the system we use to do at the 4th of July to manage the actual fireworks themselves amongst the first responder agencies. That was that. On-site contractors is removed. The reason for that is we had, I talked with Bill Osman and Tiger, and we had targeted potentially having a retainer with an electrician so we could get our generator. We have a large tow generator plugged in the event of an emergency. The generator, until just recently, was going to be tied up at the police department for 2 years. So there was no need for a retainer. So we removed that from our budget. Training is $5,000 for training. That is to bring in instructors. And also this year we used it to host a mental health first aid class, which CERT as well as human services participated in.
Can you, I mean, I mean, 5,000, I mean, we're looking training across places. Can we tighten up on some of these requests? I mean.
Well, I leave 5,000 because we always underspend it, but I don't want to have to come back for a special appropriation. This year, for example, all of those classes, majority of them are free, right? The Asher TECC, the FEMA course that I brought in. That's not always a guarantee that we can do that. And I think 5,000 is a very reasonable request. When I looked last to even bring someone in to run an exercise, it was $10,000 at a minimum to have someone design and develop courses. So this allows us to have the funds to do, for example, the CERT class for 500, to bring in instructors to do smaller classes for those organizations.
Didn't we, I mean, we've done CERT a long time, right? Did we have to hire people to do the CERT?
This is mental health first aid, which is provided in this individual instance by someone who's a licensed practitioner. The CERT courses, the actual training for CERT is done by CERT themselves, and they have to do training, and that's at no cost. Right. Repairs emergency equipment, we is flat 2,000. We own several regional assets that we are custodians for. They're owned by the state, but we are custodians for the human shelter trailer, the animal shelter trailer, the 2 variable message sign boards, and we're responsible for making sure they have air in the tires that they can be deployed. And we keep them in good shape because we get to use them ourselves in the event of an emergency.
But if they're owned by the state, is the reserve, the repair their obligation?
No. No, that's the structure of this.
Interestingly enough, no.
They're purchased by the region using Homeland Security funds through the regional emergency planning team. But the custodian has a responsibility for keeping the assets in place. It's de minimis. It's a few trailers and a couple tires once every 10 years.
And they basically try to get every town to have some of it. So roughly evens out across the town.
So is it a $2,000 expense? I mean,
yes. It has, we haven't spent it entirely. We're at $1,000 this year because we had a couple generators that we needed to rebuild. And then that we needed to put some new tires on one of the trailers. And I think we need to rebuild the bearings on one of them, which we haven't done yet. So 2,000 is, I think, a reasonable estimate for what across those pieces of equipment.
Especially as residents applying maintenance had done for years, actually 4 years. Yeah.
And they're
going to catch up.
And they're important for us.
So we spent $23.55 and 23.
Right. Meals and events is new because under finance's guidance, they wanted to break that out across all departments, which I think is very reasonable. And that is, well, in the most recent example was buying food for the folks that came to support us with the radio system outage. When we have a large scale exercise or training, depending upon, we'll try to make sure we feed the volunteers in particular, because they're providing a free service to us and they're spending time out of their busy days. And also, if we stand up the Emergency Operations Center, we probably want to have sandwiches to be able to work in that facility. Supplies general is books and paper and Post-its. And I think Deanna found in her first couple of weeks here when I gave her the very large printout of the Emergency Operations
paper. There was a lot of paper.
And look, I'm a digital person, but there's certain things you want to have as we just saw with the internet on the fritz here, you want to have in writing.
I'm looking at my paper budget, so.
Voice data is made up by $1,400 for the country club internet backhaul. So we have an optimum router that is for our public safety radios. And that is one of our sites for the public safety radio. And that's the monthly $114 for the cable modem backhaul. The majority of our sites, we don't pay for the internet, which is nice. St. Lucas, we don't have to pay. East School, it's on our network. Police department, on our network. But there are a couple sites, the Country Club and O&O. I pay for Country Club. I'm still trying to figure out. I think police is paying for O&O. I'm trying to consolidate them so we actually have a strategic understanding of what are we spending for our public safety radios. $500 for the wide area network share. Cell phones, $1,000 for Phil and I, because each of us have 24-hour duty phones because we're on call. That's for the annual data subscription, and $3,000 annually for the Starlink data, which we have one Starlink dish as our absolute backup to keep the EOC running. As we've seen the fiber get cut in Norwalk, we had the fiber accidentally cut not so long ago. They took out our public safety radio, so a separate backup system so we know we have data. Uniforms and equipment is
back up. So we went from 20 the current year revised.
So it went up. So it went from 29 to 5650.
That's the 3,000 additional from the Starlink. The Starlink is new. It's something that does not exist. It's a capability we did not have, and we feel is an important capability.
That's what you presented to Board of Finance to get that. So you presented this to the Board of Finance to get the I remember you presenting somewhere for Starlink.
Well, it was the Utilities Commission in particular.
Oh, is that what? But how'd you get your budget up?
No, because it was under 10,000.
Oh, okay.
So to purchase the actual equipment was $2,000.
Okay. So it was a request to the Utilities Commission.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Uniforms and equipment is PPE $500, and then as we have the last 3 years, the town has contributed $3,500 towards personal protective equipment, as well as signboards or whatever else for the community emergency response team, because they provided.
So Russ, what's the? I just want to understand the uniforms and equipment. It went from 2,000 to 4,000 last year.
Correct. That was when we brought in the cert line for 2,500. Sorry, uniforms and equipment.
That is a very bizarre combination, uniforms and equipment.
Yeah, well, so what makes that up is I zero base everything. So the zero base for that is 3,500 per cert, which they can use to purchase fancy vests, the little lights that they put when they're blocking roads.
Okay.
Things.
Okay.
So that is earmarked for cert.
That's cert money.
Yep. And then 500 for PPE for us, which comes down to probably buying once a year. We buy a vest or something like that. Like I want this year for the 500, I want to purchase placards and vests for the EOC so that people know where the seating positions, what their roles are.
So the 3,500 for cert, yep. Is that like a one time or every year you're going to give them 3,500? Because it seems like the cert people, they could rotate the vests and stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't seem like is that every year we're going to be giving them $3,500?
That is the request. It's been in our operating budget because it's a group of 100 or so volunteers who are, quite frankly, the only bodies that OEM has to manage the Emergency Operations Center, a Family Assistance Center, all these other facilities. For example, the reunification in particular, if we do that, they're going to be the people that we can have help. Plus, they are a valuable asset for the police department for traffic control whenever we have incidents. So it's a standing because they have equipment they needs that they seek to meet, and that was the guidance I received from that person.
Having said that, I mean, it did seem like when we were talking to them this year that they needed to have some catch up. They didn't have certain kinds of equipment they really should have had.
Right.
So I think we can keep an eye on that. And
we should, because I mean, I also know like this emergency stuff is always difficult, right, to plan for emergency. But I've also heard you say we got all this stuff in the bottom of the schools that were in the 1970s that have never been touched, and we're throwing them out, right? So, and I know it's very hard to manage this stuff, but I mean, you know, so if you have a bunch of cert vests, does everyone take a vest home with them, or they come and get them? You know, I mean, I'm just
store them at the cert headquarters.
Yes.
So yeah, it's like, how many do we need? I guess that's a better way to look at it. How many do we need for cert? And then
Occasionally you have to replace.
Yeah. Occasionally, right.
Yep.
Occasionally,
And,
right.
and I would like to clarify one thing, that the equipment in the basement of Saks, not all of it is in service. The only thing that is getting thrown out there are the MREs that are long since expired. And
what is an MRE?
Meal ready
to eat.
Jeez.
Emergency rations.
Don't those last forever? I thought those lasted forever.
No.
You want to eat a 1960?
Just like, you know. Exactly.
So the only piece of equipment down there that is not serviceable is the cots that are from 1962, which were part of this civil defense stuff. The rest of the cots and equipment there, beyond what we have in that trailer, which is a regional asset, that is our disaster supplies if we have to open a shelter or provide alternate housing for anyone in the flood or anything else. And my concern, as I've stated in several other meetings, is we can't get to it if we need to, because we just don't have warehouse facilities in the town. So it'll be a mighty effort. I'm probably gonna have to call Tiger and his troop to help us try to get it out of the basement. But none of that is not serviceable, and we expect it. And then the last line is equipment emergency, which is a flat 7,000, which is used right now. I'd like to purchase MREs, replace the MREs that are bad, because if we open a shelter, that is the first day or two of food. And as the state of Connecticut has started discussions in partnership with health, we need to have a plan as part of Operation Migrant Welcome, but there's always the possibility a bus may appear. Or heaven forbid, we have a situation where we have flood and we have displaced people. We've been working on the MOU with the YMCA. We still need to feed them the first day, at least, until we can get food from local vendors or providers. And those meals ready to eat are combat rations. You don't have to prepare anything. They stay good for 5-10 years, depending upon atmospheric conditions.
So last year you had 7,000 in your budget.
Yes.
So this year you've spent 7,650 on that. What was that for?
That was the Starlink, was one of the big purchases, was the actual dish for 2,500.
Okay. And then, okay, so then that's 25 of the 7,650 that you have in there. What else is in there?
Sorry. Equipment emergency, Chromebooks. We purchased, this was I thought I was going to get the Chromebooks, which we used at the exercise. We have 5 basic Google Chromebooks, which are for use at the EOC, especially for CERT, whoever's answering the phone, so that we can provide a common operating picture. I thought I was going to get them in by budget last year, but we didn't get delivery until July 1, so they hit this year. That's why I had to do a transfer.
Okay.
We also, the Starlink equipment was $2,765, and then we had to buy a router and a sine wave and router for it. And then one of the purchases, which was supposed to go to the road signs for CERT, which was supposed to go to uniforms and equipment for varying reasons, got charged to the wrong line. So that's why it's $7,644.84.
So how many MREs does $7,000 buy?
No, we're not buying $7,000 worth of MREs, but that's the 7,000 is the only bucket with which.
So how much are you going to spend on MREs, and what else is in there?
I would assume 1,000 there, plus then the question becomes EOC tech. So that line, I'm hoping we can bring down, because that will.
You know, when you say that.
No, I'm agreeing.
They've sat through this before.
No, agreed. And agreed. And we sat and zero-based this. The concern here is, you know, in particular, the AV for the Emergency Operations Center, the equipment that's going to be needed to go in there, because we're going to need to. I'm optimistic it will remain in the budget.
We're still 18, but we're still 18 months away from that even being close. So I don't think you need to count that this year. I mean, that's next year. So I think we could probably bring this down a couple $1,000s, just because, you know, the EOC will be in 25, 26.
Understood. And worst case scenario, we can come back for a special appropriation.
Exactly. If you need somebody, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's the only line where we can basically, with our own funds, not the CERT funds, purchase equipment that we find that we need, whether it's whatever.
Yeah.
But that's fine. We're happy to come back for special.
Yeah, I think that's a better way.
So we've acquired MREs in the past in the town. Do we know if we've ever used any of them?
It's the same as saying
have not.
No, I just mean, because I mean, look, you can always plan for, you know, Armageddon, right? But you know, I could see a flood or something like that, and then I could see everyone in town bringing their food. You know, I mean, that's just kind of how people operate here.
But
you know,
if you do that, there are concerns from a health
Yeah, I was
standpoint.
gonna say Jen might have a problem.
Do that. We're accepting random donations.
Yeah, I was gonna say Jenna Allison would be having a heart attack right now.
Correct. And there are many stories of where people donated food to EOCs.
Yeah, they don't,
ended up
yeah.
taking out the entire EOC because everyone ended up getting salmonella. So it's a lower cost, long-term storable solution for a quick turnaround for a day or two until you can make a partnership with a catering company in town, schools, or whoever it might be.
So it's like 200, I mean, I look at it as $250 a year. Because he said it'll last 5 years, a little less than that, you know, so we don't have to buy that for another 5 years. So it's $250.
And I haven't gotten firm numbers yet because apparently I've been trying to buy them through a government bid because the military buys tons of them. It has been impossible to find that. There are lots of other third parties who just sell them generally.
Yeah.
Because I only see us needing at the most for shelter capacity because of the number of cots we have is 100. That's the most we can do.
So it's not a big deal.
So you need
Right.
100 MREs, 200 MREs, enough for one day.
Okay.
You can mark your calendar when they expire,
Yeah.
before they expire, go into a
We'll have
food
a
shop.
party.
Oh, that's a very, that's a great
Just set like
idea.
Boy Scouts in a camp or something like
There we go. That's
Girl Scouts,
actually,
Scouts.
yes, I like that. That's very good. I like
a
that.
kid would love to do that.
All right.
So at the end of the day, 1,900 up with our $5,000 grant coming in, but now down, as you see.
Yes.
We'll be down year over year, which is
Awesome.
anyway.
You can compete with the first selectmen's budget.
You're
See
targeting,
who gets down, who goes down
close.
more.
Russ, can you talk about the grant?
Yeah, so
Apply for Phil's salary.
Yeah, so the question was the grants that we apply for. So beyond the grant that was a one-time grant for the work that I and the departments did, which was $5,000 for redoing our emergency operations plan, we receive a grant. We can request a grant annually, which is an offset towards salaries, and it's a share cost. So last year, I think that the total was, we put it in for every year. We still haven't seen the funds yet, but that's not from any lack of effort on our side. There's $22,000. It's a 50-50 share. So we see around $10,000 to $11,000 of that every year. It is a heaping mountain of paperwork to get $11,000, but we do the work every year to ensure we do that.
But at least 3 years.
Yeah, we are still pending 2021 since I started. So 2020, 2021, 22 are the ones that we're pending right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, capital.
Capital is a single item. It's the continuing purchase of 3 Motorola all-band radios. And we are in the budget this year to already approve. We're purchasing 3. And we would like to continue to do that going forward. The reason being is if for twofold. First is that these allow us interoperability across police, fire, EMS, CERT, and in particular mutual aid incoming. It's future-proofing our fleet of radios if we decide to move to the state system. As I had mentioned in previous budget talks, our equipment that we own, the radios and the vehicles and in people's hands are not compatible with the band, which is UHF, with the state system. All of our neighbors, with the exclusion of a couple, at this point have moved to the state system for a number of reasons, because the state owns the hardware, they own 24/7 monitoring. There's over the long term, they're all in agreement, and I haven't gotten numbers yet because it just moved in this year. Long-term savings that they're obtaining by going to a regional system, plus the fact that by being on common shared hardware, that everyone is able to talk to each other, which is not the case right now. So anyways, we're still researching it. Wilton has just moved to it. Norwalk has moved to it. Stanford is on it. Westport is on it. Bridgeport is on it. We're seeing the entire region is moving to this system. This is future-proofing us. These radios don't go bad in the time that we would, our contract with Motorola for our existing system for maintenance. But if we were to switch, we would have to buy all new radios. So by doing small chunks of this over time, these will be given to PD, fire, and EMS. In fact, the 3 that we're buying with this year's budget are going to fire because they are short, and we're keeping 1 for emergency management because this allows us to use the UASI radios in addition to our regular.
So the current year acquiring how many and right now?
Right now it's 3. We're purchasing 3.
And then you're looking.
Here's 3 is the intention.
And who's I guess I always find this odd because like if they're so important, why aren't they in the department's budgets?
They are in the fire department's budget as well, but police they are not yet.
Wait. So you just told me the ones you get now, you're going to give 2 of them to fire?
Because fire is a shortfall, and they wanted to buy 8, and they only were able to get 6. I think was the intention.
I mean, they should be in. They should if they're that critical.
I'm loaning them to them in essence until we can get them back.
But it's hard. It's hard to keep track of it when it's like. So I mean, yeah. Who is the keeper of the radios? You know, that's funded by this. Is it you? And then you decide who should get the. I'm just in terms of like we always try to put stuff in the right buckets. You know?
I own the radio system, the infrastructure, the actual radio tower.
So that 139.
That's the system.
So and how many handsets does that cover?
That's not the handsets. That's what makes the handsets.
No, I know it's not the handsets, but it's a license so that you can use the handsets, correct?
No. So that the service contract, the other item, the Motorola service contract, is your 4 of 5 for a sustainment contract for our public safety radio system. The current system, there is the brains of it, which are comparators and switches and radios, and then antennas that are at 5 different sites across town. We own that hardware. We own the system. We own the internet connections back to the brains of it. We have to put generation at the sites to make sure those radio sites work. This agreement with Motorola is basically a 5-year contract that they make sure, they're 24/7 available to restore the system and fix it if it works. And then we're contractually obligated to it because we're on our 4th year of it. Plus it provides forward software upgrades and a hardware replacement because it's just like any other piece of technology that comes to a point where the software, they'll keep patching it to keep it secure and safe, but it will outpace the hardware itself. So then they need to replace the switches or so this contract is for 5 years and they are unwilling to provide, despite all of our recent attempts and regional attempts, to get transparency over what specifically they're amortizing because we own the infrastructure. That's why we're exploring and really eager to see how it goes with Wilton and Westport and others. When they move to the state system, does it work for them? Because potentially, if we don't have to add any sites and maintain them ourselves, that could go away.
Where's is the Motorola contract in your department right now?
The Motorola service contract is with us, but remember, each department has their own vehicle and handheld radios that they purchase and or have themselves. The all bands are something new. That is not something we have had, and it's a capability we were sorely lacking.
Okay, so last year, I was wondering with the budget of the current year, right? That you did or are acquiring 3 handsets.
3 handsets,
right?
Correct.
And so they're what, 60 grand each or something like that?
10.
Okay, so 100. So the 138,000 for the hardware. So which is in the capital budget for this year. Is a chunk of that just the license?
That's not for the tri-band radios.
Okay.
That's for the system that we have currently to maintain the EMS system that we currently have.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Okay. Got it. Yeah. Got it. All right.
Yeah,
sorry.
so that
I was looking at
just,
the wrong line. Okay.
Yep.
That's
So at $10,000 a unit though, is there, first of all, a way to find that radio if it's misplaced, like a phone or something?
If we move to the state system, yes. Our current system is a very old system where it does not have digital.
Because given what you guys are doing out there in the field, if you did have an incident,
you put an air tag on it?
I was gonna say same thing. We'll buy $20. We'll even.
The new radios, so these radios are capable of doing remote device lockout, pushing programming over the air, and GPS so you can locate them. This radio is capable of doing it. Our public safety infrastructure, our radio system is not.
Got it.
Because we have a VHF analog system, whereas the state system is a digital trunks 800 megahertz system. Not to get too technical, but their system can do it, ours can't.
Yeah.
So it knows where it is, but it can't send the message out to anyone else where it is. Yeah, agreed.
All right. Any other questions?
Yeah, I mean, I think the final comment, Russ, is that we're spending time on this because you know, we've all heard our constituents say, hey, listen, you know, if you graft out like the fire, the police, you know, any of these other departments over the past 10 years, and you're in this particular unit, the bar will be pretty big because all of a sudden it's just exploded because of all the new initiatives that are put in place. And obviously emergencies are incredibly important. We want to be prepared, but we also want to be conscious of every dollar we spend in this area because we have really committed a lot of dollars in a short period of time to this initiative. So people are watching. So I just want to make sure that we're protecting their dollars as closely as we can.
Understood. And I'm a resident and taxpayer in this town myself. So trust me, I pay the taxes as well. And I am acutely aware of that and want to do what is responsible and correct based upon what not only our peers, but national standards are saying. And so I think that everything you see that the last year's capital versus this year's capital was a one-time correction. Now it's only 2 items. And the radio system, the ownership of the radio system, the service contract would have existed whether emergency management was a position or not. That is infrastructure we've had since time began.
Yeah, we have that. Yeah, it's pretty.
In fact, what we're trying to do is centralize it within emergency management so we can look at it and understand where can we save money. A little more centralized and look at it strategically, which it wasn't because I'll give you an example. The Country Club Tower is paid by fire, and then the Roanoke Tower is paid by police, and there was no comprehensive looking at it from top down.
Well, we certainly appreciate what you're doing. Just a message that we hear pretty consistent.
Yeah,
we have to be ready, but we have to also be fiscally responsible. So thank you.
Understood.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, we finished 20 minutes early this time.
Did you get that?
The last time it was 20 minutes.
What about Tiger? Is he coming up?
Oh, that's right.
Tiger. Oh, I was gonna say.
Not that I don't want to see you. It's like, oh yeah. So never mind. I just have a 2 o'clock meeting. So I just.
I'll be fast.
Okay.
You guys go get some food in there.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You got 20 minutes, Tiger.
Poor Tiger. He's been sitting back there quietly, minding his own business.
Listening.
Where were we?
I don't know.
We were in administration, but we were near the end of that. Yeah. That's page 135.
Yeah, I think we ended up. Your slide was parts.
No, because we were still right here. Because we were talking about the bridge, the culvert.
The culvert.
Culvert.
No more conversation about the culvert.
I did after when we got out. I went back and talked to Joe, my senior engineer, and said, "Call again." So he's calling again. So you know.
Yeah, big number.
Yeah.
Yes. The unfortunate thing is that it's one of those things that it has to be done. So we weren't happy about it either, but it is what it is. I don't know if you have any other questions on admin engineering.
Yeah, we were
on
talking
the
about
capital
the
side.
sidewalks.
We talked a little bit about we were talking about the sidewalks and the fact that we were kind of doubling up in this year to try to do the one last neighborhood in total instead of spreading it over 2 years worth of work. And then the other items are pretty standard. The only thing that we added in here is I talked about the tree replacement. I put it in admin just so the tree service didn't have its own capital line. It's kind of, but Bob and I will work through that line. And then town parcel surveys, we have $50,000. The town engineer is responsible for all mapping of the town. And what we're finding is that we don't have comprehensive maps of every single parcel that we own, right? Whether it's a building parcel or a park, majority of the parks, let's say, because that's where the majority of the work is occurring. And we're winding up doing a survey for the area that we're looking at, and then a survey for the area we're looking at, and a survey for the area. What we'd rather do is do a comprehensive survey of the park. We're in the process of doing one for Meat Park, and then every project, we have the comprehensive map when the project is complete, as part of that project's cost will be an as-built to upgrade that map. So that map will always be current, so that we don't have to go back to that. I feel like we're, oh, I've got to do the playground. Let me go survey this little playground area. Oh man, I got to go over here. I got to survey this area. Rather do a comprehensive one. We have an entire view of where we are. And then, as I said, as projects roll and the project gets installed, then there's an as-built. And the as-built is much easier because we focused on that and they're already working up from the base map.
This is all digitized, right? I mean,
yes, yeah. It's all on AutoCAD, and all on the same system. So that we can then, if we need to, we can pull it off for our own design work, which is what we're going to be doing on Mead Park. So Maria will be designing the parking lots at Mead Park up by the pickleball courts, but we need to survey first. So with survey data, then she can go and do her magic. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else on.
No, I think we can go on.
Okay. The next would be town buildings. Town buildings is just under 6.5 million, up slightly over last year. We have 28 separate areas of concern inside this portion of the budget. We can kind of talk through each one, but the largest ones are, we have some substantial work to do at Waveney with installation of HVAC. The HVAC system is came with the building, basically. So it's 100 years old and more. And we need to see that upgraded. Also, this will allow us to have the AC portion. Right now, we only have heating, not necessarily any ventilating, even just heat. It's a steam system, and the piping in the walls is starting to fail. And our concern is that at some point in time, once it fails, we can't necessarily go in to get it. So we were tasked a year or so ago to come up with a comprehensive plan, came up with a comprehensive plan. Now we're at the point of saying, okay, let's implement the plan, given the fact of what we're seeing in the building. In this as well is $200,000 for abatement. We see that there's some piping down below that's all coated that needs to be replaced. And then some additional work on our waste and water lines, because our waste and water lines leaving the building are, again, quite old, and some are actually being held together by the coating, not necessarily the pipe itself. Yeah, so when we actually went to replace a valve, when we pulled the valve out, it was just the coating. There was no metal inside. It was just the coating that was running the water through. So we're seeing areas of that. That's the largest area. We deferred the next item, which was a Waveney lamppost replacement. That's a 2-year plan.
Can I ask you the HVAC of Waveney?
Sure.
Could that project get done in one fiscal year?
That project be done in one fiscal year.
I mean, because that's what, we're basically bonded, we're basically saying what the capital would be used in between 24 and 25. So I'm just.
Are you looking to try to split the number?
Perhaps. I mean, I'm sure the Board of Finance will mess with that, but.
You can't bring an entire contract to you at that point, because you can't award a contract without the money.
Yeah. Okay.
The money. That really comes down to timing. And
right. That's more Ann. Yeah. Okay.
For Ann. So, as far as the work goes, it's going to be comprehensive. Yeah, it'll be, and we're going to have to work around the schedule that's, for weddings and for other events that are in the house.
We already paid for the study, right? Did we
already paid for the study?
So the study tells you exactly, we have it, what you can do with this old building, with everything between the cement walls. It's like, what you have to put in, right?
It's given us a plan on how to proceed. Okay. We're looking at putting units in the attic and units in the basement to feed the first floor or second floor. So the units in the basement feed the first floor, units in the attic feed the second floor. And that'll satisfy. That way we won't have to be running anything cross flooring or then, up in the ceiling and things like that.
So is it forced hot air? Is that what it's going to be? Or?
I don't know the system offhand. I believe it's forced hot air, yes.
Versus I'm assuming this radiator, right? Yeah.
So yeah, it's in essence, we're going to try to utilize some of the areas that we have already as far as like openings in the flooring, but overall it's a brand new system.
And you said minimal,
Trying. Yeah, we don't want to have it. We don't want to have any,
So it's ducks below and ducks up
ducks
high.
below, ducks above. Yeah, try to have very few penetrations. So we're trying to.
Yeah.
But so it'll be a different. So in essence, it'll be two separate systems.
Yeah.
Kind of the thought process. Yeah.
Waverly lampposts, where are those?
Huh?
The Waverly lampposts, where?
Lampposts are throughout Waverly.
Yeah, so this is a whole.
This is all the way. We have 60 separate, 62, I think it is, lampposts in Waverly. And then to replace each one with the commensurate hookup, placement and hookup. Hasn't been done in the past. We're trying to have one lamppost type throughout town. So what we have in the downtown, we'll be putting in Waverly. So therefore, if I have some on hand in stock, I can just go and replace as needed. Or if I need to, I can take one from one area and bring it to another.
All the conduit ones already there.
All the conduit is there. Yeah, it's literally more the bases themselves. The majority of them are not deep enough, so that's why you're seeing them leaning. And so they have to be replaced, and then the actual standing it up and wiring of it. We're estimating that to be about $1,200 each. That's what our going rate has been for other areas in town that we've been putting in lampposts or replacing lampposts. And then the lampposts itself. The lampposts themselves are $4,500 or more. We first started this process back when Mike Ectorino stood in 2002. I think there were 1,500.
Yeah, you can buy a lamppost.
What?
Everybody, privately could buy a lamppost.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. That's the whole downtown.
That's how
it's pretty
started.
much done on a private
All
network.
done that.
This, but now the cost, it's a Sternberg light. We can't find a replacement that's close to it. We had actually asked a separate company to create a cast for us and build a cast for us. By the time they built the cast and actually built the unit, the cost per unit was greater than actually buying it from Sternberg.
Well, they've shown their longevity. I mean, those posts.
They've been doing quite well in the downtown. If a car doesn't hit it, they last, they last a long time. So 20+ years. The next is the Irwin House roof and other improvements. We have some small work to do at Irwin, and then an engineering for the roof, and then the roof will come at a later date.
Can I say something about Irwin? Because we have been messing with Irwin for a long time, and this is just from sitting, like, you got the Board of Ed stuff, you got town council. We have been saying for a long time with Irwin, they keep trying to put in, like, do money. What's the plan on Irwin? All of a sudden, Irwin, initially was supposed to be torn down when we first brought the park in, and they were gonna, and then it just kind of is like this, all this creep, and it's used as swing space and this and that. All of a sudden, you turn around, CERT's in there somehow. The second floor you can't use because it's not ADA compliant. It's an old house, and we had said, well, from the sense for the Board of Finances, like, kind of like you do with the waiting, let's get a plan before we start putting money in it. So all of a sudden we turn around and there's like, we have tenants, they just kind of popped in there. No one knew kind of how this happened. And, 66 buildings. And does this building make sense? Before for years, it was like, let's put money in this building. It was like, well, what's the plan with this building? And I just think one of the problems we have in this town is that we have a lot of buildings because we took over a lot of parks, and these parks used to be estates and had a lot of buildings. And so we inherit the buildings, but do they make sense for town government? And, really, Irwin is like, every time you turn around, somebody else is in there and then they're leaving and this. And so what are we doing with Irwin before we decided the barn, everyone liked the visual of the barn. We were going to fix the barn, but and then Irwin has kind of two pieces. They got the house and a separate apartment, so I just think we should have a game plan on Irwin before we plop money in. Are we going to perpetually use it as space for people who say, oh, I need space? That's just my opinion. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It came up with the, the recreation department, brought it up when I was meeting with George, Bennington, saying the same thing. So we probably should convene a group to kind of really think about what it is we want to do with that building. Because you're right, it is, I want a tour of it because I haven't seen it in a long time. It was in a tough shape when I went in there like 15 years ago. Yeah. So, yeah.
The exterior is suffering at present. That's what our concern is. Is that we've got, we're going to get water infiltration and we're going to have problems
Right.
We've already repaired the roof a couple of times, so
Right.
it's got to be replaced.
If we want to keep it.
Right.
Okay, and you know, we're very bad at like divesting. We really seem to be good at acquiring. But you know, you divest and even things that, I mean, I know people love public-private partnerships, okay? But the thing is, the public's always going to be there. The private may not going forward. So I think we have to be very careful when we take on contingent liabilities like this going forward. So I just think with Irwin, you know, can you get a group together and say, this is how we should use Irwin, you know, and this is what's going to cost. So.
But until we do that, if the roof is leaking, we got to fix it. I've always thought like with Irwin, we would get through waiving the house first because that's such a big thing to swallow, and then we'd move on to the next big thing. This big Irwin,
which are very different properties.
They are.
You know, Irwin is a 1960s house.
Yeah.
Right. So.
Another day.
Who has its people in town who love it, because I heard about it on the campaign when we talked about demolishing it. So those people will come out.
Oh yeah, you've got Gores right there.
Right. Well,
So
and there's there's preservationists that like it.
Barn and you're gonna keep Gores and
right.
You know,
So it's not going to be as simple. So that's why we really need to thoughtfully think about what it is we want to do with it.
That's fine. We just positive direction would be fine.
Yeah.
You have to at present. I got to bring you the need, right? So, and the need has been each time we come say, oh, don't do anything with it, and then we write next to our notes, no plan. No plan to me. I don't like those words.
Right,
I hate those two words together. No plan. I want a plan.
Right. And we have two tenants in there.
Right.
But we didn't used to. They just popped in there.
No, they
just
didn't
like
pop in.
well, there were other tenants in there before.
We had to move New Canaan Cares out of the Playhouse because we were doing that project and we had a commitment with them to provide them with space. And then it's more of just storage, really. I mean, they
have a meeting room which is necessary for their operations, and I think it's a nice thing for CERT itself to actually be acknowledged with a place. They were in a closet, very small closet, in the police department for decades. So they're utilizing one area, and they're basically sharing space is what they're doing.
And there's no place for them in the new PD.
There's no place. No. Well, we did look.
That training room we don't have a real purpose for. Just saying. So
that's the problem is that they were in the other training room, and then if police were doing training and CERT wanted to do training, or police wanted to convene and CERT wanted to convene, you couldn't necessarily. They were on top of each other. So that's one.
Why do they have to convene at the same time?
For an emergency, I mean, it's that kind of deal. They're all coming together. Or if we're using the EOC at the time, the training facility, the PD room was the EOC, right?
Yes, so that's right. I do know that.
Everything all together. So from a CERT standpoint, I'd be perfectly honest with you, we made those individuals incredibly happy and feel that that their services to the town were justified and warranted and appreciated. So. I mean, if we find it, if you want to take the building down, then we have to find another location for CERT.
Exactly.
But until that time, I think it's a nice place.
And New Canaan Cares because they're not going back to the Playhouse.
Right. No, they go to the bar.
Excuse me. Do you have a 2? Where did you change it to? Do you have a 2 o'clock?
She does. But I'll go check on them.
Okay. We're trying to get off the slide at least before 2 o'clock.
They come back at 2:30. How are you after that?
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The next is we have $150,000 for the visitor center and the greenhouse at the nature center. This is to remove the existing oil tanks, convert their existing systems to propane, and go to a propane system there instead of having the in-ground oil tanks.
Is this? I know they're talking about what to do with the greenhouse. Kind of a longer capital plan. Like, so does this make sense to do it before they figure out, or does it matter? I mean, if you
take, so we have to kind of do the systems together.
Okay.
So,
but if we do it together, we'll do it with some eye to if they renovate, it will
correct just to what they want to do. Yeah, I mean, there's 2 schools of thought on that. Was to take it down, and then rebuild, or to hire this Swedish company or Danish company to come in and rebuild as is. So
I know they're trying to figure that out.
They are trying to figure that out. We've had discussions with them about it, and it's coming to the forefront, and they'll have to come up with a decision sooner than later. But we will, as we wrap this in, we'll talk to them about what the plans are for the building to make sure that is compatible, right? So that we're not duplicating effort or spending money, needlessly.
Right.
The next is the Audubon House. We have it in here as a reconstruction at $350,000. You listen to the presentation from Bill Flynn as to their usage and what they think that their revenue would be generated off of that. I think my personal opinion is it should be a cost sharing between the two, you know, or
the number was 200.
The number was 200.
200. And this is a 1,200 square foot building that was a former laundry.
It's correct, 200. But again, I had no plan next to it. Now I'm at a point where the building is in worse shape than it was before.
Yeah.
You know, they would like to save it. It's a nice add to the area, and it's a nice add to what they're trying to do. But again, that'll be your discussion or your decision as to what, you know, my personal opinion is they should, you know, you do it, but then they have to help pay for
This is the TWOS program. This is a TWOS program.
10 hours a week type thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's tough.
Right.
Just,
then the
it's actually down now, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's well, the roof
3/4 of it, the roof
is
and
down,
I saw the
walls are
interior
up,
picture.
roof is down, yeah. But again, you know, my feeling is if they have a use for it, let's use it, and then see if we can't recoup the cost from the nature centers and share, you know, split their revenue so that they can pay off some of the costs of the construction.
Yeah, because I mean, these three items, let's be fair, it's 620,000, 2, 3.
That's correct. Yeah, I have it on a separate slide exactly for that reason. Comes in later on a slide just so you're aware. So I pull it out and show you just what we're spending on the nature center. And then we have $120,000 for the ramp removal. This would be regardless of what we do with the greenhouse. We need to remove this ramp. The ramp is in disrepair and it's becoming a liability.
What ramp?
There's a ramp off. If you're looking at the greenhouse to the left-hand side, there's a ramp.
It's almost like an elevated walkway.
Yes.
Oh, that, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, can
120,000 to remove an elevated walkway?
Can't they wait
Put a new staircase up. They need to have a staircase.
Oh,
But
okay,
can't
so
they
it's
wait
just
until they
removal.
figure out what the plan is for the greenhouse and then do that all together?
It's a liability for the town at present.
Well, can't you just close it up?
It is closed off. It's a
So
question of
that's a
whether-
big number for something that we're not exactly sure what it's going to connect to or not.
That's true. If you're
That's a big
rebuilding
number.
it. Yeah, if you're rebuilding it and you need to do something different after you do, then we're spending money on something that.
Well, regardless, the ramp is non-compliant and
Right.
It's
been non-compliant for how long?
Forever.
So, yeah.
I'm just, you know.
Well, I'm just saying that they
yeah.
wouldn't be able to reuse it. My point was that, you know, if whatever future happens.
Well, what I'm saying, I thought you said we were just removing it, but now you've told me you were removing it and rebuilding and the rebuilding part of it.
Building a staircase to the second floor. That's all.
Right. And to me, now you're spending money on building something that may not be usable.
Yep.
Once they do the new greenhouse. So to me, it says you either remove it and then don't do anything until they decide what they're doing, or you wait to do anything until the decision is made. Since it's already been, you know, we can block it off to, you know, say, don't use this area or, you know, I agree. I think that's silly money if we already know we have to redo something in the greenhouse. If that project gets done, that's wasteful.
And I actually think to the extent that the town wants to assist the nature center as they redo this, I would be more inclined to say, let's see what they come up with the greenhouse and maybe we share a cost with them on that versus the Audubon reconstruction and taking down the ramp. I mean, that's, you know, that's $470,000 right there that could perhaps be used. I mean, I know there costs money to take down the Audubon house, but it's not going to be a huge amount of money. So
Nature's helping us right now.
What?
Yeah, nature's helping us right now.
There you go. So.
Saving you money. The last is we have a $65,000 for utility van purchase. This comes back to the fact that we kind of did a change as far as operationally. So Butch is working on our side. He needs a utility van. We found a very nice used utility van, very limited mileage at best, that would suit our needs perfectly. He's looked at it, John's looked at it, Bill's looked at it. They're all in agreement that it would be an excellent purchase for the town.
Tiger, did the prior person not have a utility van?
The prior person didn't have the capabilities that he had a van. He still
Okay,
has
so you
the van.
needed,
We'd be utilizing that van. That was more to move things around,
okay.
supplies, things of that nature. This would be actually to store tools and store materials in, and then be able to work out of.
Okay.
Right, so it's more of a work van than just a van, for lack of a better description. So this is an area where, you know, instead of having to run back to Irwin to grab tools and grab equipment, yes, he's a one-stop shop. So wherever he goes for the day with his work orders, he can just go for the day. And I think it'll probably pay for itself in the end, just on lost time.
Where would it be parked? I know we always run out of parking spots. Is there a spot for it?
Is there? We'll find a spot for it.
Okay, I'm just saying, because there's always like, where do we didn't know where to put the police stuff, you know? And
it'll likely be parked up at Waveney,
Mhm.
because that's where he starts his day. So it'll likely be parked there, probably on the eastern parking lots, somewhere in there, that row of parking that's there. So we have several other vehicles that are there. We've got a parking vehicle there that's used during the weekends, so we can do tours, and the other recreational vehicles are parked there as well. So it'll likely be parked there.
Okay.
I don't know if you want me to go into any other the other 28 areas, but they're all, I tried to hit the higher highlights. The more costly ones. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
We okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You wear them out, Tiger, if you stay here long enough, just say yes.
Yeah.
Joys of going first. We have two other boards.
It's okay. Yeah. The next is the highway department. The request is $565,000. It's down from 670,000. The first is for the replacement of a two-wheel dump standard. It's
we
replacing.
love when it's down, Tiger. That's great.
So there you go. Well, the best I can do for this one. It's a 2006 International with 57,000 miles on it, or 4,800 hours. It's fought 251 storms for a total of just under 770 inches of snow. So these should be replaced at this point in time with a new unit. The unfortunate thing is that, as we've talked about before, dump standards are now, you know, this equipment is costing more than it was before. We were at 190 several years ago. Now we're at 275, and the numbers, we don't feel the numbers coming south anymore. The next one is a pickup truck. Place a Ford F-250 with 50,000 miles or 4,800 hours that fought 120 storms. This one as well is when they're driven, you know, limited miles every day, they tend to see more wear and tear. So we're looking to replace that. So we're also looking for a new leaf collection system. We have 3. The majority of them are from the early 2000s. They date back to. So we would like to replace those. These are used every single day for about 3 months during the year, and then sporadically throughout the year. Then we have our $25,000 equipment refurbishing.
So separate trucks. You can't put something on the back of a pickup truck to.
The leaf collection system is a tow behind unit. So
right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We wind up filling trucks and then driving trucks through, and tow behind unit stays there, right? So we're not wasting time driving back and forth waiting. So it can fill a couple of trucks at a time.
Okay.
So the next is the equipment refurbishing at $25,000. This is so we can keep our fleet in good shape and then prolong its useful life. It's probably the best money that we spend every year. Is this? We've been able to either buy new transmissions, refurbish certain beds. We've refurbished our backhaul a couple of times with it, and then that $300,000 unit we don't have to put away. We can just put some money into it and keep it working. The next is for a used forklift. Pretty much this will be a yard vehicle. Right now we move around equipment and machinery with a loader, and the loader's got forks on it. And the highway department is the catch-all for every delivery in town. Since we have a loading dock, we have areas to store, and we have someone there all the time. The Parks Department doesn't have anyone in the Parks Department all day. Highway Department does. So since we have someone, we can actually get deliveries, and we get deliveries, sizable deliveries for every part of town, for every facet of town. So the forklifts will help us move those things around and then move anything else that we might need, and actually speed up the process of changing over standards and changing over truck beds and things of that nature. Then, as Josh mentioned, the road striping is changing from the highway department operating to the capital side. The reason being is that if we're not able to get everything done on a timely basis based upon our contractors, we're finding that I might have a purchase order for work, and then the purchase order expires on June 30th. We didn't get the work done by June 30th, the purchase order expires, I lose that money. And then I start working on the next year's striping for last year's work. So having it in a capital item will allow us to carry over and be able to better utilize the money and keep that purchase order and then keep that work going. And just to give you an idea, just so you understand, we have 508 separate locations in town, separate intersections in town, or areas of mid-block crosswalk where we have striping. And then we've got just under 62 miles that have center lines on them. So that equates to around 326,000 linear feet of center line striping, or actually 652,000 if you count it as a double yellow. A lot of the work is done while we pave a road, but then I've got to maintain those as they go. And necessarily with what's called the retroreflectivity requirements of striping, they last for 3 to 5 years. So I stripe every 5 years. Like sometimes I have to interim do some work specifically on crosswalks for my main concern, to try to make sure that they're bright and that people pay attention to them. And then the last is we put in $25,000 for cemetery maintenance. That was Leo came forward and talked. So we put this in. This was for the capital side. I looked at my numbers last night, and I think that the operating side got dropped. Unfortunately, I know you don't want to hear that, but we can talk about that a later date. But I think that was in the highway department at 25,000. I think it's not there that I looked at. I believe that's my fault. But we can talk about that and see where that's going to go. If we want to defer it, I can defer it to the Board of Finance and see if they want to add.
Yeah, I think we need to put that in, and yeah, we need to figure that out. He made multiple presentations to multiple boards.
That's why I looked last night and I kept looking.
Yeah.
Looking for it 3 times, and I was like, "Where is it?"
Yeah.
Yeah. 11 o'clock at night, I was panicking.
Yeah, that has to go back in.
You worked really well.
He did.
So, but that's the overall for highway. Excuse me. Transfer station. There's 2 asks. One is for a loader replacement. This is for a 1983 John Deere loader. We have 2 loaders in the transfer station fleet. So we need to have one that's operable all the time. They have foam-filled tires, so we can't necessarily utilize someone else's loader up at the transfer station. We've done that in emergency situations, but we wind up the loader tires are very, very expensive. When they get punctured, it's not a good move. So the thought is that we continue to need the 2 loaders in the fleet. This one, as I mentioned, is it's close to 40 years old. I don't think that you owes us anything at this point in time. So we have $270,000 for that. And then we have $30,000 for the container loading area. Behind this area where all the containers sit, and that area is sitting on blacktop, and that blacktop is sitting on our liner. And so the liner that is for the entire landfill. And as we're dragging the units back out, as they come off the concrete onto the blacktop, that's where we're having a problem, where it's actually starting to take away the blacktop and then expose the liner. We don't want to expose the liner.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
So we have to repave and repair that area. We have a quote for that work, and we'd like to go forward with that. But it's the area, like you can't necessarily see it unless you look beyond it, but it's beyond the containers. And if you drive around the back, you'll actually be able to see where it's actually starting to degrade and be worn away. And we're actually having to fill it and patch it. We want to get to the point where we just repair it and be done. We can't tear the liner.
And that'll last you how long when you do it? I mean, it's hard because you got those things. They're heavy.
Another 10 years or so. We got 20 years out of it, but
Okay.
I would imagine there's probably a 10-year lifespan on that, just
For the paving.
based on use. Yeah, and there's no other alternative to it. At some point in time, we're going to transition from the concrete into the blacktop. So there's no real place to change that transition either. Excuse me.
Park maintenance.
Parks maintenance. So I'll only touch on the infrastructure side. John did the equipment side. So he has the standard field improvements. That's $60,000. That's for baseball field improvements, soccer field improvements. That's for the wear areas of a soccer field, and then for the lips to take care of any problems we have, so we don't have any injuries for baseball coming off of a lip. He has $100,000 for irrigation upgrades. This is predominantly for Mead Park. The system has been we've had multiple breaks over this past year in the system itself and inside the main. So we're looking at having to replace this system in total. It's probably 20 years old at best. We have exterior wall repairs at Waveney. We we take a tour around. We took a tour around. You can see where most of them were broken. This what we're focusing on this one, we believe should be where we stopped from the service area down towards the rose garden, that wall. And if you look at that wall, you can actually see holes through it. You can see through it, meaning that the repointing is gone, everything's gone through it. So that's an area that we should be focusing on. That would be the next phase. $60,000 for fences and backstop replacement. That's throughout all the parks. Working on that. And then there's $100,000 for the lightning detection system. This is for a full replacement of the system itself. And it's a necessary thing. This does a very good job. We have systems at Irwin, at the Parks Department, and at me that then notify us of the problem, and then we'll actually make an alarm and get people off the field, so we don't have a concern of a lightning strike.
How long has the current system been there? Do you know?
15 years or more. And then the next are the two things that we talked about with Mike this morning. I'll go to Capo Field first. The Capo Field, the better rendition of the field. This red line around the outside, that's our area of concern for having that remap for wetlands, because that's our 50-foot setback off the wetland area, or areas 50 feet off of the project to make sure we don't have any wetlands, and then we won't have any wetland concern. But then this gives you an idea of the overall view of the proposed project itself. I have $2.5 million set aside on the town side, because last year they came forward and said it was going to be between 3 and 5. So 3 and 5 is 50% for me. At the high end, at 5 is 2.5. The project itself, as Mike mentioned before, was somewhere up north of $10 million. We've brought it down, scaled it down, reduced the scope, and now with consultant fees, with the final fees as far as bringing that in the final plan and bringing us to bidding, we're at approximately 6.6. So the thought is that we can probably bring that down a little bit further, but the delta of that will have to be on the NCAF side. That's so.
Can a baseball stadium be used for other sports? I mean, like you have Dunning, it's used for everything, every sport, everybody does everything on it.
The other thought is for other baseball, this will be sized for, it'll have a movable mound, and then you will have, pegs for different.
So it isn't just a high school baseball field.
69, you can then move it, you can move inward. So you've got
pitching mound,
right? Yeah. You get your 40, 60, your 50, 70, 60, 90, right? That's your distance to the mound, distance down the base path, right?
So how young do you know? I mean, I don't know.
That goes all the way down to T-ball at that point.
Oh, so you could have little ones on there too.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, so you could take it
pitching off of a mound, but you could pitch from the flat. Like
right.
Right. But the mound is movable, so that if you were to do, if you were at the 50-70 mark, say that that's Cal Ripken, right? Yeah. So that's 12s and 13s. Yeah. You get to that point where, you'd want to move that mound in and then be able to utilize the field, because they could hit the ball far too. So
and that's why the field was created at Saxton. That's just a bigger.
That's correct. Right? That's a dual field as well. You're 100% correct. Is that thought? So we have pegs at both distances for the bases, and then you would move them out.
But to your point, Amy, you're looking for other uses, I guess.
And also the number of people who play baseball. It used to be the sport, now lacrosse is. So I'd be very curious what the number of participation level is. So, and you can't use it for softball, right? You can't.
I can ask them that question. That I believe that their participation is increasing, from what I've heard.
Yeah, I have no idea.
So that's what I've been told, is that the participation is increasing, so that they need more. That was one of the reasons why they built the two at Campbell and Mellick, was because of that, and they would be able to get more time on it being in turf. But I can ask them for their numbers and see exactly how they're going.
I mean, this is a project that's been worked for a long time. They've got a lot of private money going into this too, but it's the concern that the only concern I've heard from folks is like, how is that outfield fence? What does that look like? Driving up, and we don't need to get into it now, but that's something that, because of Waveney, because of where it is,
and the amount of turf, because it's not just the infield,
but it's got to be.
People have said that
it's got to be a true baseball field. I mean, this is New Canaan varsity baseball playing, in the FCX. When you go down to Darien, you go to Staples. Staples facility is unbelievable. And they come here and it's like they look around like, this is your facility. So it's been the way for a long time, but
I can ask the ask to get you a rendition of what the fencing would look like from the outside. Say, as you're driving along the Lapham Road, coming towards Lapham, so you'll be able to see it.
Because they had talked about some plantings. And
right, there's been a lot of talk to the aesthetic of that fence, knowing that it's now going to be, right now it's an open field, right? So now it'll be, actually be something in the outfield. So there's been a lot of talk as to what that aesthetic will look like and the appearance thereof. So I'll ask the consultant to see if he can give me a sketch or a rendering of what that would look like, so you can understand it.
And these phase one construction costs, that, you know, I mean, in conversations with town engineer, we've got some drainage things, and that's probably not in this number.
That's in this number.
Oh, it is in there.
Yes, it's in this number.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to bring it up to you earlier when right after you asked me the question. I found it. It's actually. I can give you a copy of the breakdown of where we stand right now, where we were and where we are. But yes, it's been in there from the beginning.
Okay.
So they've known about, like we had spoken about it. They have known that this was a sensitive area and that we needed to adhere to our policy plus. You know, was what we had said.
Okay.
So it's in here and it's not moving. It will be the last item removed.
Okay.
The field will be removed before the detention system.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Given the concerns that we have, right, from the DPW standpoint. But I have these documents here with me that I can share with you so that you can see how everything came about. So you can see how everything came about and then where we are, how, you know, where we started and where we are at present. I still believe there might be still some room to move.
Yeah, and the other talk in town has always been it has to remain Copple Field. I mean, that's just
as far as the naming rights,
it is Copple Field.
Yeah, go talk to the Athletic Foundation.
Yeah, I
mean, I don't think it was changing. No, they might have been looking at the press box.
Any of that
press box, always the dugout, things of that nature. But
another wall.
It was never mentioned that it would change anything other than Copple Field.
Okay,
that's correct. And then the second part of that is we have the second phase of Dunning Stadium, the enterprise zone, which is in essence the circulation. So that falls more based upon the Board of Finance's discussions last year, falls more on the town side. And then getting into the phasing standpoint, we talked about that this summer would be the press box work. We don't want to undertake both, right? So, but the problem is that, to your point about timing, I'd need the contracts signed before the end of the fiscal year of 25 to be able to start in 25.
Yeah.
You know, so
start in June of 25, going into 26.
Exactly, because I debated that myself, saying, well, maybe I could push this to 26, but I can't necessarily because I'll miss. You know, I need the money before. So
$2 million just for circulation.
We're hoping that this number is going to come down.
Yeah, me too.
This is where, when I talked to Turner, they felt the exact same thing, that this number probably could be reduced.
Good.
You know, so we're looking at that. I have SLR on board. I have to meet with the Board of Ed as far as their concerns about what this plan is and how it's going to go. SLR is a traffic consultant as well. So they did the original look on this, and they gave us a proposal to then do a more comprehensive study to make sure that the circulation was adequate. P&Z had concerns about it. Town council and the Board of Finance all had concerns last year when we presented it. So the thought was that we can't go forward without having that traffic study done and having the Board of Ed sign off on it. So we're gonna get them rolling on that, and then we'll go forward from there. So that basically it's a two-parter. So it's kind of it was the other side as well. So so you have both you have the circle, and then you have some work done towards the school, and then some work done into the lower parking lot, and actually taking in the lower parking lot itself. And we have a mandate from the DOJ to make sure that we have this connectivity. So this connectivity has to occur regardless of what we do with the traffic circle. The connectivity across from Dunning to the tennis courts, to the track, and to Water Tower turf fields has to occur. So it's good that it's actually being incorporated into one project. I asked them specifically to incorporate that here because I knew we were going to have to tackle that.
We'd have to do this irrespective of the improvements of is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and it would be, I would rather have it be a holistic look instead of just trying to do connectivity here and connectivity here, and it just looks like you threw it in. You know, I don't want that. I'd rather have a nice holistic, given that it's in the center of the campus. Now you come into it and you pass a school and you're right in the middle of that. This is like the major intersection of the campus.
So does this belong in public works for the schools. So we do all the, are we responsible for all the parking lots and all that jazz?
We do.
I mean, I know it's one bucket, but I'm just curious where it falls.
They usually put an estimate in their capital for the parking lots that they want, or for other work that they want to do. Exterior to the walls, let's say. Interior to the walls is all them, right? So interior to the walls, all them. Exterior to the walls is shared or predominantly our responsibility. So they put that money in their side. We manage the project, you know, like I'll write.
Yeah, because like when we updated the elementary school parking lots, that was in the Board of Ed budget.
It's in the Board of Ed budget, but
it's confusing where it should fall. I mean,
I paid South School and the drive, like I did the work.
Right.
They had the money.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. So when I get the Board of Selectmen to approve the contract, send it over to them, ask them to write the PO, right? I say, okay, can you draw the PO? They draw the PO. The invoice comes to me. I sign it, send it to them. They pay it. That's basically the way it works. Is the money stays necessarily on their side. It's on our side. I do the work and they do the payment.
Just when it would be in their capital.
Yeah, I know. It's interesting because normally it would be, but this is a guess because it's the athletic foundation and it's always been with Tiger with the athletic foundation. I think that's the difference.
Right. And it's also, right. There was that argument back and forth as to where it should sit, this portion, but in the end, it comes down to one pair of pants, right? So that's, in essence.
There you go.
There were 3 phases. It was the donor wall, press box, it was the infrastructure, and then the bathrooms across the way. Are we talking about doing any of that prep work for the other side of it?
We're looking, yes, inside here would be prep work for the other work that needs to be done. So the concession stand and the concession stand and the bathrooms, right? So you got 2 sets of bathrooms, visitor and a home. And home and concession stand are almost one building. So that was looked at as phase 3 and phase 4. Given the fact of all the concerns about the circulation and the fact that I had the DOJ, and we had a lot of concerns from parents about just safety and circulation of the kids throughout this area, and in drop off and pick up, not just for the stadium, but for any time after school, right? So the kids are sitting out on the wall outside the gym, parents are trying to circle in and pick them up. And from what I understand, every evening it's
always kind of a free for all.
Yeah, I don't even go down Tiger. I like. There's a lot of crazy driving going on over there.
Traffic circles are great though. They slow people down.
So I don't know.
So the question really is, you're going to include as much of that prep work as possible for.
Yeah, the thought is to try to get it all underground and be done. Yeah, so that when we come back, we're just digging a hole in the ground.
All right, guys, we have 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
5 minutes. I'm sorry.
We got 5 minutes. We got to move on.
We're pretty close. We're really close.
Okay.
So Nature Center, you already saw, okay, predominantly. So we went through pretty much we have some additional monies at the Rock House to finalize the improvements there. A new door and some structural work on the inside. And they have some really nice thoughts as to what they want to do with that. They have Skip Hobbs working on their rock collection. It's going to be actually a really nice thing. Sorry. Wastewater plant, really easy. We have several items that we take care of each year as far as sewer rehab, zinc study, engineering. The only thing of note in here is our UV replacement. We are looking at, let's go in there. So much for doing that at night. There's we are told now, based upon, as we've been designing our UV replacement system, our system that is our final disinfectant coming out of the plant, and it's a necessary portion of the whole process, that we have to have a backup to that. That's a new requirement as of 2016. It was put into it's a mandatory guideline.
So this is the thing we brought Jim Himes to look at, and we are going to be looking at working with.
We have a talk. Yeah, 3 o'clock. I got a call.
Okay, good.
With his staffers at 3 o'clock.
Perfect.
With Maria, myself, Craig, and his staff.
Great.
And then I think he's coming tomorrow to the center.
Yes.
I understand. So this is the reason why we talked to him, is because of this thought. Right now the engineers are telling us it's between 4.5 and 6.5 million. I put it at the $6.5 million mark because I don't want to low, but it is a necessary requirement. If our UV system goes down, right now we have 2 sets of bulbs, okay, 1 unit. If that unit goes down, both sets of bulbs go out, right? The thought was that this was your redundancy. It can't be that anymore. Now you have to have side-by-side redundancy. So you actually have to have 2 units. In order to do 2 units, I got to build an entire new trough and I got to push the building out by a couple of feet. That's the problem I have. Sorry, that's it.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, that's it. I told you. I'm trying really hard.
I
know, 2:28. I was like, come on, I have 2 minutes. I didn't know how to give you walking time.
I know, and a bathroom visit.
Sorry, should have said that. I would have okay. No.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Amy, it's, yeah, sorry,
That's
Tiger.
perfectly
It's like, I'm already.
It's not the last time.